The American Newspaper, A Study of Journalism in Its Relation to the Public, by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The American Newspaper, Section 1, The Power of the Press. Beginning a series of articles on the whole subject of American journalism, the most powerful extrajudicial force in society, except religion. This article proves that the daily press, contrary to the opinion of academic critics, has more influence than ever before, and it explains the reason why. When one begins, as Collier's is about to begin, a study of American journalism in its relation to the public, he finds himself perplexed by a multiplicity of squirrel tracks and a scarcity of main roads. From time to time, and especially in the past 4 or 5 years, the periodicals have burst out in condemnation or praise of the daily newspapers. The condemners say that the metropolitan newspaper has grown venal, that advertisers and great financial interests control it, that its sensationalism has vitiated the public taste, that it has lost all power of leadership in good causes. The defenders answer that it is more free and independent than ever before, that it gives its readers better mental pabulum than they want, that it leads over our civilization, that it has more influence than ever the written word exercised before. When the student of journalism runs these expressions home, he finds that the criticisms are mainly by professors who, from their narrow cells, preach to an imperfect world counsels of perfection, and that the praises come exclusively from newspaper men, eager to defend their own profession, but too intimate with it for a broad and general view. Special pleaders these, truth and justice lie somewhere between their extreme views. The Great Contradiction. These are the squirrel tracks, and of them is no end. Of main roads there is no beginning. When the investigator looks for some formulation of the larger principles of journalism in relation to its times, he finds nothing. Try all the books listed under journalism in the Astor Library in New York or the Congressional Library in Washington. You will discover only a few treatises on the making of newspapers, a few volumes of pleasant reminiscences, one interesting but incomplete and shallow history. Dig further. The great social philosophers who have worked out the relations of law, religion, commerce, all the other permanent human forces, to the modern organization of society, mention journalism only in passing or not at all. Of the subtler modern philosophers, Robert Louis Stevenson presents a type. Democratic as he was in sentiment and practice, he touched journalism only to revile it, as the worthless imitator of his own higher art. Now religion, law, science, art, infused the ancient world as well as the modern, had worked out their principles and their relation to society before the great flowering of the human spirit in the 19th century. Their maturity goes back always to a formative youth. But this alone of our intellectual forces is new. 2 centuries ago there was no such thing. A century ago we had newspapers so-called, but they were only infant second cousins to the modern newspaper. A generation still lives which saw the birth of journalism in its present form. It has burst into the world with a flare of trumpets, but it has not even crept into the slow consciousness of the philosophers. So, as though we began to explore law, religion, commerce, without roads or guides, we find ourselves at once bewildered by contradictions. Is the modern newspaper, with its enormous growth in size and circulation, losing that power which Greeley or Metal exercised in the older republic? Its antagonists answer yes. They cite the modern instances of Eugene Edward Schmitz, elected mayor of San Francisco, with not a single newspaper favoring him; of Carter Harrison, elected mayor of Chicago, with only one newspaper favoring him; of Honey Fitzgerald, elected mayor of Boston, with every newspaper against him. Yet, on the other hand, we have the record of the San Francisco Bulletin, which, unsupported, awakens San Francisco to the iniquity of the Ruef Schmitz machine. We have even the admission from the shrewdest Californian politicians that the Huey-Calhoun battle was won and lost in the newspapers. Just now, the Chicago Tribune, in Carter Harrison's own city, has made an attack upon Senator Lorimer which may cost him his seat in the Senate, and which will probably ruin his political career. The New York World, followed by the New York American, destroyed the cruel ICE Trust. The Atlanta Georgian put an end to the convict lease system. The Mobile Register blocked the attempt of a railroad to gain control of the city's dock system. The newspapers of Galveston all but originated and did make operative the commission form of government. So there is a contradiction in the very cant phrase which we hear most commonly concerning the newspapers, the power of the press. Perhaps the political function of newspapers has occupied too broad a section in the limelight of commentary. For whether or not politics is boiling, the newspaper goes on day by day with its function of bringing the world to our doors. In considering this news function, commentators have been just as contradictory and shallow. What is all the news that's fit to print? One professor holds up the older standards of the New York Evening Post. Murders, suicides, divorces, the follies of polite society. It is the duty of the good and moral newspaper, he says, to ignore these sores on the body politic. That, by the way, is a typical English view of journalism. The United Kingdom has of late been through an industrial depression, followed by an epidemic of suicides. The fault, says one commentator, lies with the sensational press, which has published too many accounts of misery and destitution, so that the minds of the morbid have become inflamed. On the other hand, sincere practitioners of sensational journalism declare that the publication of just such matter, through the shame which publicity brings to the criminal and the vicious, is a deterrent of crime and vice, and therefore a newspaper virtue. Professional ideals. Again, is journalism a business or a profession? In other words, should we consider a newspaper publisher as a commercialist, aiming only to make money, bound only to pay his debts and obey the federal law of the land, or must we consider him as a professional man, making other rewards before money and holding a tacit franchise from the public, for which he pays by observance of an ethical code? No other perplexity of journalism is so involved as this. One would expect that the publishers of those newspapers, most approved by scholars and critics, would take the professional point of view. On the contrary, more than one editor of a newspaper, without fear and without reproach, has declared to me that it is nothing but a business. I am responsible, just like a manufacturer of blankets, for giving people a good product, nothing more, says one. Harry Hay Tamman, joint publisher of the Denver Post, a successful newspaper, which has scarcely met the rich approval of the critical, expresses in different words the same point of view. Rats, he says, were out for the stuff. Yet Colonel William Rockhill Nelson, owner of the Kansas City Star, a newspaper praised by its admirers for every stable virtue, holds the professional attitude and believes that in creating professional spirit lies the salvation of journalism. So does Arthur Brisbane, driving force of the New York Journal, of whose shortcomings we have heard enough, and to spare from magazine critics. So also do the authorities of the colleges, which have modestly begun to teach newspaper work by the book. These schools wander in their own maze of contradiction. By what method can one teach a thing, upon whose methods no two authorities agree, whose basic principles no one has ever formulated? Power through the news. In this series, and in later articles by other hands, Collier sets about to explore the uncharted country. That we shall say any final word upon journalism, we are not so egregious as to believe. But it is perhaps the first attempt, in the United States at least, to study the subject fully and candidly. Mainly, it will be a piece of reporting on the lamp of civilization, itself hidden behind the brilliance of its own rays, we are about to turn our rushlight. Others, we hope, will follow with the larger philosophies of the subject, with the creation of laws, the formulation of public sentiment, which shall turn this new intellectual force, at present so wasteful and uncontrolled, into its proper relation toward progressive civilization. We are looking only for the truth, so far as our point of view permits us to perceive the truth. The work will be limited by our capacities. It will not be limited by any passion other than the passion for truth, by any desire other than the desire to know. We shall arrive at few conclusions, but one I would better state in beginning, that we may have done with it. The power of the press is greater than ever before. They who deny this are looking back to the old age, when all party lines were definite, when all men first swallowed a formula and then bent their intellectual powers to prove it. That was the golden age of the editorial, and these panegyrists of older times assume that the editorial page still swings all the power of the press. The world runs differently now since Darwin. The power of the press has shifted. It is less tangible than it was in the days of Greeley, Dana, McCullough, and Medal, but it is just as great. Indeed, line for line, it is greater, if for no other reason than that in the last generation, not everyone was a newspaper reader, while now the audience of the daily press includes all human beings, with 2 eyes and an elementary education. This has come to be the age of the reporter. In even its simplest form, news is the nerves of the modern world. Because of the press in its news function, San Diego, Seattle, and Boston, days apart by the swiftest trains, know as soon as New York and Washington that the insurance companies are under fire, that the government has been swindled on glove contracts. So, and only so, is democracy possible in this immense country. Stated otherwise, the newspaper in this simplest activity furnishes the raw material for public opinion. If you want a concrete comparison, put our own small cities beside the Stratford of Shakespeare's time. 4 or 5 days from London by existing means of travel, the intelligent burgher of Stratford had only the dimmest notion of events at the capital or on the far borders. His news came by inaccurate word of mouth from late visitors to London, or by an occasional royal proclamation, tainted with the government point of view. His mind was the prey of rumors and extravagant reports. From his very ignorance about the larger world, he would have been an impossible unit in a democracy. Perhaps I only state the obvious here, but I do it that we may keep fairly before us the newspaper's most important public function. So much for colorless news, but, as we shall see, when we come to consider reporting, colorless news is an impossible ideal. When Pilate asked, "What is truth?" he expressed the eternal quandary of the news editor. Truth, absolute truth, is a hypothesis. No man, from a cub reporter writing a dogfight to a star writing a political convention, but puts into his work a point of view. Yielding to that tendency, newspapers, good and bad, honest and venal, have come more and more to put their views into their news columns, to relate events from a basis of opinion. The Chicago Tribune, in its late expose of Senator Lorimer, went far beyond a simple statement of the facts, that popular representatives had taken money to vote for a United States senator. Every paragraph in that story, as told by the Tribune, was infused with moral indignation. When the insurgents forced Speaker Cannon from the Committee on Rules, but did not pass the resolution calling for his resignation, the San Francisco Bulletin, insurgent in opinion, announced in its news headlines, "Corrupt wealth loses control of the House of Representatives. Cannon is at last repudiated. Great demonstration follows the victory." In neighboring Los Angeles is the Times, firm for the Republican organization. Speaker Cannon, triumphant in defeat, announced its headlines, "Insurgents lose nerve in the heat of battle. Mercerized Republicans dare not support an attempt to dislodge Uncle Joe." In fact, there is no colorless newspaper, though a few approximate it. Every news report has some point of view, expresses some mission of God or of the devil. Now, these points of view, infusing the printed word, have an immeasurable long-distance effect upon the public mind. A newspaper may educate its public up or down. By the very power of constant iteration, it may implant one or a number of fixed ideas. If this were not so, advertising would be of little value, whereas all the business world knows that it is of the greatest value. Advertising is the species of printed matter, whereof the reader is naturally most suspicious. He knows it for the special pleading of a salesman. The most skeptical reader is more inclined to believe what he sees in the news columns. As a matter of fact, a newspaper may, by iteration, create public opinion and public taste for almost anything, provided it has not some rival contradicting all its iterations. William Rockhill Nelson, with the Kansas City Star and Times, for years had his field almost to himself. He educated his public to a taste for a calm, conservative, and well-written kind of reporting. When Taman and Bonfils broke into Kansas City with the Yellow Post, their hardest task was to overcome the taste for Nelson's kind of journalism. Harrison Gray Otis of the Los Angeles Times was for years nearly as great a dictator in his community as Nelson in Kansas City. He hated labor unionism. The fact that Los Angeles is a poor union town, while its neighbors have been dominated by labor unions, is attributed to Otis. And he did it not by editorial fulminations, but by publishing all the news that tended to injure the unions and suppressing all that tended to help them. So he created in the minds of readers, originally unbiased, a picture of a labor union as a grotesque, unfair tyrant. When Lincoln Steffens was city editor of the old New York Commercial Advertiser, he decided to ram painting and the fine arts in general down the throats of his readers. A newspaper could hardly set for itself a harder task, since genuine appreciation of the fine arts is the last trimming of culture. However, by publishing the best art criticism he could get, together with educative articles on the first principles, and by reporting intelligently all the exhibitions, he created such a demand among his readers that when pressure of live matter crowded out art for a few days, subscribers used to write protesting. On the other extreme, the yellow journals, a few years ago, put some of their best cartoonists and cleverest writers into the sporting department. This created an artificial demand for sporting stuff, far beyond the natural appetite of even an English-speaking people. That demand became so insistent that the other newspapers of all shades of opinion were forced to meet it, and now no newspaper is so conservative and intellectual as not to have a sporting page. Again, certain experts on education set about to investigate what they called the civic intelligence of schoolchildren. How much they knew about the conduct of the larger world about them, what attitude they held toward it. Springfield, Massachusetts, proved to be the banner city for civic intelligence, and the experts attributed this result mainly to the excellence of the Springfield Republican, which has educated its young readers to a taste for matter, touching on the large and vital facts in the world about them. Concerning this power of the press, in its news function, we have direct practical proof from the other side of the ethical fence. The gentlemen adventurers in finance, who load the dice and juggle the cards on us, worked formerly through bribed and influenced legislators. That became dangerous on account of the embarrassing activity of this same prying newspaper press. The fixers who elected Senator Lorimer in Illinois by direct bribery employed what Broadway slang terms the old stuff. In the past 10 years, these astute gentlemen have perceived that they must get down to the influence which forms public opinion, and they have turned their brains and money upon the newspapers. True, they have done this awkwardly, the territory being far off their reservation. What we need, said the Archbold letters, is a permanent and healthy control of the Associated Press. After the panic of 1907, a number of them combined and raised tentatively a large fund to purchase the controlling interest in newspapers. It was their idea to have a reliable news organ in every important center. This plan failed only through one unconsidered flaw. They had expected to make money on their investment. The incidental furtherance of their financial plans was to be velvet. And journalism experts persuaded them that the journalism of special interests is seldom in itself profitable. Nothing but this frustrated the plan. Directly to the point is an experience of that fighting independent journal, the Philadelphia North American. It had declared for local option. A committee of brewers waited on the editor. They represented one of the biggest groups in their business. "This is an ultimatum," they said. "You must change your policy or lose our advertising. We'll be easy on you. We don't ask you to alter your editorial policy, but you must stop printing news of local option victories." So the deepest and shrewdest enemies of the body politic give practical testimony to the power of the press in its modern form. The pedants are wrong. The American press has more influence than it ever had in any other time, in any other country. No other extrajudicial force, except religion, is half so powerful. End of The American Newspaper, Section 1.
Section 2 of The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. 2. The Dim Beginnings. As it is without written philosophy, so also is journalism without adequate written history. For the United States, there is only Hudson's History of American Journalism, inaccurate and superficial, and closing with the year 1872, or just before the profession underwent its greatest transformation. And although readers of this present-minded age are impatient of history, we must go a little way into the past in order that we may understand the present. This nation inherited its journalism from England. There, before the newspaper, came the political pamphlet or broadside, nothing more than an editorial in folder form. The liberty of the press, for which Milton fought in England during the 17th century and Zenger in America during the 18th, was not so much the liberty to print the news as the liberty to express opinion in type. With the increasing complexity of modern life arose a need for some method of communication better and more general than word of mouth or palace proclamation. So was born the newspaper. In the very honeymoon of this marriage between news and editorial, the alien party began to dominate. Immediately, it took away from the pamphleteers the function of expressing and forming public opinion. Editorial smothered news, and the periodical press became rather an opinion paper than a newspaper. Various reasons explain this anomaly. The posing neoclassical 18th century was a rather incurious age. The intellectual classes, and they were then the sole patrons of newspapers, generally held themselves above inquiry into the bald facts of life. Richardson introduced a novelty when he dared to make literature out of a servant. Obviously, the channels for communicating news were inferior, though that need not have prevented an editor from reporting his own community, which, from the modern point of view, he never did. The British libel law, proceeding on the general principle that publication of a fact injurious to an individual in private life is a crime or a wrong, no matter whether the fact be true or false, was even more strictly interpreted then than now. The simplest news item might be charged with dynamite for the editor. Finally, and to the experienced journalist's most potent reason of all, an amiable weakness of human nature enters into the equation. By the editorial alone could one lead in that age, for leadership by news was as yet undiscovered. And any man with ambition enough to enter a profession would rather originate and lead than merely record. Indeed, the old-time journalist must have felt a kind of contempt for the news function of the press, must have regarded it somewhat as a painter regards his pot boilers. Certain simple commercial and social needs he had to supply, such as information about the arrival of vessels with valuable consignments, for already he had advertisers, and both advertisers and subscribers demanded this. Otherwise, it seems he looked upon news mainly as a feeder for his editorials. If he printed government proclamations in full and parliamentary debates up to the limit of his space, it was because these were ammunition to his heavy batteries of opinion. The startling or picturesque or humorous events of the day, which interest common-minded folk more than corn laws or tariffs, he noticed with impatience or ignored. A disaster, if reported at all, drew some such item as this. We learn of a regrettable occurrence in High Street last Thursday. During a conflagration, a linen draper, discovering that his wife and 3 or 4 children had been abandoned to the flames, rushed into the ruins of his house and perished miserably with his unhappy family. The criminal, the horrible, and the bizarre, which are the subject matter of yellow journalism today, and which, considered from one point of view, are a legitimate interest of the press, the 18th century editor left to the chapbook. Jack Sheppard, for example, made of his career an excellent yellow story. The populace, and perhaps the intellectual readers of the daily press, had a fascinated interest in his life and death. But the newspapers hardly noticed him. He owes his pernicious immortality to the chapmen. Going to the other pole, Newton's discovery of the law of gravitation probably went unrecorded in the public press. The fact passed through the intellectual class of England by word of mouth and later by printed book. In short, news as we know it was not yet invented. The editorial, on the other hand, came to full perfection by the end of the 18th century. To mold public opinion, that Kant's phrase expresses exactly the function of an editorial press as the old-time journalists worked it out. For public opinion is a very different thing from the average thought of the average man. The bulk of mankind cannot originate. Some mind better equipped, better informed must originate for them. Other superior minds must push the idea along, diffuse it among the masses. From these ideas, so originated, so diffused, the populace, expressing that sanity underlying its insanities, which mankind has displayed in all ages, picks and chooses. And finally, we have public opinion. Still another function of the newspaper press was set by the old-time journalist in the structure of British, American, and colonial society. All fairly founded democracies have felt the need of some special pleader for the people. At the bottom are the inept and unsuccessful many. At the top, the able and successful few. Be your constitutions and codes never so well considered and founded, the able few will find ways to beat, ignore, and warp laws, if there be not some sentinel and advocate to guard and plead the interests of the masses. The Romans recognized this need when they incorporated the tribunes of the plebeians into the structure of their body politic. When, after the blight of the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, democracy reappeared, the press took upon itself this function. It was an axiom of old-time journalism that the newspaper must at least assume to stand for popular causes. Though less often and less clearly expressed, it is an axiom today. The newspapers, be they never so venial, never so inimical to popular rule, pretend to speak for the people. And the public, which reads the newspapers, expects this service. If our American press ever renounces its ancient office of tribune of the people, it will renounce also its main excuse for its extraordinary freedom from legal restraint. Such was our journalistic inheritance. On such principles ran the American press when it helped create the sentiment for independence, for republican forms of government, for the Constitution. And on such principles, with minor and inconsequential differences, it continued until the 30s of the 19th century. Indeed, the idea has been singularly persistent. It still dominates journalism in certain regions of the United States, and when Henry Watterson, in the course of some just strictures on modern newspapers, laments the declining power of the press, he is mourning only the decadence of the editorial as a direct political force. 4 main currents run through the history of American journalism. 4 elements fused to make our press what it is. Our Anglo-Saxon inheritance of an editorial press was the first current. Each of the others had for a source some man owed its inception to some king figure. This produced its best type just when it ceased to dominate. For Horace Greeley, whose career reached its climax in the period of our Civil War, was the flower of the old school. He really led, and he did it solely through the power of his editorials. By virtue of his honesty, his mental vigor, and his journalistic style, he really molded public opinion. Commercial necessity forced upon him daily concessions to news for news' sake, but he cursed that necessity. He, like all his kind, was a publicist, not a newspaper man. James Gordon Bennett invented news as we know it. Yet even before he came, we needed and consumed more news of a sort than our European contemporaries. In the first place, this was a republic, and a large republic cannot proceed without some accurate means of communication, by which the remotest settler may know what his fellows on the other border are doing, what the government is planning for him. Then, too, we had no artificial barriers against free publication. The founders of our states, understanding how greatly journalism had assisted our struggle to free and to find ourselves, gave the fullest liberty to the press. In English common law, a derogatory fact is an unpublishable fact. Anything which comes out in court or in public records, anything which concerns the relations of an official to the body politic, is privileged. It may be published. Otherwise, to print a damaging fact is actionable or criminal, and the greater the truth, the greater the libel. Our states, on the other hand, generally establish the principle that truth is always justification if the writer or publisher be not actuated by malice. So we opened the way to the editor. And if he did not discover the news function at once, it was because he held the old-time idea of the journalistic mission and cherished the delusion of editorial grandeur. Indeed, these early American newspapers did, roughly and briefly, record some local events other than those which touched politics. They did try, for example, to inform the Atlantic coast about that western advance to which every American family had contributed a member or a friend. They discovered even the germs of modern journalistic enterprise. By 1820, Harry Blake, first in the line of American star reporters, had a system for meeting the European packets in Boston Harbor and getting the news into the Palladium ahead of his contemporaries. At about the same period, the more stable New York newspapers began to collect and to print accurate market reports, the ABC of modern news journalism. In 1829, Hale and Halleck of the Old New York Journal of Commerce were employing fast news schooners to meet vessels outside the port of New York for the swifter transmission of European and Mexican newsletters. Though James Gordon Bennett was the evangel of news, one came before him to announce the dawning era. The old metropolitan newspaper, which counted its subscribers only by hundreds, sold for 6 cents a copy. It circulated entirely among the upper and educated classes, necessarily at that price. In politics, it was violently partisan. Benjamin H. Day, with certain associates, started the New York Sun in 1833 as a newspaper for mechanics and the masses generally. The price was 1 cent. Day planned to make a profit at that lower price by condensing his matter into smaller compass, by his larger circulation, and by advertising. In politics, the Sun was to be absolutely, firmly independent. These 2 innovations made more stir in Day's time than the greatest departure of all, as the future worked it out, The Sun's primary object was to cultivate public intelligence by publishing all obtainable advices of the day. In short, here was a newspaper, the first on our soil. Within a year, the Sun threatened the old six-penny papers, which began looking to their circulation fences. Then James Gordon Bennett started the penny Herald, and from that time forth, the Sun was never first in the field which it discovered, though it came afterward to hold supremacy in quite another field. For Bennett, ruthless, short in the conscience, expressing in his own person all the atrocious bad taste of his age, was yet a genius with the genius power of creation. And he, through 2 stormy, dirty decades, set an idea of news upon which we have proceeded ever since. "I renounce all so-called principles," he said in his salutatory. He set out to find the news and to print it first. The Herald's commercial success, within 3 years it had taken the lead from all the New York newspapers, forced the others to follow him. Newspaper work became a struggle then for beats and for earliest publication. When Bennett began, 2 short railroads comprised all the means of rapid communication in the United States. Working with the tools he had, Bennett performed prodigies. His marine couriers transmitted European news hours ahead of his rivals. He kept in touch with our borders by private lines of pony messengers. In the Mexican War, his dispatches so far beat the government advices and the United States mails that it became a matter for official complaint at Washington. Before the telegraph, he had experimented with schemes for quicker transmission by semaphore, pneumatic tube, and even balloon. The poles on the first telegraph lines were still green when Bennett had made the invention a part of his own system. These enterprises dealt with mere transmission of news. In getting news, however, he was equally keen and eager. He, first of all Americans, except some outcast journalists who lived on the fringe of society and died sometimes on the fringe of a rope, violated the sanctity of the home. He made private scandals, personal troubles, the business of a newspaper. The financiers of Bennett's generation held a counting room as sacred as a home. They resented newspaper inquiries about their business. Bennett invaded Wall Street. Day by day, he revealed the financial situation exactly as it appeared to him, for he was long his own Wall Street reporter. Criminal news, so important nowadays, attracted little attention in the 30s. Bennett found a method of watching systematically the police stations, of giving all the police news all the time. The triumph of Bennett. The period in America was one of a commercialism worse than vulgar, of a spread-eagle flamboyance in private manners, and of unlimited abuse in public affairs. The other newspapers of New York, Philadelphia, and Boston turned all their vulgarity, all their flamboyance, all their abuse upon Bennett. He responded by going them one better. They combined in what he called the Wall Street Holy Alliance to ruin him by cutting off his news sources and bullying away his advertisers. Bennett simply tightened his belt, sharpened his weapons, and drove 2 or 3 of the weakest allies into bankruptcy. Then, failing to ruin him, they obeyed the law of necessity and imitated. The penny newspaper had created a great new body of readers. News, not editorial opinion, was what they wanted. For news, be it understood by this age, was then a novelty. Though such men as Greeley and Godkin in the East and Medal and McCullough in the West had afterward great personal influence through their writings, though Watterson and Hemphill in the South maintain such an influence even now, the editorial never regained its old supremacy in American journalism. So entered the second current. And before the Civil War, we find our press transformed. The preacher has become a gossip, the evangel a bellman. Now from printer's case and press sprang the old type of American reporter. Prying, over-curious, unclean of person, dissolute, reckless, counting life and honor no whit against the latest news. Up sprang, too, certain false professional ideals about news, which we have found it hard to live down, even to this day. The excessive respect for a scoop or a beat, trade slang meaning an exclusive item of news, arose in this period. He was the best reporter who scored the most beats, though his point of view were that of the gutter and his English made a fog seem crystal clear. So, too, the criminal department began to sprout and to grow lusty at the expense of the higher departments. And to this day, we get and consume an amount of criminal news which shocks the English. For this also, the reason is plain. Under our libel laws, the newspapers may publish any and every detail of crime, provided only they publish the truth. We do not have to wait for a coroner to accuse John Smith or a policeman to arrest him before stating that Smith probably murdered Jones. This kind of news is attractive to all classes of readers. Even the truly cultivated usually get only so far as to delude themselves into believing that they dislike it. And under our system, it is easiest of all news to get. Simply keep reporters on a basis of friendship at the police stations. The police will do the real work. The reporters need only send in the results. Day in and day out, this news is always present and coming, while the news which demands more initiative and originality from the reporter comes irregularly. Increase of public appetite for any form of printed matter grows with what it feeds upon. That is true to the experience of publishing journalists and to the principle of book psychology. And our taste for criminal news has been educated through 2 generations by our metropolitan newspapers. Success is partly an accident, and genius partly a product of the soil on which it grows. Bennett struck exactly in the nick of time. The railroad, the telegraph, the transatlantic cable were building or planned just when he began. His development ran parallel with improvements to these mechanical assistants. Not only that, the printing trades, which had stood still since the great days of Aldus and Elsevier, took a spurt forward in the first decade of his editorship. The Sun began with the old hand press, the mechanical tool of the Spectator and of Ben Franklin, its extreme capacity 300 sheets an hour. Day had scarcely installed his plant before he replaced his Washington hand presses with a flatbed steam press, capable of printing its thousands of copies an hour. Then, in the late 40s, and when Bennett was ready to conquer new worlds, Richard Hoe discovered that the way to get speed out of a press was to put the type on the cylinder, not on the bed. 8,000 copies an hour on one 4-feeder press became an immediate possibility, and circulation could proceed without limitation from the mechanical plant. The times worked with him. The first quarter century of his long career led up toward the Civil War. Before that crisis, the ordinary American had not been characteristically a newspaper reader. But that great People's War, whose levies entered the struggle by choice, not compulsion, vitally interest every literate person, which means, practically, every American. Each family had a son, or its neighbor had many sons, fighting along the Mississippi or the Rappahannock. Everywhere, farmers and mechanics waited for train or stage to bring lists of the dead from the latest battle. When we began the Civil War, news and the newspapers were partly a luxury. When we left it behind, news had become a necessity. From that time forth, no American family was so remote or so incurious as not to want its daily or weekly newspaper. Last of all, in 1859, Darwin crowned his century by publishing his Origin of Species. From now on, men were to accept ready-made theories less and less, and require more and more the data by which they might form their own conclusions. So was our press established in its present form. Blindly, as progress goes, our editors had stumbled upon a private want, a public need, hitherto unsatisfied, a new factor in democracy. They held the triggers of a force whose full power they failed to understand. Our constitution and state codes, formed for an 18th century civilization and warped awkwardly sometimes to fit the needs of a new industrial era, failed in nothing as it failed in providing curbs for this new force, the power of the news. During a half-century in which the press grew from a humble professional enterprise to a great business, turning out its millions in profits every year, there was nothing to restrain the baser members of the craft except public disgust as expressed by the withdrawal of public patronage, or the opposition and exposure of better contemporaries. This force surprised civilization. It was born without the law. Its power kept it above the law. Dana and the Sun. Charles A. Dana, with his New York Sun, made the next step forward, brought in the next current. As art is less than life, so his was a lesser influence than that of Greeley or Bennett, and it has always been better understood within the profession of journalism than without. Though news had become the approved product of journalism, workmanship lingered behind. He was the best reporter, as I have said, who found the greatest amount of exclusive news, rushed it most rapidly into print. Editors, in the craze for news, did not consider that a slight story well told may attract more attention than a great one mumbled. Writers of force and vigor we had always here and there, but they were mainly accidents. Later, daring editors and reporters tried to get some writing into the press. The star reporters who did this work imitated the novelists and produced a form of writing as grotesquely unsuited to its needs as a dress suit to a hunting expedition. The best newspapers of the 70s include a mass of affected, stilted writing with which we have no patience today. There lingers in my memory a report of the Crittenden murder in San Francisco, written in the 70s by one of the high-priced American stars. This was a crime as sensational in its community and time as the late Thaw murder in New York. Mr. Crittenden, leader of the California bar, was embracing his wife, just returned from Europe, when a woman shot him from behind. The report begins, "The old adage, 'Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned,' was amply exemplified yesterday on the Oakland ferry, when an attorney, type of the profession sworn to support the Commonwealth," etc. Halfway down the column through this mass of verbiage, before the reader learned that someone had been murdered, 3/4 of the way before he learned who had been murdered, next column before it dawned who committed the murder. The plain, ordinary news mechanic went to the other extreme. The news was the thing. Tell it in stereotyped phrases if you would, but tell it absolutely baldly, and look to nothing for effect and interest but a plain statement of the facts themselves. From this arose the rule, still hammered into cub reporters: tell your story in the head. Tell it again in the first sentence, again in the first paragraph, and again in the body of the story. This plain perversion of the manner in which the human mind has been accustomed to tell and grasp stories since the race began presupposes that the one big fact of the news, that someone has been killed, has eloped, been enriched, or married, is the only thing which can possibly interest a reader. What Dana taught. Dana saw no reason why journalism, the little sister of literature, should not herself dress with art. Perceiving that the news reports in the daily papers must henceforth be the chief intellectual food for 3/4 of our people, he came to believe that the clever, subtle, and sound narration of these reports was a task worthy of all the taste, the culture, and the soul force that there is in any man. He perceived that this art must be limited, that any striving for extraordinary combinations of words was beyond the scope of the reporter. As he worked it out, the art of reporting is the art of the plain tale, beginning at the beginning and proceeding to the end, and decked mainly with those details which the trained eye of a good reporter comes to perceive. So appeared the Sun style, easy, often witty, full of detail and incident, but always clear. the public will never know all the influence which Dana had upon newspaper men. Sun writing became the standard and criterion. The old stilted, highfalutin style retreated to the country and the frontiers, and every good writing reporter became debtor to Dana. He put a premium upon that same writing reporter. The pure news-getter was never supreme again after Dana entered the field. So stood our journalism in the late 70s and early 80s, a decade before Pulitzer and Hearst came out of the West on the fourth current, which changed the whole stream so curiously. For before the yellows appeared, our press was settled into a certain form. Though circulation, properties, receipts, and profits had become enormous, enough of the old editorial ideal lingered to keep our newspaper publishers editors instead of businessmen. They still took pride in their papers as intellectual organs. The power was not yet gone from their editorial pages. By this halter, they still led their public. News, however, was already the main consideration, but it was passive rather than active news, static rather than aggressive. They did not yet go out to throw the light upon dark places, else that system of corporative ownership in public affairs which grew up after the Civil War might have been discovered before the palmy days of Mark Hanna. Certain perversions of editorial power, which we consider evils today, proceeded without ruffle of conscience. The newspaper being usually a party organ, the publisher saw no good reason against sharing the spoils of party. He took subsidies brazenly from one side or the other. He backed candidates on their pledge of city or county advertising. Though our press published much criminal news, as American papers always have since the time of Bennett, his journal was moderate and conservative compared to the average newspaper of 1911. It clung still to the theory that news about public affairs interest readers more than mere personal items. Congressional debates on important measures brought forth column after column of full, literal reports, where such debates draw half columns of condensation today. Already, newspapers were expanding greatly in size, for the presses could now meet almost any demand of circulation. White paper was the only handicap. Still, we must depend on the Italian output of linen rags for our paper stock. Near the end of this era, however, our chemists capped 10 years of experiment by discovering a practical process for making web paper from wood pulp, and the last barrier to size disappeared. The field lay cleared when the first yellows came into their own. End of Section 2. Read by Kyle Stedman, Rockford, Illinois. Section 3 of The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. 3. The Fourth Current. The first article of this series showed that the modern power of the press is the power of the news. The second article described the three currents which united to make the American press what it was before the yellows came. The first of these was our Anglo-Saxon inheritance of an editorial press. The second had its source in James Gordon Bennett Sr. It was the discovery of news. The third, which Charles A. Dana typified, was the idea of art in news writing. Enter now the fourth current, yellow journalism. The seeds of yellow journalism, so called for want of a better name, sprouted at St. Louis and San Francisco during the 80s. They came to fruition in New York, thrashing floor for changes in journalism, during the early 90s. In the decade which preceded the full flowering of Hearst and Pulitzer, however, a change in the spirit of newspaper publication had crept in by way of the business office, a change which prepared the ground for this new seed. From a rather humble professional enterprise, the newspaper had become a great business proposition, holding infinite possibilities of profit. Dana, Meadow, Greeley, Godkin, even Bennett adopted their vocation from that mixture of motive and chance which leads a man into any profession. They certainly reckoned the chance of getting rich very slightly among possibilities. But the field for newspaper circulation grew, as I have shown, and with it grew the perfection of swift mechanical processes. By 1891, a quadruple hoe press would print, fold, cut, paste, and count 72,000 8-page papers an hour. The linotype, or mechanical typesetting machine, climax of delicate mechanism, was not yet perfected. That was to come just after the yellows made their start. Our publishers had facilities, therefore, to handle any imaginable increase in circulation. It was necessary only to enlarge basement spaces and increase the number of presses. And now, big retail business discovered the newspaper as a salesman. Yankee advertising had been a jest of Europe for a half-century long before experience proved that for most commodities, advertisement in a regular and respectable periodical pays better, dollar for dollar, than advertisement by circular or signboard. The new salesmanship. In the same period, the retail dry goods business, consistently an advertiser since the first newspapers, began to concentrate in department stores and to drag into these great emporiums other forms of retail business, such as hardware, jewelry, and groceries. With their bargain days, their special offerings designed to attract customers to the store, their advertising became a matter of news. They did not now announce, as in 1810, we offer prints and calicos at lowest prices. But, special today, 100 dozen pairs of ladies' Lisle hose worth 75 cents at 49 cents. For this form of publicity, the newspaper was the only possible medium except privately distributed circulars. And a circular, as experience has shown, is usually thrown into the ash can, while a newspaper notice, surrounded by matter which commands some respect, is kept and read. Newspaper and periodical advertising grew from tiny beginnings to a great force of distribution. Where the senior Bennett's old Herald got its advertising revenue by hundreds of dollars, the junior Bennett's Herald of the 80s got it by tens of thousands. There came, then, a gradual shift of power from the editorial rooms to the business office. The stalwart old-time newspaper proprietor, who had entered the editorial game for love of it, still held his paper to editorial ideals, though he grew rich incidentally. McCullough of the St. Louis Globe-Democrat, it is remembered now in these changed days, would not let a business office man come onto the editorial floor, lest his staff become commercialized. There remained, however, a multitude of lesser souls who yielded to the temptation of the flesh pots and trained their eyes solely on commercial possibilities. Their advertising solicitors raked the city for copy. The less scrupulous coerced advertisers by a species of blackmail. You advertise with us, and we'll leave you alone. Above all, and this is where the commercial movement ties up with yellow journalism, they were ripe and ready for any method which would serve to extend circulation and therefore make their advertising space more valuable. During the 70s, a young German American, a pest to his fellows with his truculence, a blessing to his employers with his news sense and his vigorous writing, shuttled back and forth between the German and English newspapers of St. Louis. Joseph Pulitzer had been a soldier of bad fortune for some years before he entered journalism. He had served as coachman, as waiter, as common laborer, as private in the burial squad which laid away the dead after the St. Louis cholera epidemic, and he had learned the common man's attitude toward life and the news. His fellows of the police stations in his early journalistic days remember him as a restless, inquiring youth, ready to try almost any experiment with life if he might learn thereby what was inside the sealed envelope. above all, as a man with his own opinions, ready to back them with fist and tongue. He rose. He did his turn at Washington, where his writing attracted the attention of Dana, and he might have taken service with the New York Sun. He preferred the power of the game to its art, however, and in 1878, he raised money to acquire the old St. Louis Post-Dispatch, an obscure paper dying of inanition. What Pulitzer found. It is not true, as some assume, that Pulitzer founded yellow journalism then and there. What he did discover, and that is only one element in yellow journalism, was the means of fighting popular causes by the news. The process was not wholly original with him. The New York Times had smashed the Tweed ring by publishing plain accounts of their corrupt transactions. Perhaps, however, Pulitzer was first to go out systematically and find evil before evil obtruded itself on public notice. He had a conservative community to serve. In such an atmosphere, certain set and old injustices always flourish for lack of popular opposition. Pulitzer scratched this surface and showed what lay beneath. He made himself the bugaboo of the big cinch. He made his organ such a champion of popular rights that to this day, the humble citizen of St. Louis who has a grievance tends to write to the PD before he employs a lawyer. That was the kind of journalism which Pulitzer brought to the hospitable-minded metropolis when, in the middle 80s, he bought the New York World. The beginnings of Hearst. The yellow streak was working from quite another beginning at the other end of the continent. William Randolph Hearst, only son of rich and able parents, had come out of Harvard. His father, Senator George Hearst, a rough, hustling, mining millionaire and politician, had bought the San Francisco Examiner as a kind of flyer in connection with his political and commercial schemes. The son had taken a fancy to journalism and had his eye already on the Examiner. Even in college, he made a daily study and comparison of the current newspapers. The Examiner, as he found it, was an old, conservative paper, weak in the spine through many changes of political ownership. Unbiased and unblinded, as though this were the first and only publication in the world, Hearst set out to find how he could make it the greatest, the controlling newspaper of the Pacific Coast region. His father's old employees, and especially one P.D. Bigelow, a wild genius of a reporter who flourished in San Francisco at that period, took him in hand and taught him all they knew. He listened to their advice and rejected it, mainly. Not until he discovered that S.S. Chamberlain was willing to take a position on the far coast of the United States did Hearst find the man to show him the way. Chamberlain had seen service with both Bennett and Pulitzer. For the former, he had edited the Paris Herald, and he had started Le Matin. He came to the Examiner, therefore, schooled in the most sensational journalism which had appeared up to that time. He was, and is, a master of popular psychology, a seer at perceiving the subtle values in public taste. Through all the subsequent years of the yellow craze, he remained a rock of real news journalism in the Hearst organization. To Hearst, experimenting blindly with what the public wanted, this exponent of sensationalism was a godsend. Under his tutelage, the young millionaire began to make a noise. He attacked the Southern Pacific, the eternal corporation bugaboo of California, did it with such success that, during his first long absence from California, Collis P. Huntington compounded with his resident manager and bought the paper off for $1,000 a month. A schooner went ashore on Brant Rock, a dangerous reef outside the harbor mouth. Hearst equipped a tug under command of P.D. Bigelow and rescued the survivors on behalf of the Examiner. He sent up balloons to distribute prizes to the populace on behalf of the Examiner. Whenever, in all his radius of interest, occurred a disaster or a startling crime, he dispatched to the scene a special train loaded to the window with Examiner writers and illustrators. The public park of San Francisco wanted a specimen of the fast-dying Californian grizzly. Hearst set hunters to work. They trapped the biggest bear to be had. Monarch, the Examiner's grizzly, made space for weeks. This caught the fickle and unaccountable public fancy, and Hearst pushed the movement along by adopting the bear as the Examiner trademark. James Swinnerton, in the first flush of his powers as a rough-and-ready cartoonist, drew bears for a year until people tired of the feature. Whenever the other newspapers produced a man suited to his purposes, Hearst bought him over at his own figures. So he got E.H. Hamilton, one of the great American reporters, Homer Davenport, destined as a cartoonist to play his part in political history, Arthur McEwen, second only to Brisbane as a writer of editorials in the Hearst manner. Chamberlain conceived the idea that the city hospital was badly managed. He picked a little slip of a girl from among his cub reporters and assigned her to the investigation. She invented her own method. She fainted on the street and was carried to the hospital for treatment. She turned out a story. Footnote: I find that I must ask the reader to accept one piece of professional argot. A story in the newspaper sense is any contribution from a market report to a leading editorial. What the English purist calls a story, the newspaper man calls a fiction story. End footnote. With a sob for the unfortunate in every line. That was the professional beginning of Annie Laurie, or Winifred Black, and of a departure in newspaper writing. For she came to have many imitators, but none other could ever so well stir up the primitive emotions of sympathy and pity. She was a sob squad all by herself. Indeed, in the discovery of this sympathetic woman writing, Hearst broke through the crust into the thing he was after. His greatest single hit before he left San Francisco for wider fields was the Little Jim Ward, simply a movement to establish a ward for incurables in the local children's hospital. Little Jim was a helpless cripple whom Annie Laurie discovered and whom she used as an example. Every day for weeks, the women of San Francisco exchanged tears across the back fences over Little Jim. Hearst was experimenting every week, every day, trying 100 expensive departures, only to abandon 99 for the sake of the one which panned out. This week, he arranged the heads in certain symmetrical patterns, for makeup, or the physical appearance of the paper, was always a hobby with him. Next week, he tried the effect of veiled salaciousness. Another, he got such sensation as he could out of Sunday's sermons to see if his readers really cared for religion in the news. And he experimented always with one object in view, to find what the public wanted, how he might sell the greatest number of copies. Consciously or unconsciously, Hearst and Chamberlain were working on a principle whose formulation was as original to our Occidental journalism as Bennett's discovery of news. He who serves the intellectual and artistic demands of the populace must give them in some measure what they want. If he proceed from the very highest ethical and artistic ideals, he must make concessions, or they will not listen. But having established a common ground with his public, he may give them a little better than they want, so leading them up by the slow process of education to his own better ideals. Or he may give them a great deal worse. The gentlemen who conduct our theatrical affairs, for example, have of late given the public worse than it wants, so that when some sound, sincere, and artistic piece of work like The Three of Us, The Great Divide, or Paid in Full slips past them to success, they stand amazed. When Hearst began, the spirit of the old age editor still guided newspaper publication. The great majority of editors, no matter how strong their desire for circulation, still served news and editorial in fashion much more intellectual than the public wanted, still appealed to the mind rather than the heart. Hearst's task was to cheapen the product until it sold at the coin of the gutter and the streets. So he came generally to reject all news stories which did not contain that thrill of sensation loved by the man on the street and the woman in the kitchen. No paper ever published fewer news items to the issue. He trained his men to look for the one sensational, picturesque fact in every occurrence which came to the desk, and to twist that fact to the fore. What we're after, said Arthur McEwen, is the gee whiz emotion. Pressed for further explanation, he said, we run our paper so that when the reader opens it, he says gee whiz. An issue is a failure which doesn't make him say that. The basic human passions, love for the woman, power for the man, Hearst was after them. A story to be available for his purposes must have romance, sympathy, hate, gain in the first sentence, the first line, the first paragraph. Necessarily, since he was reaching out to grip and to hold the populace, his editorial policy leaned to the people's side. He began as a Democrat, that being then the party of the underdog. At once, he ran clear beyond democracy until he impinged on socialism. He adopted the union labor cause, even at the cost of an expensive mechanical department in his own newspaper. For years, or until rows and bickerings over the political support of union labor broke the alliance, this was a foundation stone of Hearst editorial policy. Here convenience wed sincerity, doubtless. Those who knew Hearst best in this early era declare that under his cold exterior, he kept a real sympathy for the submerged man and woman, a real feeling of his own mission to plead their cause. When he took the Examiner, it was dying. In 1888, when Chamberlain came, he had brought it to 30,000 circulation. By 1893, he had 72,000. And he held a secure lead over the other San Francisco newspapers. That lead he never lost. Year in and year out, except for the setback of the Great Disaster in 1906, the Examiner has returned its $30,000 to $40,000 a month to keep the other Hearst papers floating. This journalism he brought to New York when he bought the Journal in 1895. It was not yet quite what we call yellow, though it approximated that happy condition. For real yellow journalism had beaten him by a few months. Joseph Pulitzer had been fighting his way on the New York World with the sensational, militant style which he perfected in St. Louis. He took personal charge of the World in 1884. Within 2 years, he had attacked so many things which the other newspapers had not perceived as copy or had not dared to touch that he was disputing circulation with Bennett the Younger and Dana. By the end of the decade, the World was altogether the most reckless, the most sensational, and the most widely discussed newspaper in New York. He has been several men, all extraordinary, in the course of his career, this Pulitzer. Nothing so impresses one who regards him in the light of a historic character as the manner in which his able, penetrating, highly energized mind has shifted its point of view. In that stage, he was a creature of infinite recklessness and incredible suspicion. By mental habit, he scratched every fair surface to find the inner corrupt motive. Journalism, it appears, bounded his ambition. That was one secret of his extraordinary freedom from control. Had he cared for political position, for pure financial power, the history of American journalism in the past 20 years might have been very different. Within that narrow limit, he, like the silent, cold, light-eyed young man experimenting out on the Pacific coast, had the passion for leadership. If you should put Hearst in a monastery, said one of his early associates, he would become abbot or die. The gods cut Pulitzer off the same stripe. The Sunday supplement was by this time an integral part of metropolitan journalism. As early as the Civil War period, the newspapers had been giving space on Sunday mornings to entertaining matter, bearing only indirect relation to the news. when, with the development of the rotary press, they were able to print large issues by 8-page sections, the most advanced journals began to add one of these sections on Sunday mornings as a kind of catch-all for routine, semi-news matter, like notes of the fraternal orders and women's clubs, and mild write-ups of picturesque features of city life, together with such embellishment of fiction and beauty hints as they could afford. S.S. McClure, breaking into the world of print at about that time, made a fortune from his idea of selling the best current literature to newspapers for simultaneous publication on Sunday mornings, the famous McClure Syndicate. Pulitzer finds the man. Pulitzer, like the rest, published a supplement. Although by 1891 he had brought his Sunday circulation up to 300,000 copies, the World did not show so great a proportionate increase over daily circulation as the Herald or the Sun, and Pulitzer worried and tinkered over it. In 1891, H. Colsat, then part owner of the Chicago Inter-Ocean, saw in Paris the rotary color presses of the Petit Journal. Printing in colors, be it known to the layman, had hitherto been done almost exclusively on slow, flatbed presses, fed by hand, not from a roll or web. It had been thought impossible to the swift rotary press. When Colsat returned to Chicago, he had Scott build him a color rotary on the European model. This would not handle whole sections, but only small inserts. Colsat used it mainly for premium World's Fair views and the like. Pulitzer, alert to anything new, sent a man to see this press. The report was favorable. He consulted the Hose, who informed him that they were already manufacturing color rotaries for small sheets. As a costly experiment, he ordered a rotary, turning out full-size pages in 3 colors and black. With this, the World printed colored cartoons and beauty pictures on the outside pages of one Sunday section. The process was costly and infinitely troublesome, and the dash of color had no visible effect upon the Sunday circulation. At the end of the year, the heads of departments sent a round robin to Pulitzer, who was fighting blindness in Europe, begging him to drop it. The very building groaned, says an old executive of the World, when the boss cabled back ordering us to put a new man in charge of that section and use the color pages for funny pictures like Puck and Judge. Already, Pulitzer had found his editor for the Sunday supplement. Morrill Goddard, a young city editor with a dynamo inside, had developed a faculty for getting features out of the news. Against his earnest protests, Pulitzer sent him over to the Sunday supplement. Once established at his new desk, Goddard, like Hearst, set out, naked-eyed, to find what the common man wanted. An instinct quite extraordinary, considering that Goddard is a ripe scholar, led him to it. Within the year, he was running in that supplement what we now call yellow journalism, as distinguished from sensational journalism. Pictures first, for 10 grasped with the eye to 1 with the mind. He brought the size of pictures up from 1 column to 2, to 5, and finally the first 7-column cut made its appearance in his Sunday World. Then, reading matter so easy, with the startling points so often emphasized that the weariest mechanic sitting in his socks on Sunday morning could not fail to get a thrill of interest. Economy of attention. That, unconsciously to him probably, made up his whole formula. Nothing which called for any close attention. Something which first caught the eye and then startled, tickled, and interested without wear on brain tissue. For subject matter, he clung close to the news, choosing and expanding the bizarre, the startling, the emotional, though the item occupied only a line in the daily paper. When such subject matter failed, he was capable of making history yellow. Did a treatise on The Man in the Iron Mask appear, Goddard, taking the publication of this book as an excuse, would rush into print a page of the Iron Mask with nightmare pictures, 3 inches of snappy introduction playing up the mystery, and 2 or 3 box freaks distributed among the pictures, giving learned opinions by great historians. So he played on still another popular weakness. He made his readers believe that they were on the royal road to learning. One of Goddard's old associates had given his formula for a page in a yellow Sunday supplement. Suppose it's Halley's Comet, he says. Well, first you have a half page of decoration showing the comet with historical pictures of previous appearances thrown in. If you can work a pretty girl into the decoration, so much the better. If not, get some good nightmare idea like the inhabitants of Mars watching it pass. Then you want a quarter of a page with big type heads, snappy. Then 4 inches of story, written right off the bat. Then a picture of Professor Halley down here and another of Professor Lowell up there, and a 2-column boxed freak containing a scientific opinion, which nobody will understand, just to give it class. The sectional view. From the smallest opening, Goddard would develop a road to popular interest. He and Andrew E. Murphy, his assistant, used to walk home to their lodgings in Washington Square, talking newspaper as they went. "Have you noticed," said Murphy one night, "how the crowd stops to watch the picture in that drugstore window? It's nothing but a cheap chromo. What's the reason?" This was indeed the crudest kind of chromo. It represented sponge fishing on the Florida coast. Goddard studied it a long time. "I have it," he said that night. "It's a sectional view. You can watch the ships above and the shark eating the diver below at the same time. Let's try it." And the Sunday magazine of the New York World had a sectional view, first of its kind in the next issue. This bit of prospecting opened a paying streak. 100 others ended in blind pockets, and Goddard abandoned them at once. And just when the comic section and the Sunday magazine of the World were beginning to bear fruit in increased circulation, Hearst bought the New York Journal and broke into the metropolis with all the discreet secrecy, someone has said, of a wooden-legged burglar having a fit on a tin roof. He brought his Chamberlains and McEwens, his Hamiltons and Winifred Blacks, brought his own sensational, ruthless style of journalism, brought also the Hearst millions and the steady profits of the Examiner. He began to win over the Pulitzer men by offers of increased salary. Goddard was one of the first whom he lured away. Forthwith, the yellow supplement burst out on the Journal. A carnival of bids and counterbids for men followed. Newspaper salaries in the sensational division went up, never to fall back to their old level. Newspaper desks became tenancies of a day. Someone met Cozy Noble, Hearst man, in a restaurant. "What are you doing now, Noble?" he asked. "When I left the office," Noble replied, "I was city editor." Brisbane goes to the Journal. Arthur Brisbane, a graduate of the New York Sun, was then a kind of factotum on the World. He admired the Goddard discoveries in journalism and had maintained, against Pulitzer's own pride of invention, that the supplement, and not the colored comics, was responsible for the steady rise of Sunday circulation. When Goddard went over to Hearst, Pulitzer made Brisbane his Sunday editor. At once, this section went still further in audacity, so that Goddard, to maintain the pace, had to outdo even himself. The Sunday World had 450,000 circulation when Hearst appeared. By 1897, Brisbane had raised it to 600,000. And now the yellow flood flowed over from the Sunday magazine to the daily paper. "What are you fellows doing?" asked Pulitzer and Hearst, in effect, of the managing editors and city editors. "The Sunday is going ahead. You are standing still." Having no great discovery of their own to stimulate circulation, the editors of the daily paper imitated the Sunday supplement. Into their own product, they brought this fake, shallow, super-sensational method, this pre-digested information, this striving for hitting effect at any cost. Sensational newspapers tremble always with office politics. In 1897, after the club boycott on yellow journalism, Brisbane found his position on the World fading away from him. Hearst meantime, had established a circulation for his morning journal, now the American, and was making inroads on the world with his Sunday paper. But the evening paper lagged at little more than 100,000 a day. Brisbane, who had already received bids from across the street, approached Hearst with a proposition. "I'll take charge of your evening paper at $100 a week," he said, in effect, "but I'll expect $1 a week raise for every 1,000 I add to the circulation." Hearst accepted. Brisbane, with a free hand, started to make an evening newspaper on the plan of a yellow supplement. He invented the job type head, half the front page devoted to 2 or 3 smashing words blaring forth sensation. He went further and devised that trick headline wherein the first and third lines in immense type proclaim a sensation, while the interlarded second line in small type reduces the whole head to a commonplace meaning. "War will probably be declared," for example. Then fortune filled his sails. He took the Evening Journal late in 1897. On February 14th, 1898, the Maine was blown up in Havana Harbor. There followed 6 months of rumors of war, preparation for war, and finally, war. Never had sensational editor such an opportunity. In heads which occupied sometimes 3/4 of the page, the journal blazoned forth the latest rumors. In smashing 1 sentence to the paragraph Brisbane editorials, it bellowed at the government the mob demand for vengeance on Spain. In 1 year, the journal touched the million mark, and Brisbane was earning, by his agreement, $50,000 per annum. It is said that the agreement was in form of a short note, and that Hearst might have broken it had he gone to law. But he paid gladly, personal liberality being one of his virtues. And liberality was wisdom, for Brisbane has been a gold mine to his employer. There followed the climax of the yellow craze, an episode in social history which we may yet come to regard with as much amazement as the tulip craze in Holland or the Mississippi bubble. Now did the World and Journal go insane with violent scareheads, worded to get the last drop of sensation from the story and throw it to the fore. Now did they make fact out of hint, history out of rumor. Now did they create, for their believing readers, a picture of a world all flash and sensation. Now did they change their bill day by day like a vaudeville house, striving always for some new and startling method of attracting a crowd. Now they hunted down the criminal with blaring horns, so playing on the mob weakness for the thief chase. Now, with the criminal caught and condemned and sentenced, they howled for his reprieve, gloried him in hysterics, so availing themselves of the old mob sympathy for the victim of the law, mob hatred for the executioner. Now they dressed out the most silly and frivolous discussion of the day with symposiums of solemn opinion from prominent citizens. Now they went a step further in audacity and headed an interview from Bishop Potter or Chauncey M. Depew by Bishop Potter or by Chauncey M. Depew, as though these eminent citizens were real contributors. Now they discovered the snob in all humanity and turned reporters, artists, and, after the halftones became possible, photographers loose on society. The 400 of New York, largely a newspaper myth, was the target for this army. Their doings, with the follies emphasized, bedecked column after column, daily and Sunday, of hysterical slush. Life, as it percolated through the World and Journal, became melodrama, the song of the spheres, a screech. Pulitzer shifts ground. Suddenly, the World dropped the whole game, changed almost in a week from yellow to merely sensational. This came almost coincidentally with those 3 months in a dark room from which Pulitzer emerged totally blind. There are those who believe that Pulitzer, had he retained his sight, would have drawn a string of yellow newspapers across the country as Hearst has done. I prefer to think, as do his best old counselors, that Pulitzer perceived the end of this madness, that he came to one of his sudden transformations in point of view. This blind man sees further into his times than any other American journalist. He must have known that it could not last. Change he did in the spring of 1901, so that now the worst one can say of his evening world is to call it a little sensational and rather silly, while his morning world is possibly the freest and most truthful popular newspaper in New York. Hearst went on. As he grew great in influence and money, he spread out to Chicago, to Boston, to Los Angeles, carrying his journalism in a form modified for the environment. Only his New York Journal and his Chicago papers were ever supremely yellow. But in these, for a few years after Pulitzer dropped out, his office staffs, and especially the lesser reporters, went on to the very madness of journalism. At its best, the form stretched truth to the bursting point, for it consisted in warping facts to suit a distorted, melodramatic point of view. From this to outright falsehood was but a step taken without perception by men no longer capable of seeing truth. The fact became but a peg whereon to hang the lie. Did the police find a poor, tired, sodden servant girl dead by her own hand near the park lake? Mystery of the park, pretty girl richly dressed, believed to be member of prominent family. Did the reporters need an interview to dress out any large general story? If the prominent citizen refused the interview, the reporter wrote it just the same. Often he did not even attempt to see the prominent citizen. The method for avoiding the trouble which naturally followed was one of the Hearst arts. Riot at morgue. After the Slocum disaster, I, as reporter for a conservative New York newspaper, had the mournful assignment of watching that temporary morgue where the police and divers were laying out the bodies. A new consignment had just arrived when I started back for the office. The crowd outside, mainly relatives of the dead, had grown impatient with delay, and one little German shook his fist at the police. For a minute, the crowd pushed and jostled. Then the doors flew open and they filed soberly in. When I reached the newspaper offices, an extra was pouring out from the Journal basement. Riot at morgue, frantic mob charges police. This all over the front page in red letters 3 inches high. Later in that summer, the hypothetical Black Hand kidnapped one Tony Menino, 6 years old. Since this was an Italian case, the reporters could do no work of their own on it. We merely loitered around the police station or the house, getting our news secondhand. Of course, with its appeal to emotion and mystery, this was a great yellow feature. The Journal went daft with it. And day by day, the cubs and younglings of the Journal seized at every absurd rumor and shot it over the telephone as fact. I heard a kid kind of yelling in one of the tenements, and I followed it up. Nothing doing, a detective would remark. A rush to the telephone by the Journal delegation. In an hour, we would have it in an extra, something like this. Here's Tony Menino weeping for his mother. I mention these instances as typical, not exceptional, in the height of the yellow insanity. The pretty girl picture. As for photographs, what offenses were committed in that name? For people who will yield up the news gladly are conservative about giving up pictures. And pictures the yellows must have, especially for pretty girl stories. There was a time when they used the various poses of photographic models for the pretty girl whose picture was unobtainable. This growing monotonous, they placed orders with photographic agencies for photographs of foreign women in private life. People who would never know that their pictures were serving in America for the pretty girl who whipped burglar or the prominent society leader of Evanston. So much for its vices, of which its falsity was chief and its rowdy denial of the right of privacy in news-getting only second. Let me not omit its virtues, which loom larger now that the madness is over. Publishers, in relation to the public, may be divided roughly into 2 classes. On one side are the instinctive worshippers of wealth and money, the men hypnotized by success and its rewards. The other and smaller class, which includes, it happens, most of our greatest editors, go just as far to the other extreme and suspecting the rich and great. To this class belonged both Pulitzer and Hearst in their most active days. Question not too far the motives of great, strenuous spirits like these two. Such must find outlet for their energies without conscious direction toward an end. The job itself is their objective. Yet each, Hearst probably the more definitely, had somewhere down among his tangled motives a genuine sympathy for the underdog in the industrial fight. This sympathy and the convenience which traveled parallel with it made and kept them advocates of the common man at a period when he needed an advocate. Nothing made Pulitzer so indignant as corporate iniquity. And as for Hearst, this may suffice to illustrate. The common schools have always been his hobby, and his editorial associates have seen him walking the floor with indignation at some injury to the system. Some yellow virtues. I have shown how Pulitzer brought to New York, as the nucleus of yellow journalism, the method of finding and fighting public evils through the news. This method the yellow newspapers perfected with their growth and general efficiency. They learned how to fight. They taught the method to other newspapers. Their period of greatest power was also the period of unchecked corporation abuses, of alliance between bad ward politics and bad high finance. The 10-cent magazine, with its healthful muckraking, had not yet arrived. These blatant voices, husky with much bawling, were almost the only voices raised for a decade long against such principles, as Mark Hanna typified. Again, like the French philosopher, they brought philosophy from the library and the cloister to dwell in the kitchen and the workshop. A parade of learning, of scientific and philosophical knowledge, was always among their little tricks. They gave it to their readers pre-digested, the sensational detail to the fore, with an eye always on economy of attention, but they did hammer the big principles home. I believe to people who could have accepted them in no other form. Their stories were an edge of interest for the wedge of knowledge. So always philosophies first reach the bottom of popular intelligence. Had we an accurate and critical record of early Christianity, we should find, probably, that after its first pure flow, the people in general accepted its picturesque superstitions before they grasped its spirit. And the Darwinian theories had been mentored to the laboratories for a quarter century before the mob believed that Darwin taught anything except the bizarre idea, which he never did teach, of man's descent from the monkey. This man Brisbane. In this last activity of yellow journalism, Brisbane stands supreme. The country has forgotten, if it ever knew, his influence in making sensational journalism yellow journalism. We think of him as the writer of those heart-to-heart editorials, which even the judicious sometimes admire. With the hindsight so much better than foresight, the men who built with Hearst in his building days at San Francisco see what a chance they missed when they walked on the edge of Brisbane's methods. For Hearst said again and again, "I wish I could get the same snap into my editorials that you fellows get into the news columns." Arthur McEwen tried the hardest and came nearest to grasping what Hearst wanted. The truth is, McEwen had too much of what the prize ring calls class. His talents as journalist and writer were basically too high and sound. Now arrived Brisbane. He became the genius of the evening journal, deepest yellow of all newspapers. He was a man after Hearst's own kidney. He, too, had a sympathy with popular causes underneath an amazing ruthlessness of method and a talent for insincere sincerities. He found how to get snap into the editorial page, how to talk politics and philosophy in the language of truckmen and lumbermen. Day by day, for 10 years, he has shouted at the populace the moral philosophies of Kant and Hegel, the social and scientific philosophies of Spencer and Huxley, in lurid words of one syllable. On alternate days, he has shouted, just as powerfully, the inconsistencies which suited Hearst's convenience of the day, the fallacies which would boost circulation, pull in advertising, kill rivals. No man can be so sincere or so plausibly insincere as Brisbane. To analyze his best flights, to show how artfully he conceals the one necessary flaw in an otherwise perfect chain of logic, is an exercise which I recommend to our university classes in forensics. His violence of language and expression, which has led to so many assaults on the Hearst newspapers, is, in fact, a trick of method. At the risk of mental snobbery, it must be said that the comparatively uneducated class to which he appeals is weak in fine intellectual distinctions. Not only is black black and white white to them, but gray and cream and pearl are white, and brown and purple are black. "I've done hard work in the ditches," says one of the great, sane editorial writers of his time, "and let me tell you, when a ditch digger calls a man an unlimited whelp, he doesn't mean what you and I mean. He may mean a slightly disagreeable person or a real scoundrel. In short, he has no language to express disapproval except the most violent. So when Brisbane called McKinley the most hated creature on the American continent, he shocked the educated, but he conveyed to his readers, in the only kind of language which they understood, merely general disapproval of McKinley." As a writer with these editorials, as an editor with thorough grasp of what his kind of reader wanted, he came to typify yellow journalism in its last period of real power. The profession of journalism rightly calls him the one widely influential editorial writer in these declining days of the daily editorial page. Such Hearst newspapers as use his work publish 1.5 million copies for at least 5 million readers. In the nature of Hearst circulation, he reaches that class least infused with the modern intellectual spirit of inquiry, least apt to study their facts before forming their theories, the class most ready to accept the powerfully expressed opinions of another and superior being. We cannot view American civilization without reckoning in this young exponent of means which justify ends, any more than we can view it without reckoning in his employer and discoverer, Hearst. End of section 3. Read by Kyle Stedman, Rockford, Illinois.
Section 4 of The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Morrell. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. Part 4. The Spread and Decline of Yellow Journalism. This article completes the short history of journalism. The rest of this series will deal with present conditions. Herein the author shows the process by which the yellow principle tinged nearly every American newspaper. The consideration of Brisbane and Brisbaneism as a social phenomenon rushed this story ahead of its purpose. It goes back now to the 90s, when Pulitzer and Hearst were adding circulation by thousands each week, when the linotype and monotype machines, last mechanical aid to speed of production, were crowding out the hand process, when the clever mechanics of those most clever mechanisms by which the newspaper gets on the street had made possible color printing and direct reproduction of photographs. Now was the spirit of journalism become mostly commercial, and the typical publisher was a businessman running $1 million property for money, not an editor. Here came two men out of the West to get the metropolitan seal and stamp on a kind of journalism which went like a prairie fire. 100 publishers would have done the same thing years before had they possessed that priceless jewel of originality which Pulitzer, Hearst, Chamberlain, Goddard received from the fairies at their birth. Now that the yellows had shown the way, other publishers fell in and imitated them either wholly or in part. Taman and Bonfils arose in Denver with the super yellow Post and bludgeoned their way to circulation and great profits. Blethen swept Seattle with the Times. But the wholehearted imitators were few compared to those who copied a feature or a twist of method here and there. Other men there were, more editor than publisher still, who, in the face of yellow competition, had to modify their methods or go to the wall. How the process worked. In nearly every metropolitan newspaper office, one saw the process at work. The Sunday editor had been going on his own Ideas of Supplement, a publication interesting and breezy, but sound and informative, full of the best popular writing which he could buy from local writers or the syndicates, something which a man or woman would like to read in Sunday's loafing. To him would come the publisher. "We dropped 400 circulation last Sunday, kid. What's the matter? And the Blazer is piling them up. Why don't you get some snap into your paper? Next week another 400 or 500 gone." And there sat a young man whose success was measured in the eyes of his employer solely by the circulation of his department. In despair, he would begin to imitate, to increase the size of pictures and heads, to revamp the sensations of the week's news in short, nervous, brawling paragraphs. Back would flow the circulation, after which his newspaper must have a color press, and then colored comic pictures in imitation from some syndicate or other of the Hearst comics. Next, the daily paper must ginger up all along the line to meet yellow competition. Headlines must grow in size, melodrama in importance. Certain old conservative newspapers managed to go their way unscathed by virtue of an educated clientele, and a very valuable clientele to advertisers, which hated yellow journalism constitutionally, but 19 out of 20 metropolitan newspapers yielded to the influence in some degree. Not one daily newspaper in Chicago, not even the News and Post, wholly escaped. In New York, the resistance was greater. It changed the Sun, Times, and Evening Post only so lightly as to be almost imperceptible. The Kansas City Star went proudly on its way, a great commercial and professional success, and hardly yielded a line to yellow journalism. Conservative Philadelphia held pretty stiffly against the invasion, as did a great part of the South, especially Charleston and New Orleans. The San Francisco newspapers, which felt the Hearst influence earliest, fell universally. The Conservative Chronicle struggled hardest, but it was printing a more or less yellow-colored Sunday supplement by 1901, and comics within 2 years more, and its local reports grew louder all along the line. Denver presented a beautiful typecase. Taman and Bonfils established the Post and began to out-Hearst Hearst. They had 3 rivals: the Republican, a conservative old-time journal, and the News, evening, and Times, morning, lively organs owned by Thomas M. Patterson, a fighter. The corporation-loving Republican, by virtue of support from the upper classes, was able to stand firm, though it made mild concessions in its Sunday supplement. But the News and Times, comparatively free organs engaged in a desperate fight for popular liberties, trimmed and changed month by month until they howled nearly as loudly as the Post, although, to my mind, they howled a different and better message. So it went the country over. At the beginning of this century, or a decade after Goddard brought the World Sunday Supplement to full bloom, and Hearst invaded the New York and American press had undergone another transformation. Physically, it had increased immensely in size. The growth of advertising, the cheapening supply of wood pulp paper, worked that end more potently than Hearst. Headlines had swollen. Front pages, which in 1890 presented 7 solid columns of print with short headlines a column wide, because by 1900, maps of boxes and pictures. Reporters went further than ever before in invading privacy, in finding the news which, conservatives would have us believe, is none of a newspaper's business. More and more also had the interest in news writing come to depend on taking one picturesque fact and twisting it to the fore, to the destruction of a sane point of view. The scope of news publication had increased enormously. Replacing several old and imperfect press bureaus, the Associated Press had established itself and become the most enterprising and then the fairest press bureau in the world. The composite character of news, on the other hand, had declined greatly. The personal note had come in with Hearst newspapers and the great body of woman readers which they created. Year by year, public affairs had sunken in importance, and gossip about public characters had correspondingly risen. The debate on the McKinley tariff, says a veteran Washington correspondent, drew 4 or 5 columns, mostly literal transcripts from the speeches. The report of the Payne tariff bill drew half columns of condensation. but if Taft puts on a sweater and walks around the Washington Monument, that's worth half a column. The merely silly. Another class of news, so-called, had followed the Hearst idea into newspaper offices, the merely silly. This consists in taking some shallow and picturesque opinion, point of view, remark in the day's news and treating it with the solemnity due to the world philosophy. A professor advises a Radcliffe class to enjoy their girl life. Dance, play, even flirt, he says. A twist, a little exaggeration of the fact, and the newspapers are running sob squatters, symposiums, editorials on the question, should girls flirt? This method is at present the curse of New York journalism. The general standard of newspaper writing had improved. That came not from the yellows, however, but from the university men, who began to take journalism unto themselves in the 90s. The recognized intellectual activities of journalism had languished. Real criticism, for example, where in 1880 we had 3 clever literary, dramatic, and musical critics, in 1910 we had only 1. And today, not 10 men in the country compare with the standard critics of European papers. The editorial page went still further back in standing and influence. What I may call news efficiency had improved greatly. By that I mean getting the latest event to the furthermost reader in the shortest possible time. To this end, the metropolitan papers perfected a wonderful and complicated system of transmission, bending the press bureaus, city news, associations, telephone exchanges, special trains, superb mechanical detail to that object. This process, and the nervous public appetite for the very latest which it created, united with advertising considerations which I shall not discuss here, to produce one curious result. From 10 o'clock in the morning to 5 or 6 in the evening is the best time for news. Far more events break in that period than in the remaining hours of the 24. Indeed, by 9 o'clock in the evening most of the day's news-making, except for a few crimes, night being the time for burglary and murder, is over and done. Interest in sporting news was growing, and all the great sporting events except prize fights occur in the afternoon. So the evening newspaper grew in financial importance, absorbed more and more professional brains and energy. This quickened the whole current of American journalism, but it swallowed it also. Given that most of the news has happened by 6 o'clock in the evening and most of the rest by 9, usually the first edition of a morning paper goes to press at 12:30 a.m., and the final edition at 2:30 or 3. There remains then from 3 to 8 hours for finish, during which reporters and editors correct facts, make shift at leisurely writing, go a little way towards second and sounder judgment on the event. In the evening papers, the reporter is telephoning facts with the fire or the conversation roaring about him. The rewrite man is taking it off the phone with his left hand and writing it with his right, while the printer snatches it away sheet by sheet. No time there for finish, only for the fact, as it looks in the first flush of excitement. The virtues of yellow journalism. To the European observer, blind to the kind of democracy which we know, all of these tendencies are bad, banal, vulgar. From the purely American point of view, something may be said for every one of them except the melodramatic cheapening of public intelligence. The improved speed of news distribution helped to quicken the nervous force by which the American works his industrial marvels. All along, our press has been usher to progress in this respect. By informing us at lightning speed that gold had been discovered on the West Coast or in Alaska, that the inhabitants of a territory on the fringe of the world were agitating for statehood, that a new railroad was pushing into the coal district, that the stocks were declining in Wall Street, that a blight had fallen on the crops of Nebraska, that the elevated line was tied up in a wreck, that just such business houses had been destroyed by fire in Chicago, our newspapers saved a world of energy, ministered directly to the quick adaptation to an emergency, which is our greatest practical gift. In itself, the flaring headline, in 9 cases out of 10 the first feature which an Englishman criticizes, is entirely defensible. A nervous, busy people, characteristically extravagant, we want to know at a glance the most important fact of the last hour, and we do not grudge the cent we pay for it. Only when the big headline proclaims something false, evil, or silly, or when it lies about the news beneath, it is fair game for general criticism. Even the invasion of privacy, the publication of private scandals, errors, and troubles of which the law has taken no cognizance, has its sincere advocates. Further, and most important of all, the ruthless bravery of yellow editors inspired journalism in general with a courage to make popular fights to attack the high priests of privilege and advantage. The yellow spirit of going out and finding the evil ahead of the law, the yellow method of using news as a good advocate uses as facts, infused the entire profession. The Commonwealth needed some such force in that period, when large social and economic abuses had gone ahead of deterrent laws. Apart from the gall jades in Philadelphia, all who know of it admire H.M. Van Valkenburg's North American. When Van Valkenburg began to stir up Philadelphia, the old Quay spirit strangled politics, press, finance. The people who bought the Philadelphia newspapers bought not one which fought their fight or wholeheartedly pleaded their cause. Van Valkenburg has checked, converted, exposed abuse after abuse. For a moderate example, when he began to look into the kind of food which corner grocers were selling to his city, he found 96% out of 500 samples dangerously adulterated. When he finished with the great poisoners, only 9% out of 800 samples contained dishonest adulterants. This result, and many others like it, he achieved by methods which Pulitzer brought into journalism and which Hearst extended. Half brigand, half loyal irregular, these crude fighters taught strategy, major and minor tactics, ballistics and logistics to the army of public good. Forget not, either that they themselves fought the good fight. No general of special privilege ever encountered so vigorous a general of the people as Collis P. Huntington met in Hearst. Again and again, the presence of a Hearst reporter in Washington threw into confusion a strategic move of the Southern Pacific. Almost alone, the San Francisco Examiner killed the most vicious system of rebates which the West ever knew. That New York enjoys 80-cent gas is due to Hearst. In the Boston gas fight, he was the ally of the reformers against 8 newspaper friends of the company. It was Hearst who found and presented the evidence of the Coal Roads conspiracy. When Harrison Gray Otis, for a whimsy of his own, tried to defeat a just school bond issue in Los Angeles, it was Hearst who arranged and carried through a sentimental sale which gave schoolhouses to the children of the city. It was Hearst who made it a newspaper's business to prosecute certain big oppressions, not only with its right hand but with its left, not only with its news and columns but with its paid attorneys. Forget this not in a period when Hearst is keeping silence about the Southern Pacific and California, and when, for hidden political motives of his own, he has been helping in the newspapers and magazines the senatorial fight of John R. McLean, friend of the fattened. Having changed the profession and business of publicity, yellow journalism suddenly went into a decline. This may be news to the general, but the extreme form which Hearst perfected for his newspapers, and which commercialism copied in dilute form, is numbered with yesterday. Compare today's New York Journal with the corresponding date in 1905 or better. In 1903, you will find this but the dim tint of that. The change in Hearst. Hearst himself probably could not give the exact reasons for the change. They are intertwined in his singular close psychology. With his political career, we have nothing to do here except as it affected his newspapers. But from the moment when he first ran for office, he found it necessary, as politicians must, to compound with large interests to which he had been steadily inimical. From that time forth, he could never show the courage of a Simon Pure journalist. Also, marriage and a family are in no wise calculated to make a man more militant and reckless. And a veteran Hearst man gives one reason which may enter into the calculation. It's profit-taking time, he says, by which he means that circulation is now established, and advertisers are slow in patronizing a newspaper which attacks what they believe to be their interests. Yet a better reason remains. Simple response to circulation demand. Sympathetic and nervous touch with circulation started both Pulitzer and Hearst on their way. Still, in the well-conducted Hearst office, the executives receive every day a statement of stops and starts from the whole city, arranged by districts. If the circulation falls off today, if it fell off in the gas house ward yesterday, the executive must find the reason why. Conversely, he learns just what kind of news and features hit, and what class of population they hit most. This adjusts the editor admirably to the wants of his public. Through the slow process of years, Hearst journalism responded to a sounder taste on the part of the public. The shrewdest of newspaper philosophers has said, "There's a darn sight more psychology than common sense in this newspaper business anyhow." The changing demand was a matter of popular psychology. The taste for this melodrama is unnatural, and any unnatural appetite grows with what it feeds upon, demanding 2 grains of the drug this year, where last year it craved only 1. The essences of the yellow drug were lurid imagination and continual change. Imagination has its boundaries. Yellow editors and reporters soon reached them. The time came, too, when all the changes on journalism were rung, when there was no new nor even second-hand thing which the public had not heard before. Further, one faction of readers read out, as I may express it, from the Hearst newspapers. In general, the more a man reads, the better he reads. The consistent novel reader satisfies himself at first with the story. He grows into a desire for something deeper, demanding style, psychology, and illumination on life. And when he comes to enjoy Meredith and Hardy, Albert Ross and E.P. Rose satisfy him no more. The history of periodical publication points the larger public moral. In the youth of us middle-aged folk, the populace read the New York Ledger, Saturday Night, or the Waverly magazine, cheap sensational dispensers of lurid, ungrammatical fiction and obvious bromide fact. Munsey with Munsey's and Walker with the Cosmopolitan raised popular literature 1 notch. The public abandoned the Ledger and its kind, and these magazines took the circulation. Presently, McClure started his magazine, bringing the standard a notch higher. Munsey and Walker had to improve in order to meet the demand. Now, the cheapest of those brass beside the popular periodicals which careful mothers hid from us in our youth. The Yellows had created new bodies of newspaper readers. First, women, then just entering the new era of feminine development which so quietly affects our present world, and secondly, especially in New York, the late immigrant in process of learning English and American public consciousness. All the time these people were reading up out of yellow journalism, shallow melodrama interested them no more. And its own exaggerations were sniping off subscribers in detail. The reader of the tenements was ready to believe that the world ran by such melodrama, until they even happened in his own block. In such case he knew that the little suicide was not a pretty girl richly dressed, nor yet a mystery which baffles the police. He knew that she was just plain Kitty Smith, whose squalid tragedy all the world understood. He lost immediately a confidence in the yellow newspaper, which he never regained. This equation entered curiously into Hearst's Boston experiment. New York, Chicago, even San Francisco have the metropolitan characteristic of individual aloofness. Circles of acquaintance are small, and generally one does not know the people in the flats below or above. Boston, a more settled and leisurely, keeps a fine neighborhood flavor of interest and gossip, and a large part of Boston was able to see these lies of exaggeration. Other factors entered into Hearst's long struggle to make his Boston paper pay, but he had to modify this policy before he could gain so much as a foothold. The New York Journal remains the one positively yellow newspaper in the Hearst string, though this also has greatly modified its policy. And concerning the circulation, experts of the other newspapers report one illuminating thing. It changes its whole circulation, they say, about once in 6 years. Just so long does it take the average reader to read himself out of the journal. In fact, the flow of new immigrants into New York is its blood and life. Were immigration stopped tomorrow, the journal would have to modify or fail. As the yellow attitude towards news evaporated, the Hearst newspapers found their main supporting strength in the Sunday supplement, which still holds strong on yellow lines, and in another activity which had been only secondary during its best days, what newspaper men call feature stuff. Chief of these features is the comic supplement, which Goddard and Kuralt began with The Yellow Kid. Clever and genuinely humorous cartoonists like Opper, Dix, and Swinnerton found the knockout level of fun which the public wants, discovered also the general interest in old friends of a series, and developed the form. The children helped in this. Children, in the language of the old advertisement, cry for Happy Hooligan, Buster Brown, the Katzenjammers. And not only children. I have seen the laborers waiting on Sunday morning at the station of a Californian fruit camp, all hungry to get the latest from Happy Hooligan or Noah's Ark. In spite of the imitators, the Hearst people, with their educated touch on the public pulse, have kept this feature first in popular esteem. Hearst perceived early our growing interest in sport, mark of an Anglo-Saxon Celtic people passing from the era of hand labor to that of machinery, and proceeded to cultivate the taste. Rough and ready cartoonists and writers like Tad, Dorgan, and Fisher gave the public the flippant, humorous, slangy view of sport which it liked. On the woman's side of his activities, he found such people as Ella Wheeler Wilcox and Dorothy Dix, dispensers of feminine philosophy in sugar-coated form. Of late, Neil Brinkley, who writes and draws pleasing and suggestive feminine hysterics, has come into her own. Here and there other newspapers have one feature writer or illustrator who equals in detail his Hearst rival. Nowhere has Robert Edgren of the New York World a superior on the sporting page. From both the popular and highbrow point of view, McCutcheon, cartoonist of the Chicago Tribune, stands alone. In the comic supplement of the New York Herald, McKay, with his Nemo in Slumberland, equals the best of his Hearst rivals. But nowhere else is there such an organized body of popular feature men. This matter, distributed through all the Hearst papers syndicate fashion, is the real present backbone of their circulation. With the evaporation of vices in extreme yellow journalism, some of its virtues in keeping the social balance evaporated also. Here and there, for various motives and reasons, Hearst has dropped popular causes. We find him in some districts the friend no longer of the powers that struggle and riot, but of the powers that rule and prey. He entered Los Angeles partly at the request of the labor unions, which had in the Times a sworn enemy. He found Los Angeles a hard soil for unionism. As I have said before, Otis, by reiteration in the news columns, had created general non-union sentiment in his city. Then, too, Los Angeles is a business community, prone with one of those subtle distinctions which mark one American city from another, to take the financier's view. While the Los Angeles Examiner fought and returned deficits, Hearst sent S.S. Chamberlain, his wrecking crew, he of the wizard's sense for public taste, to look over the field. Chamberlain studied and meditated for a week, and ended by endorsing an un-Hearst-like course. He sent for Julian Hawthorne to write up the orange groves, for the district about Los Angeles is full of transplanted New Englanders, to whom oranges are a vital commercial fact, and the Hawthorns a glorious tradition. It went, and on a similar policy he has run the Examiner ever since. In San Francisco, his Examiner fights no longer against the Southern Pacific, the big tent under which the system in California has gathered all predatory interests. He entered Boston shouting for the people. Somehow that kind of explanation of public interests appealed to Boston no more than did yellow news. Least of all did it appeal to the Boston Advertiser. The road to returns from the Boston American was very long. Only last year did the paper begin to pay. He never turned into this road until he threw over labor unionism and assault on privileged interests. The life has passed out of pure yellow journalism. Its spirit remains, however, in the universal influence which it had on the profession at large. Generally, the good that it did lived after it. The evil is becoming interred with its bones. It may seem that I have followed one of his own reporting methods and twisted Hearst a little out of his proper place in the history of the last 2 decades of journalism. But his indirect influence has been far greater than his direct effect. He is the one great fact in newspaper history since Pulitzer, the one American journalist of our period whom the historian of the year 2000 cannot ignore. End of section 4. Section 5 of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Morell. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. Part 5. What is news? This article attempts to define what Charles Dudley Warner called indefinable news from the journalistic point of view. It shows that news interest, what the public wants, rests contrary to the opinions of most city editors on certain well-defined principles. The next article in the series, which appears on April 1st, is entitled The Editor in the News, and is a discussion with examples of newspaper ethics. News is the main thing, the vital consideration to the American newspaper. It is both an intellectual craving and a commercial need to the modern world. In popular psychology, it has come to be a crying primal want of the mind, like hunger of the body. Tramp windjammers, taking on the pallet after a long cruise, ask for the papers before they ask, as formerly, for fresh fruit and vegetables. Whenever, in our later Western advance, we Americans set up a new mining camp, an editor, his type slung on burrow-back, comes in with the missionaries, evangel himself of civilization. Most dramatically, the San Francisco disaster illuminated this point. On the morning of April 20th, 1906, the city's population huddled in parks and squares of their houses gone. Death of famine or thirst, a rumor and a possibility. The editors of the three morning newspapers, expressing the true soldier spirit which inspires this most devoted profession, had moved their staffs to the suburb of Oakland, and there, on the presses of the Tribune, they had issued a combined call. Chronicle-Examiner. When it dawned, the paper was printed. An editor and a reporter loaded the edition into an automobile and drove it through the parks of the disordered city, giving copies away. They were fairly mobbed. They had to drive at top speed, casting out the sheets as they went to make any progress at all. No bread wagon, no supply of blankets caused half so much stir as did the arrival of the news. We need it, we crave it. This nerve of the modern world transmits thought and impulse from the brain of humanity to its muscles. The complex organism of modern society could no more move without it than a man could move without filaments and ganglia. On the commercial and practical side, the man of even small affairs must read news in the newspapers every day to keep informed on the 1,001 activities in the social structure which affect his business. On the intellectual and spiritual side, it is, save for the church alone, our principal outlook on the higher intelligence. The thought of legislature, university, study, and pulpit comes to the common man first, and usually last, in the form of news. The tedious business of teaching reading in public schools has become chiefly a training to consume newspapers. We must go far up the scale of culture before we find an intellectual equipment more a debtor to the formal education of school and college than to the haphazard education of news. Axiomatically, then, the quality of news, its freedom from undue bias and taint, is supremely important. Could one slant or taint all news at its source, he would vitiate all public intelligence. Could one raise the standard of all news at its source, he would correspondingly elevate public intelligence. And since it is so vital, we must stop here to consider what news is before we consider what, in the ideal, should be the attitude of writer and editor towards his product. It looks simple at first sight. News is a report of just what occurs in the world, or rather, what has just occurred. But 1,000,000,000,000,000 things occur hourly in the world, from the movement of the finger by which I write this line to the surging of the crowd which is at this minute harrying strikebreakers along the Canadian border. The movement of this finger is not news, while the surge of the crowd is, and something more than importance divides them. My neighbor, John Smith, a virtuous man of well-conducted life, is just going to his office. He will do that business honorably all day, come home, eat his dinner, enjoy the evening with his family, and go to bed. That, again, is not news. The world is working hard today on a million mighty labors. Tomorrow will be Sunday. Most of the million on million human units in it will listen to sermon or mass, and rest, and be virtuous and reasonably happy. And that is not news, while the raging of 1,000 men along our border is, decidedly. Tell the former fact to a man and he is bored. Tell the latter and he stops to listen. Here lies the distinction, and it is also a definition. The beating of strikebreakers is news because it is a departure from the established order. During all of our formative years, from infancy to mature intelligence, we are learning that established order. Most formal education, still more of the education which a child gets from his environment, is nothing else. His first information concerning the old and fixed things about him is news to a child. He gets the news interest, the catch in the breath, the quick widening of the eyes when his mother tells him first about the world's shape or the Christian belief in Judgment Day. By the time his education takes final form, he has in his mind a set idea of his world, the details pretty definite. Statement and restatement of these details, as that John Smith and the other John Smiths work hard all day and eat dinner every evening, are superfluous and tiresome. But when man or nature violates the established order, there is news. The departure may work for good and progress or for evil and degeneracy. It makes no difference. Blériot's flight across the English Channel was news as much as the Thaw murder. One was a departure upward, the other downward. Hennessy, says Mr. Dooley, ye might write the doin's iv the world on the back iv a postage stamp, while Scanlon's bad boy is good for a column any time he goes to Brunk and tries to kill a policeman. A convent, being the segregation of extremely good and obedient persons, follows the established order with great strictness. Scanlon's boy characteristically departs from it. Yet if convents and the conventional life had not been, and were suddenly established among us, that fact would be news. Herein comes another distinction. With our education and established order, we get the knowledge that mankind in bulk obeys its ideals of that order only imperfectly. When something brings to our attention an exceptional adhesion to religion, virtue, and truth, that becomes in itself a departure from regularity, and therefore news. The knowledge that most servants do their work conscientiously and many stay long in the same employ is not news. But when a committee of housewives presents a medal to a servant who has worked faithfully in one employ for 50 years, that becomes news, because it calls our attention to a case of exceptional fidelity to the ideals of established order. The fact that mankind will consume an undue amount of news about crime and disorder is only a proof that the average human being is optimistic, that he believes the world to be true, sound, and working upward. Crimes and scandals interest him most because they most disturb his picture of the established order. That, then, is the basis of news. The mysterious news sense, which is necessary to all good reporters, rests on no other foundation than acquired or instinctive perception of this principle, together with a feeling for what the greatest number of people will regard as a departure from the established order. In Jesse Lynch Williams's newspaper play, The Stolen Story, occurs this passage. Enter very young reporter, comes down to city desk with air of excitement. Very young reporter, considerably impressed. Big story. 3 Dagos killed by that boiler explosion. The city editor, reading copy. Doesn't look up. 10 lines. Continues reading copy. Very young reporter. Looks surprised and hurt. Crosses over towards reporters' tables, then turns back to city desk. Casual conversational tone. By the way, funny thing. There was a baby in a baby carriage within 50 feet of the explosion, but it wasn't upset. The city editor looks up with professional interest. That's worth a dozen dead Dagos. Write half a column. Very young reporter looks still more surprised, perplexed. Suddenly the idea dawns upon him. He crosses over to the table, sits down, writes. Both saw news, but the editor went further than the reporter. For cases of Italians killed by a boiler explosion are so common as to approach the commonplace. But a freak of explosive chemistry which annihilates a strong man and does not disturb a baby departs from it widely. Last year, Porter Charlton, rich and well-connected, murdered his wife, a woman who had given up society, to go on the stage, crammed the body into a trunk which he sunk in Lake Como, and fled to America. In the same week, several other men in humble circumstances murdered their wives. Why did the Charlton case get so much more attention and interest from writers and readers? Mainly because it departed further from the customs of the established order. The upper class, having a better opportunity, is supposed to be less given to the greater crimes than the lower. Women in society do not generally go out on the stage. Wife murderers are not generally so hardened as to cram the body into a trunk and sink it in a lake. Of course, since mankind is complex, other factors entered into the case, such as that basic instinct of snobbery which makes us like to contemplate beings greater and more esteemed than ourselves. But the deepest reason for interest in the Charlton case was the wide departure which it presented from the normal. This interest is in itself a progressive force. It lies close to the noblest practical activities of the human spirit. Invention, moral heroism, and genius and art are nothing but the discovery of something useful or fine apart from the established order. The subject matter of which it treats greatly modifies news interest in the masses and in the individual. First of all, we prefer to read about the things we like. The chief business of a true yellow journalist is to find the class of news which will interest the greatest number of people, and to this end, yellow journalism has made a formula. Sport for the men, love and scandal for the women. Money and politics for the men, love for the women, says an executive of the Scripps papers. Power for the men, the affections for the women, expresses it better. Power is a man's business, his chief intellectual liking. Politics, wealth, and sport are all different manifestations of it. Affection is a woman's business. Love is affection at its height. Scandal, affection gone wrong. Every trained journalist understands that. No minor news succeeds better than a story about an animal, such as a dog who rescued his master from fire or drowning. Aside from the basic news interest which they represent, their departure from the accepted order, these stories go because most people like animals, else we should have no cats but mousers and no dogs but hunters. The rule holds with stories about little children, and especially those about beautiful women. Herein the yellow editor, who sprinkles his pages with the phrase pretty girl, lays hold on the universal, since both sexes from different causes glory in the beauty of woman. As I have hinted before, interest in the doings of high society, which gets so much space in our sensational publications, and so much more in the English press, proceeds from that instinct of snobbery which democracy cannot cure. The understratum yearns to reach these heights of fortune and esteem. It likes those brighter beings and would like to resemble them. Even when it envies, it pays tribute to the principle, since envy is only liking and disappointment mixed in bad chemical combination. Theatrical managers are still citing, for amusement and instruction, the great interest which New York took in the third act of Denman Thompson's Old Homestead. The scene was the thing. It represented the exterior of Grace Church at night. Every New Yorker had seen the real Grace Church, yet people crowded to the theater to witness its canvas counterfeit. Their motive introduces the second factor which intensifies news interest in the individual. Our interest in news increases in direct ratio to our familiarity with its subject, its setting, and its dramatic persona. Nor is this an outgrowth of the first principle, that liking governs news interest. While by nature we characteristically like our relatives and by association and man's free choice our friends and environment, this principle goes deeper. For example, we do not love our enemies in spite of Christianity's 2,000 years, and yet a piece of news which relates either the good fortune or disaster of an enemy is most important to any normal man. The interest in familiar things, people, and places, publications have waxed greater on no other policy. Tomorrow you may open your newspaper and discover that your next-door neighbor has been arrested for speeding his automobile or has fallen from a scaffold and broken his leg. Though the item occupy only an inch in the column, it will probably cause more discussion at the breakfast table than 2 columns about an earthquake in Peru, a famine in Russia, or a rebellion in the Sudan. Of course, with increase of intelligence and education, with mental broadening, the circle of familiarity widens. The man of culture may care as much to read of the Russian famine as of his neighbor's arrest. But that is because he has read of Russia or studied the wheat supply. The small change of news. This special interest in familiar things explains a freak of newspaper making which puzzles publishers. The Boston Globe has grown great and rich through small bits of local news from Boston and the suburbs. Nearly every day it prints pages, and every Sunday whole sections of notes from Wareham, North Scituate, Nahant, Marblehead, and the like. It has been said, half in joke, that the Globe tries to publish the name of every inhabitant of Massachusetts twice every year. Herein General Taylor, the publisher, plays on the weaknesses for familiar things. New England is old, settled, and stable. The units of population have generally traveled but little. Their interest remains in Boston and in the nearby communities from which they sprang, at which they summer, or in which their kinsmen live. So, where the editor to shifting populations like New York searches for great stories which, by appeal to the news principle and to some universal instinct for power or love, will grip the whole population, Taylor's men are finding 2-line items, each of which will interest only a dozen people, but interest them more than almost any large general story. The New York World and the Chicago Tribune mow subscribers down in battalions with artillery. The Boston Globe picks them off in detail with small arms. Nor is the human vanity in seeing one's own name pleasantly mentioned the main factor in Taylor's success, as some believe. For the same method succeeds in South Carolina, different by a world from Massachusetts except for the fact that it is a stable and settled community. And the Charleston gentility, which sets fashions of thought for South Carolina, dislikes personal mention, holding that no gentleman will tolerate newspaper notoriety. In fact, experts have discovered in the last 2 decades of systematic study that mere personal mention without some news interest behind it does not pay as a circulation getter for the space which it occupies. The kernel of the Globe's success with this policy lies in attracting 10 people here and 20 there with short, mild bits of news which by familiarity greatly interest them, as that Mrs. Jones, the Mrs. Jones we know, my dear, has given a high tea. Miss Jones is engaged, Willie Jones has been confirmed, Mr. Jones has built a house. The selfish interest. News is a commercial necessity as well as an intellectual satisfaction, part of our business as well as part of our thought. And so, our interest in news is in direct ratio to its effect on our personal concerns. The fact that Reading Common Stock has dropped 2 points is hardly news at all in the absolute. So slight a variation from the regular and accepted does it proclaim. To the man who holds 10,000 shares of Reading Common, it may be the most important news in any paper. The Leadville Herald-Democrat and the Butte Miner publish daily columns of notes from the mines, just as the New York Sun publishes a Wall Street edition. Not once in a week does anything happen in the mines which rises to news in the absolute by presenting a striking departure from routine and custom. Unilluminated by personality or color, these notes make little appeal to that interest in familiar things which the Boston Globe's suburban notes satisfy. The people of Leadville and Butte want them because mining, their only industry, affects the fortunes of all, and the slightest change in the policy or conduct of a mine may take away the individual's employment or increase the receipts of his grocery. The sense of proportion. Finally comes the most obvious factor of all, but by no means the least influential. Our interest in news increases in direct ratio to the general importance of the persons or activities which it affects. This principle is hardly worth examples. News about President Taft is more interesting than news about John Smith, because Taft is more important in the world than Smith. So Taft's sore throat is worth a paragraph to every newspaper in the United States, while Smith's broken leg draws scarcely a line in his country weekly. A dramatic change in the fortunes of the Standard Oil Company is supremely interesting. The unexpected foreclosure on Bachagulapi's corner grocery gets rightly no space in the newspapers. This is merely the working of a man's sense of proportion, the feeling for the dramatic. These are not the only factors that intensify news interests, but they are the chief ones. Sense for the clash and adjustment of character and incident, which we call drama, is a factor. That a woman finds her long-lost child after 10 years' search is mild news. That she finds him in the next hospital cot, fellow victim of a train wreck, is great news. So with the sense of humor. Such newspapers such as the Kansas City Star and the New York Sun and the Chicago Tribune daily print stories which have only slight interest through departure from the accepted order, though popular liking for their subject matter, through self-interest, or through the importance of the persons and interests involved. But they fall naturally into such form, or the skillful reporter casts them in such form, that they amuse. Charles Lynch's stories of Rosie the Lawyer and Duke of Exeter Street have scarcely an inch of news to the page. Yet some people took the Sun for these stories alone. In fact, 100 activities of the mind attract or repel the reader to or from a given bit of news, but none so powerfully as the intellectual factors on which I have laid special stress above. End of section 5.
The American Newspaper, Article 6, by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. If you have any questions or would like to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper, by Will Irwin. A study of journalism and its relation to the public. Every night, there happen in New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago 1,000 events which fit the definition of news, and information on most of them reaches the newspaper offices. Not 1/10 of them, however, get into print. The editor's work, therefore, is always selective. According to his point of view, as transmitted through the trained men under him, he prints certain things and omits certain things, uses one item as a front page feature and another as a filler. If you live in the radius of 4 or 5 big city newspapers, compare tomorrow the right hand or outside column of their front pages. This column, by the immemorial custom of American journalism, holds the day's most important piece of news, as the editor sees news. Unless there is something exceptionally important afoot, you will find one printing in that column a social scandal or an episode which drags in society by the heels, another a political story, another a movement in high finance. A Scripps newspaper, with the Scripps outlook on economic and social questions, has in that preferred position an account of working man's strike in Sweden, a Hearst newspaper, a breach of promise suit, an Ox newspaper, a railway merger. The quandary of the editor. Now, in making this selection, 2 lights guide the honest editor. In the first place, he must sell his newspaper. He, like anyone else, not wholly an artist who ministers to the intellectual needs of the populace, must consider not only what he would give the public, but what the public will take. He himself may be scholarly in his tastes. The discovery of a Saphiode in a Greek excavation, or the fact that Professor Wallace has found another document concerning the life of Shakespeare, may be to him the most highly important news of the day. He knows, however, that 100 potential readers will be far more interested in the latest picturesque murder. Editors exist who have naturally the popular point of view, whose interests are those of the man in the street. They are the born commercial success of the craft. Of such, for example, are many of the best Hearst editors, like Andrew Lawrence. The other light to his feet is his conception of what the public should want, and there are men in the profession who are guided by this light alone. They will make no concessions to popularity for revenue's sake. Such men, if they manage to remain in the business, never achieve heavy financial success, although they may, through their limited circulations among highly intelligent people, have great personal and professional influence. These are the poles. On the one extreme is the business attitude. We are here to supply a commodity, news, and to a certain extent view upon that news. We are responsible for furnishing sound news. That is, we will not lie, exaggerate, nor pad any more than we would if we were manufacturing linens, cheapen our products with cotton threads. But we will give the public exactly what it wants without bothering to elevate the commonwealth. We find that people prefer murders than murders they shall have. Of course, there are certain obscene and improper things which they might like, but which we will not give them, on account of our being reputation as gentlemen. Just as a firm manufacturing shoes or stockings or dress goods will not push its sales by means of obscene advertising. Besides, that kind of thing is bad business in the end. But up to that limit, our only responsibility is honest news, our nearest approximation to the truth as we see truth. To such publishers, the newspaper is a private enterprise, and its proprietor responsible only to his own conscience. They forget, probably, that the extraordinary freedom granted our press is a tacit franchise, and that the payment expected lay American society for this franchise is a leadership by means of light. The professional viewpoint. On the other hand, is the professional attitude assumed, whether they admit it or no, by such men as Bowles of the Springfield Republican, the Gonzalez brothers of the Columbia State, and Dillard and Hodgkin of the New York Evening Post. We are here to help lead the world and to improve it, such being the distinction between business and the so-called learned profession. In spite of the fact that business in this age is sometimes more highly ethical than the so-called learned professions, it is an article of agreement in our franchise from the people that we shall lead them up, that we shall give them not so much what they are clamoring to hear as the thing which we consider it least for democracy to know. Although 40 men on the street will read an intimate interview with Manny Jones, the murderess, to one who will read a bare statement of the murder, we will not give them that interview. It is better for the people to have something else in their heads. Later, I hope to show the incidental dangers in the highly logical attitude. Let me here, however, illustrate the obvious and inherent dangers in the commercial attitude. But perhaps among our great practitioners of commercial journalism is Adolph Oakes, publisher and proprietor of the New York Times. Certainly he will do for a type of the rest. He took the Times in 1896. It was then the wreck of a glorious newspaper, the shade of that journal which Raymond used so effectually in wartime. Oakes, a good businessman, a keen judge of public taste, reduced his price to 1 cent, thereby cutting into the circulation of the 2-cent and 3-cent Sun and Herald, whose clientele he was after. He began to give the news straight, uncolored, essentially truthful. All the news that fit to print was his motto, and he nearly lived up to it. His guide was what the public wanted to know, and he satisfied that want. His newspaper is not clever, and it is not especially illuminating, but it comes nearest of any newspaper in New York to presenting a truthful daily picture of life in New York and the world at large. Being new in the field, Oakes was comparatively unhampered by association and influence. He was able even to talk about a few sacred cows, which the other newspapers left alone. The Times prospered in its field. It passed the Sun and Herald in circulation. It began to rival even the yellows. Advertisers who liked respectability came his way, and the Times became a dazzling commercial success. the Times idea. Oakes, in short, made it fulfill his picture of a newspaper. His news is a sound product within a few shoddy threads. In general, it may be said of any New York news story unconnected with politics or Wall Street that the Times and Sun and the Post, when it takes notice, are most likely to give an accurate report. But the Times is in a position to go further with truth than the Sun. I should add the Morning World to this enumeration, did it not retain some of the yellow habit of exaggeration. The Times has fewer towers of silence than most. Usually it dares, when the news blows in that direction, to tell the truth about its sources of income. To draw on Collier's own experience, the verdict of $50,000 in the libel suit of Collier versus Postum Cereal Company was a good story. In the first place, this was the largest libel verdict ever given in New York State and possibly in the United States. And the public loves a superlative. In the second place, it was a most entertaining trial, full of humorous episodes. Nearly all the New York newspapers, including the Times, were beholden to C.W. Post for page after page of advertising, and all had a reasonable expectation of future favors from that direction. The other New York newspapers ignored the case or dismissed it with a short paragraph. The Times reported it fully. A sound product. All the news that's fit to print. What the public wants to know. Such is Oakes' ideal. He fails to live up to that ideal in an important particular, but so to do all other commercial publishers. For if one abides strictly by the rule, what the public wants to know, he must recognize that the man in the street is as eager to read about a public robbery as a private burglary, that a legitimate muckraking is a news need as much as criminal court reports. But that fault is common to his kind of publisher. Again, news centering about high finance attracts the Times unduly. That also is a fault of the breed. Oakes does not have his ethics either. He recognizes that clean advertising columns are as much the business of an honest newspaper as clean news columns. There his standards are exceptionally high. He excludes most patient medicines, though he has let down the bars a little of late, all obscene matter, all financial offers known to be unsound, if occasionally a bit of fake financial advertising gets by the censorship. Oakes himself is not necessarily to blame, any more than he is to blame when an unsound piece of news written by an irresponsible reporter slips past the copy readers. The perfect newspaper would require not only a perfect man for a head, but a perfect staff. Oakes, in short, takes the attitude that the newspaper business is a business that he is manufacturing a product, that he is responsible for making a sound product and distributing it honestly. And his New York Times is as high an expression of that attitude toward journalism as we have in the United States. H. Tammond, a waif and a peddler at the age of 7, really began life when a bartender of Philadelphia advertised for a boy assistant to the porter. Tammond applied for the job because a saloon is always warm and there is always free lunch to eat. The bartender took Tammond because he looked a little and hungry, and he wore outlandish Dutch homespun clothes. Literally, he was brought up behind a bar. He learned to read from the newspapers which patrons left on the tables. A clever man with a rich tongue and a despiser of his own wares, he rose to the very heights of bartending. I was the best in the world, he says. He was head of the bar at the Palmer House in Chicago before he came of age, and in 1880 the New Windsor Hotel at Denver sent for this supreme artist. Here he saw and embraced his first chance at fortune. Colorado is rich in attractive mineral specimens. Tammons began to pack assortments in cigarette boxes and sell them for 25 cents a box to tourists. The business prospered. He replaced cigar boxes by showy cases, moved from a cellar to a store, left the bar, and persuaded an advertising agency to back Tammons Rocky Mountain specimens. With minor variation from British ideals, this reads so far like a Samuel Smiles self-help story. Indeed, such rise of a waif in a barroom to wealth and power in an honored calling is one of those triumphs in which democracy glories. The partners meet. Tamman, type of the Western hustler, with 40 enterprises in mind, went to Chicago in 1893 to market a portfolio of World's Fair views. There, because they employed the same printer, he heard of Fred Bonfils and his fortune. Bonfils, who came from beginnings different from those of Tamman's, had been running a little Louisiana lottery in Kansas City, Kansas. He had $800,000 put away in storage vaults. I knew I could use that money, said Tamman's. On impulse, he went down to see Bonfils. He could have talked his way through the gates of paradise, this Tamman. Bonfils showed him the cash in the vault, and forthwith promised to back Tamman's and his ventures. The first project failed. Then the old Denver Post, a fly-by-night sheet, gave up the struggle and offered itself for sale at $12,500. Tamman got Bonfils to advance the sum and to double it for running expenses, and when the Post turned the corner, they became joint owners. To make the Post circulate and to transmute that circulation into money, it would seem that they never had any other intention. First, they attracted notice by tearing into anything and everyone. Hearst and the Yellows came along, showing the short cut to great subscription lists. Tamman and Bonfils sent for some of the best advertised Hearst writers and began to out-yellow Hearst. They raked kitchens and boudoirs for scandals and gossips. They browbeat, they bullied. They wrote from the ethical heights on subjects which did not affect their interests, that they might have a reputation for fairness when they came unfairly to advocate causes which did. They made the Post a special advocate of business projects in which they were interested. Affecting to oppose corporation privileges, they nevertheless helped the financial and political game of certain predatory corporations. See again, the beast and the jungle. Reviled and insulted and shot, they buffeted and ferreted through to amazing profits in view of Denver's size. No one can fairly call the Post good journalism as a whole, except for a certain education in the emotions which set off this new newspaper. With the heart and soul, it tends a false picture of the world. It subverts the public power of judgment. Its uncertain advocacy of good causes, along with bad, bewilders and the public mind. But it has gone like wildfire. It has made money. It has been good business. And on the other hand, it has seldom, if ever, done anything which the law could touch. Both partners are good newspaper men with a lively news sense, or they could not have done it. Bonfils has his own quieter powers, but the flamboyant and picturesque Tamman had caught Denver's fancy. He has said, if you're going to be a faker, be an honest faker. Tell 'em what you're like, then touch it up with a bit so they'll be surprised when they find out how good you really are. Proceeding on that principle, Tamman has said, both publicly and privately, sure, I'm a crook, I'm a blackmailer, what are you going to do about it? He does not mean that, as he shows when he takes off his showman's front and talks his real thought. But even in those sincere moments he tells as miraculously examples of good business, such instances of these. Good business. The owner of the Post also the Sells Floto Circus, second rate in size. The Ringling Circus, first rate in size, approached Denver. The Sells Floto won that territory exclusively for itself. By raising a side issue in print, by using private influence with the city officials, part of whom the Post had supported for election, Tamman and Bonfils got Ringling's license fee raised to an impossible figure. Ringling had to show a loss outside of the city limits. This, of course, was good business, helping the by-product with the reputation of the main product. Overland Park was the racetrack of Denver. Tamman and Bonfils wanted in on the controlling company. Refused, they started a campaign to prohibit racing in Colorado. And that was good business, showing the teeth of your corporation, that the next small firm offered an advantageous alliance might hesitate before refusing. So Harry Tamman has only reduced to an absurdity the opinions that collecting and selecting news, combining with editorial opinion and putting it out in the masses, should be regarded by the editor as a business, not a profession. But Tamman and Bonfils of the Denver Post are an exception in one direction, just as Bowles of the Springfield Republican is an exception in the other. Between them is a regiment of conscientious editors whose idea of news publication is to blend what the public wants and what it should want. They publish enough sensation, enough highly seasoned matter to keep up circulation. But they publish also more than the public really wanted, of uplift matter, of news touching and intellectual affairs. The mere passing human news of the day is the sugar on the pill. Not that they despise good reports of the latest murder or disaster or disappearance. No man could be a successful newspaperman without taking delight in the stories of this class, which enable him to exercise the sharpest technique of his craft. But they hesitate to overplay crime, disaster, and scandal for a little increase of circulation. They recognize, in short, the obligation of a newspaper, the payment which American society requires under its franchise. This being allowed, what finally is the kernel of editorial ethics, one word, I think, expresses it: truth, or better perhaps, 4 words: the search for truth. Understood in the broadest sense that bounds the editor's professional morality, but what is truth? Something like the 4th dimension, which the infinite mind can state but not grasp. Something seen differently by each beholder. And what is a laborious process is that of arriving at the final human approximation to truth in any one of the 50 stories which a newspaper publishes every day. William Smith is murdered. It seems most likely that Robert Jones did it. The next morning, in fact, the newspapers are so sure of it that they accuse Jones. Detectives must find and sift evidence. Coroners' juries sit. Grand juries return indictments. Petite juries listen to evidence and summons up. Before man creeps up to near truth in action as to determine that Robert Jones should die. But by the demand of his public, the editor must publish the fact that Smith was killed, with the probable fact that Jones killed him, on the very day of the murder, nay, at its very hour. In this case, the ideal truth becomes a desperate impossibility, yet the instance typifies 3/4 of the news which daily journalism must handle. Fact or gossip? Most news, says Tiffany Blake, is not fact anyway. It is gossip about facts. And this, I think, he has said a wise and final word. News, as it works out in a newspaper practice, amounts to gossip, the impressionist picture of truth. It is gossip organized to our uses, subdued to our land, and raised to both a science and an art. For before journalism was the town of tribal gossip, discharged in irregular and primitive fashion most lower functions of a newspaper and some higher ones. He found by force of his prying curiosity the thing which were his business as a member of the tribe, and the things which were no one's business. After that, he circulated through town or settlement, telling, and I conceived of one gossip, expressing most closely the bad sense we have come to feel in that word, whose tongue wagged on the hinges of malice and vanity, who spread no good thing about his enemies, and who made a mountain of a rumor from a molehill, of fact for the satisfaction of attracting attention. To him tribe or town listened, though they despised. He was a curse to his world. Foolish rumor and blameless report play a large part of his history of all ages, down to one which brought accurate journalism, and the springs of destructive rumor were such tribal gossip. Another kind of gossip there must have been. I imagine a man of ready speech, rolling and curious eye, and attractive manner, an ornament at any fireside, who came with his mouth full of greater and better things. The chiefs and the council had decided to change the Springs planting from Eastfield to the west. That was a good thing. He had dug into the land and found it rich. Rab had wounded Ousley and stolen away his wife. That was a pity, and Rab had his hands full with her, which served him right. A sickness was on the cattle in the northern fold. Let those in the other parts of the village keep their cows away, lest the devil get them also. The chief counselor had been caught stealing. Many thought that the tribe would exercise its immemorial right of disposing the unfit leader. I imagine him telling those tales of the day with the narrative gift, but of a view as high and progressive as the age knew. I think of him as ignoring the trivial things, the mere surmise, the facts which, spread around or abroad, would have injured individuals without benefiting the tribe. Such as he helped the upward march from tool to machinery, tribe to nation. The points of view. Each of these gossips had the eager curiosity and the burning desire to communicate its results, which marked the real journalist. The difference between them consisted partly in moral intention, but mainly in point of view, and the necessity for approaching the truth from a point of view rules use of the 20th century AD as it did them of the 20th century BC. Though they spoke simple things by word of mouth to one full fireside, and we complex things by word of pen and type and lightning press to 100,000 firesides, nothing above a market report or a tabulation of stock fluctuations, but shows the point of view of him who wrote. Pickling at random, as a Scotch soothsayer pricks his Bible for a sign, I lay my finger on a piece of news in this morning's Boston Post. It is an item, a stick long from Len. It relates to a young girl who went to sleep with a revolver under her pillow. The revolver exploded in the night, wounding her in the shoulder. As you read it, you find the reporter's point of view. It was a regretful accident. Restlessness in sleep was the probable cause. A reader sympathizes with the young woman. I imagine its treatment from the other point of view. First, the flippant and jocular, the girl who went heeled for that old fetish of humor, the man under the bed and shot only herself. Then the sensational hinting, by a twist here and a turn of phrase there, that there was more in the case than the girl told. Then the heavy monetary, implying, if only by inserting the adverb carelessly, that the girl should not keep revolvers under their pillows. Be a journalist anything more than a clod, anything less than an archangel, he must have a human point of view. Be his work any warm expression of himself, anything beyond a dry, unreadable lump, he must throw it on that light, which is an expression of character and belief. The old editor, feeling about for proper use of the news force, either overemphasized this factor or ignored it. The blatant old party organ published it, if Democratic only, the Democratic rallies and speeches, ignoring the Republican or sneering at their meetings and little 10-line reports. The point of view was there, but bigoted, narrow, and unfair. Another kind of editor who left no descendants to this generation held, as they fettered English do, the news would be colorless, that all expressions should come in the editorial columns, so he killed art in reporting, reducing it to a mechanical formula, thereby dulling the minds of his readers and forfeiting some of his hold on his public. The editor leads. Part of our inheritance from the Yellows have been the blending of news and editorial, a recognition that the paper's policy, its consistent, must infuse both a color which is a tint in the news column and depends in the editorial. Since the individual, by the spirit of the age, is coming more and more to form judgments on public affairs from the raw data, the editor's statement of facts is more important in forming public opinion than his opinions on the facts. Also, bald, colorless relation of the important news about an institution or a person that the editor is madly denouncing on his editorial page is really an inconsistency. Suppose his editorials declare that the local politician gang is a band of robbers. When news breaks that the city auditor has vindicted prophecy by stealing $1 million, shall the reporter who writes it withhold his hand? Is not the paper inconsistent if he does? Now, if the directing editor or publisher, who must potentially set this point of view for the whole paper, by all the laws of popular psychology, he cannot be effective unless he does this. Even the simplest new idea is not inserted into the public mind by a single thrust, but by continual hammering. He cannot give every reporter his head, allowing him to his own point of view. This would produce only a fabric of stitched things. Moreover, reporting involves so much legwork, requires so much spurring for the buoyancy sense of adventure, that as a rule only very young men do it successfully. A reporter's useful life is about contemporary with that of an athlete. Men so young have of themselves a point of view too immature for final trust with important affairs. The editor must guide them in this and must educate his cubs and instruct his older acquisitions in his own attitude toward life and the news. 2 front pages. Newspapers, in fact, tend always to take on the character of their directing handle. It is a trade saying that a paper cannot rise higher than its source. Every journal of ripe age acquires personality like an individual that is point of view at work. In New York, the Hearst American is fighting with the Pulitzer World for circulation. They are of the same type. Each has abandoned the extreme yellow policy. Each is after the whole wide appeal. They often interchange men so that an American executive may have worked last year on the World or vice versa. Yet they differ widely in their selection from the same news supply. Says an editor of the American, often in looking over the news of the day, deciding what stories we shall run on the front page, I think of the World. Try to pick the stories which they think most important. I can usually do it too. I don't know why, but this is a first-rate American story and only a second-rate world story, and that a great failure for them, an only mild one for us, and this is difference only expresses the varying viewpoints of Hearst Pulitzer as they make their way downward through the editorial staff. This is the end of Article 6. Read by Sarah Taylor, St. Louis, Missouri, November 30th, 2022.
Section 7 of the American Newspaper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. The Reporter and the News. This article deals with the art of reporting as first worked out by Charles A. Dana. It shows where journalism blends with literature and where it stands apart. It shows how necessary is the faculty of accurate and minute observation in artistic reporting, and how the yellow reporter conceals his lack of art by melodrama and faking. In considering the editor's relation to the news, we have seen how the supreme head of a newspaper sets the major point of view for his writing gentlemen, is keeper of their larger ethics. He determines, in his functions of selection and training, whether his newspaper as a whole shall be radical or conservative on public questions, shall treat money and property with exaggerated respect, or with scant courtesy, shall make man more important than wealth, or wealth than man, shall appeal to the head, the heart, or the lower nervous centers. He cannot, however, set for his writers their minor points of view on the little things which come under their notice. If he tries to do so, he tends to destroy all originality and individuality in the product of his force. What now of the reporter, the newest arm of this newest power in civilization? Here is a young man sent out among the million complexities of the day, to find the facts which will interest his world, to see truth for the home-stayers, as truth presents itself to his point of view. He wields, said Dana, the real power of the press. This is only measurably true, since the editor or publisher should, and generally does, lay out the larger scheme for his reporters. But the fact remains that this prying romantic individual, wholly an outgrowth of modern life, is a more vital member of the social organism than the philosophers have let themselves admit. Through the glass which he holds up before us, most of us see our times. His product is daily bread of the mind to 3/4 of the population. He is, to the individual reader, the most important functionary in a newspaper organization, just as the police power is to the humble private citizen the most important function of law. If he writes sanely, truthfully, with good taste and art, he cultivates sanity, truth, taste, and sense of proportion in his readers. If he write narrowly, cynically, loosely, and without taste, he correspondingly lowers the intellectual standard of his time. He furnishes the raw material for public opinion. If the strand be shoddy, how can the finished fabric be sound? There is a craft in reporting and an art. The reporter must first get his material, by burrowing as far as he can through the wrappings which hide fact and truth, and then write it. Each of these activities calls for a separate faculty, not always united in the individual. The experienced city editor has this dual function in mind when he speaks of his break-in reporters and his artists or writing men. The man who possessed merely the faculty of getting news was all important in the times which followed Bennett and preceded Dana. Later he divided importance with the news artists. Yet he who is merely a writer with no nose for news and no knack of getting it, is still less vitally important than the reporter with the mere sense and skill of news gathering. The supreme reporters are those in whom the two faculties blend. Such were Jersey Chamberlain, Stephen Crane, Julian Ralph, John P. Dunning, and Harry Stevens of the last generation. Such are Clifford Raymond, the late Nick Biddle, F. H. Hamilton, and Frank Ward O'Malley of this. The first personal question which a layman asks a reporter is usually, "What do you do? Just go out and hang around until you find a piece of news?" That was exactly the method of the earliest reporters, and is still of the country editor. But expansion has brought system into metropolitan journalism. A city is now "covered" by a machine as fine and complicated as a rotary press. The city editor keeps men day and night at the police station and emergency hospitals, these being the points where news of crime and disaster first manifests itself. He has a man or a bureau at the local financial center, whether it be a stock exchange or a banking district. Routine men watch the local centers of government, as the city hall, the courts, and the federal building. Others visit daily such institutions as the public library, the chamber of commerce, and the bureaus of charity. If it be a seaport, each newspaper has a marine specialist at the waterfront. Specialists keep in touch with the churches, the labor unions, society, and the women's clubs. By a similar system, the press bureaus keep watch of the wider world. Probably 9/10 of the news, and on most days all of it, comes originally from one or another of these sources. For the rest, the original information, the tip in trade slang, proceeds generally from some private source, as a gossipy friend of the city editor or of a reporter. In the scope of that narrow tenth lies the beat or scoop, the exclusive piece of news so cherished and esteemed by the older generation, and of so little real use to modern newspaper building. Why don't our newspapers tell the truth? In the larger and more advanced cities, these routine activities are taken off the individual newspaper's hands by a news agency, which covers the regular sources and rushes the bare information to all its clients at once. Then, from his own staff, the city editor sends a reporter to look further into the matter and to write the story. Little remains to chance. The machine for news gathering is as well ordered as it can be, considering that it must constantly encounter emergencies. Truth, fogged by the imperfections of human sight, hidden under the wrappings of lies, stands the final aim of a reporter when he goes out on a news tip. It is the working hypothesis of a reporter. Why don't our newspapers tell the truth? Ask politicians and excellent ladies of women's clubs. Could they only know the difficulty of reaching an approximation to the hidden fact? Accurate perception of the event which has just happened before the eyes of flesh is so exceptional as to be almost unknown. Hugo Munsterberg tried an experiment once before his Harvard class in psychology. As the students settled themselves to the lecture, two men rose from the front seat and started to fight. Others joined in to separate or to assist them. A minute of lively action followed. "Gentlemen," said Dr. Munsterberg, when the disturbance was quelled, "we have only been acting for your benefit, a little drama, rehearsed beforehand. We know, for we followed our lines, just what happened. Please write down all you saw." The resultant papers differed ridiculously from each other, and all differed materially from fact. Later, Munsterberg produced another such drama, this time warning the class, asking them in advance to observe, and to write out their observations. The results were only a little less inaccurate. A professor at a canvas university, imitating the Munsterberg experiment, staged a pretended shooting scrape. One of the actors sprang into the melee, flourishing a monkey wrench. Not a member of the class but saw it as a pistol. The steamer Rio de Janeiro struck the reef off Fort Point in the Golden Gate, ran out toward the sea in the darkness and ebb tide, and sank, blowing her whistle until the water drowned her steam. In the subsequent inquiry, the duration of her whistle blast became important. A company of soldiers was quartered just above Fort Point. Most of them heard the blasts. Part of their drill in soldiering had consisted in counting off seconds. Yet some said that the blasts were 10 seconds long, some 2 minutes, and some that there was just one continuous blast. Now the reporter really approaches accuracy of perception. Daily training has made him so. Had Professor Munsterberg produced his drama before a body of journalists, I venture that their reports would have varied but little in statement of fact. I venture that certain individuals among a body of reporters watching the canvas experiment would have detected the monkey wrench, and that there had been a trained journalist in the barracks over Fort Point. We should know more than the government ever learned about the means the Rio took to save herself. But the reporter sees few of his comedies, tragedies, dramas, and little novels of the street firsthand. He is not there when the trains collide, the maniac shoots, or the thief escapes. He must take his information second-hand from witnesses with untrained and imperfect eyes. The courts, when they come to adjudicate these matters, will have trouble enough and to spare in getting at the probable truth. Yet lawyers and detectives have weeks to weigh, sift, and correct by that circumstantial evidence which is often the best evidence, where reporters have but minutes. This would be difficult enough were all the witnesses of the events which he sets about to chronicle disingenuous and truthful. But no one is so beset by the falsity of man as this same reporter. Half the population, someone says, is trying to keep out of the newspapers and half trying to get in. And both these classes lie consistently, or employ press agents to do the lying for them. In unraveling these tangled things, in arriving at his results, marvel of accuracy in view of his difficulties, the reporter's feet, like Patrick Henry's, are guided by the one lamp of experience. Roughly acquainted with all classes of men, all kinds of human institutions, for each day brings him in contact with a fresh aspect of life, he develops intuition, which is only crystallized experience, for the probable fact hidden under human contradictions and lies. You, reader, as a consumer of newspapers, do not often see a newspaper story about a little girl lured away from home and imprisoned in a dark cellar by a villain. Yet cases of that kind are commonly reported to the police. Now experience has shown that a certain kind of hysterical girl who has played truant from home for a day or so usually falls back on her Laura Jean Libby and invents such an excuse to her family. The girl's assertion is uncontradicted, but the reporter, remembering previous cases, does not accept the story unless it has strong circumstantial corroboration. Here we have an obvious case of experience in action. In this elemental function of finding just what happened, reporters and those editors in most immediate touch with them are, by and large, about as sincere as we may expect imperfect humanity to be. The untruth in our journalism resides elsewhere. William Jennings Bryan once raised the question, "Have we an honest press?" Were news investigations all of journalism, the answer would need be a strong affirmative. Excepting for the very yellow reporter, who has lost his sense of truth and proportion, these men are after the fact and nothing else. Indeed, reporting is an unsurpassed training in sincerity. And where news results seem untruthful, the fault lies often with the reporter's judgment, not his intentions. He may accept, in the first excitement following a disaster, the statement of some hysterical official that 20 people are dead, may telephone in this estimate for an extra, and may find later that the victims number only 2 or 3. Here the public is partly to blame, since it demands immediate information. News editors, in throwing out extras while the event is still fresh, generally make allowance for this tendency and cut down the first figures. Have them is the rule of a great press bureau, and in late years the roster of victims grows rather than diminishes with succeeding extras. Again, the layman criticizes, as the reporter writes, from a point of view. Given that Mr. Bryan, for example, is in a political campaign, his picture of himself and of the Democratic cause is not quite that of an unbiased outsider. If a company of archangels, absolute in virtue and holding knowledge of absolute truth, were to become incarnate and write the running story of his campaign, still neither Mr. Bryan nor his partisans would be satisfied. Any report which did not lean toward their side would seem to them unfair and dishonest. I have heard the same news report of a political or sporting event criticized as unfair to us by both sides. Still more does this apply when the critic is a galled jade. In the height of the Roosevelt War on Corporations, I encountered a stranger who denounced with violence and some profanity the lies of the American press concerning corporations. To the Washington Post, I believe, he paid the tribute of exception. For the rest, lies, all lies. "Why, they make you think Roosevelt is a well-intentioned man," he said. "Why don't they tell the truth and show him up for a demagogue?" "What is his name again?" I asked when the stranger had gone. "Blank of the Salt Trust," came the answer. Unaware, as most men are, that truth must be stalked from a point of view, he took the variant point of view for deliberate falsehood. The criminal on trial believes that he is "getting the short end of it" from the newspapers, when they are trying fairly to present both sides of the evidence. With much just criticism of the truth in newspapers is mixed always this unjust carping. Curiously, the falsity in newspaper presentation of the world increases as it rises to the top. It is, in fact, when he passes up from news gathering to writing, when he sits down to tell in his most interesting fashion the story which he has found, that the reporter meets his greatest temptation to depart from truth. As he reviews the facts on his way to the office, they may seem bare, unilluminating. An imaginary detail here and there, a conjunction of this remote fact with that, a remark taken from its context and thrown to the fore, would give it, he feels, more dramatic, pathetic, or comic force. Few newspaper writers are so conscientious as never to have yielded to this temptation. Yet truth, illumined by a point of view, is the very kernel of the reporter's art, as it is that of his ethics. And this introduces the fact that reporting, contrary to the opinion of Robert Louis Stevenson and his kind, may be dressed out with ornament. That an art akin to Stevenson's own distinguishes the great, smashing, effective news stories from the mere dull tabulation of events. The craft is like to furniture making and interior decoration. A trade in its mediocrity, it becomes an art at its best. This art is a reporter's special province, as keeping major ethics is that of an editor. Some great news stories. Even in the academic definition of that hazy word, journalism blends with literature. Living between book covers, passed on from generation to generation, is a great body of English letters written solely for the need of the day. It includes most essays by Addison and Steele, a good part of Defoe, the Junius letters. Defoe wrote Sunday stuff, Addison features, Junius editorial. Further back than that, Pliny's story of the Pompeian disaster was a news story supremely done. Charles A. Dana used to say with all reverence that the story of the crucifixion in the Gospel according to St. Matthew was the greatest of all news stories. Xenophon wrought but as a reporter when he wrote the immortal Anabasis to tell the Athenians what account their 10,000 had given of themselves in Persia. Had Athens possessed daily newspapers, doubtless Xenophon would have published his story in them instead of on papyrus. In our own time, Mark Twain laid his hand to little more worthy of preservation in his complete works than the new story, done first for a Sacramento daily, of the shipwrecked crew which he found in Hawaii, and Hazlitt's The Fight is a sporting report. Though journalism reaches these immortal heights but seldom, we have produced in this country volumes of matter for the daily press, much better by any literary standard than most which we preserve in magazines, or embalm in books and call literature. Of such are the unhappy John P. Dunning's account of the Samoan disaster, and Lindsay Dennison's story of the struggle to rescue Bill Hoare, the diver, both lost now in old files, their very dates forgotten. The requirements of news writing. One principal canon governs the art of news writing: severe plainness. The novelist writes to tell an imaginative tale for the reader's leisure. Perhaps, going deeper, he writes also to illuminate, criticize, and explain life in bulk. The poet writes to conjure beauty. Seemly for each of these is all proportionate decoration of style and philosophical digression. The reporter is telling a story of the day. He writes in haste. In like haste his patron reads. A swift, rushing narrative, whose movement to an end no ornament dams or delays, should be his aim. He may catch the reader's attention by a trick of style, or a turn of wit. In the opening sentence, he may carry it on from stage to stage by similar devices, but he cannot stop long enough to moralize or to describe. In the first place, it clogs the story, and the rush of narrative is more important to him than even to the fiction writer. In the second, he has no time to struggle for those decorations which come spontaneously only with leisure. If he follow the right method, this haste need not make him a mere stringer of stock phrases: still smoking revolver, mad panic, prominent citizen, as so many mechanical reporters are. Within these seeming narrow limits is room, nevertheless, for art, wit, humor, pathos, drama, so long as it abides by the journalist's chief ethical canon of truth, and is not merely an invention. A man in New Jersey sat on a hickory limb and sawed between himself and the trunk. He fell 40 feet on his head. Having the kind of head which goes with that kind of trick, he was uninjured, wrote the reporter. That play of wit lay within the canons of his art, even though he showed a brutal attitude toward the victim. A woman left her baby in its carriage at the door of a department store. A policeman found it there, apparently abandoned, and wheeled it to the station. As he passed down the street, a gamin yelled, "What's the kid done?" The reporter put that in, and here again he was within the limits. Curiously enough, if one look only on the surface, but naturally if one but look deeper, the more artistic a story is, the more it squares with the facts, with the events as it happened, which is perhaps only a fashion of saying that good journalistic writing lies in finding the art of truth. For imagined details seldom quite fit in a news story. Somehow they stand crudely out from the picture. Critical writers of fiction have observed this principle at work in the reverse process. An actual and remembered incident incorporated in an imaginary story usually remains an insoluble lump in the finished product. It is the first thing on which a clever critic lays his finger, saying, "This is incongruous." Just so, imagined detail lumps and mars a good news story. For fiction is the art of lies, often true lies paradoxically, and reporting the art of truth. The greatest reporters, such as Julian Ralph, Harry Stevens, and Stephen Crane, have got their effects from details which they perceived in the event. How poor indeed is the imagining of any ordinary man compared to the detail which surrounds the event itself! If it be great enough to get into the newspapers, it must have personality, atmosphere, a background. Behind every tragedy lies a whole novel; behind every movement for human good, a poem. No story so dull, so commonplace, that the writer cannot get the incident he needs from what he sees. What he sees, there is the point, there the difference between the mechanic of news and the artist. Those very perceptions which make the good news getter, applied to a different purpose, make the news artist. 40 reporters met Mrs. Maybrick at New York after her release. One, a woman, saw that she was wearing a ready-made gown. No one else noticed that. Another, a man, saw that for all her nervously erect carriage, she showed the stiffening and coarsening of the back which hard labor imprints on woman, mark of her scrubbing at Woking jail. No one else saw that. A man and a woman of my acquaintance, both writing journalists, visited a cheap vaudeville team in their dressing room. It was a new experience for them both. "What struck you most vividly?" asked the woman afterward. "The way that stage mother was maneuvering to keep between me and her daughter," he said. "It's a pathetic commentary. Shows what they expect of life." "I didn't notice that," said the woman. "But did you see the baby asleep in the suitcase under the dressing table?" "No, I didn't notice that." Here was good detail. That of the suitcase almost beyond imagination of the novelist, yet these two pairs of trained eyes saw differently. In fact, most false, yellow, and unduly sensational newspaper writing is only a confession of lack of art. Let us go back to the type story which I have used already as illustrating the yellow method with news. The servant girl in cheap clothing who committed suicide by the Park Lake. Put an artist in reporting on that. If it strike him on his sympathetic nerve, he will observe the poor worn hands, the cheap clothes, imagine the struggle against poverty, scorn, and vice to which she has succumbed, and make a story whose pathos will carry it to everyone. It is the yellow reporter, untrained to do this, who makes it a mystery of the park, a pretty girl richly dressed. By a lie he tries to match the other's skill in truth. Wedo, of the Chicago Tribune, had a story one morning about a girl who had gone the easiest way and turned on the gas. It was a plain suicide, good for an inch-long item in every other Chicago newspaper except one, which tried to make it a mystery. Wedo marked the knot of white crepe on the tenement house door, listened to what the neighboring women, gossiping palm to face on the steps, had to say about her case, and wrote a classic. The knot of white crepe ran through it like a refrain as he traced her course from the tough public dance to the gas chamber, and he never once threw in a word to bring his own point of view to the surface, never once raised his voice. Buried in the dusty old files of the Tribune, it lingers in the memory of Chicago. A child, lost for an afternoon, was found dead in an alley. She had fallen from a roof. That happens commonly in the tenement district of New York. E.C. Hill told exactly what happened, with skillful management of the little details. And what old reader of the Sun has forgotten A Little Child in the Dark? The qualities of a good reporter. It may seem that I am treating only of the exceptional man. It may be argued that the rank and file cannot hope to be artists. As a matter of fact, such abilities lie hidden in nearly every man who has the sense of romance, the thrill of life, and the power of expression which made him a journalist in the beginning. Ignorant, mechanical copy reading and a false view of news have spoiled good reporters by regiments. Dana himself said that he produced his great results with pretty ordinary material. It was not that he got exceptional men, but that by intelligent handling, knowing where to curb the point of view, and where to give individuality its head, he made the most of material little above the ordinary. He had unusual assistants in this. Amos Cummings and Chester S. Lord were artists in news, and Sella Merrill Clark, chief schoolmaster to the Sun, has put genius into the ungrateful task of copy reading. William R. Nelson of the Kansas City Star, whose ideas on the journalistic mission differ from those of the Sun, but whose view on the art in his craft is about the same, makes like comment on his own staff. "Anyone who can write an interesting letter," said Julian Ralph, "has it in him to be a good writer for the newspapers." And anyone with that faculty is amenable to training in seeing and recording details. Above that, of course, lies capacity, the qualities of mind and heart which approach greatness. These set off the exceptional reporter, but none who is capable of holding a place on a newspaper need be a mere mechanic. The effect of the Atlantic cable. On his way to Europe after the Civil War, that great old correspondent, George Alfred Townsend, Gath, sighted the steamer which was laying the first Atlantic cable. "There's the end of newspaper writing," he said. Gath was wrong. We were hardly at the beginning of good newspaper writing, for Dana had not yet acquired the Sun. But the cable and succeeding forms of swift transmission have vindicated his back thought, for they have introduced a uniformity, a kind of monotony, into the literary form of newspapers. In Gath's time, the New York Herald, the Cincinnati Enquirer, the Chicago Tribune, and whatever other great newspaper of the period you may name, sent its own correspondents to the seat of important news, no matter how far away. After the Atlantic cable had finished the application of Morse's invention to journalistic needs, the general press bureaus appeared. Even the greatest newspapers came to rely on them for all but the most important news outside of their own territory. And a press bureau, ministering to all kinds of organs, tries to keep its writing bald and colorless. Telegraph editors can go only so far in rewriting the bare statements of the Associated Press or the United Press, and even then the rewriting avails little, since it is second-hand work. Where the city has a local news bureau, the same tendency is at work with local reports. The best editors and the smartest staffs regard this agency only as a dispenser of tips, sending their own men to do the investigation and writing. But the more slipshod workmen print the minor news about as the press bureau sends it. And this is another tool bending the newspaper toward standard gauge. The press bureaus. In fact, editors are everywhere trying all devices to beat this tendency. The Associated Press and the United Press are the leading news bureaus. The United Press, younger and lesser of the two, runs only an evening wire. All over the country, editors of important evening papers take both services for the sake of variety. The New York Sun, through its Lafayette Press Bureau, farms out its own news. This matter, being especially well written, is valuable for enriching interest. The 7 English Hearst newspapers have only 2 Associated Press franchises between them. Hearst has been forced to create a press bureau of his own, and he rents the service to other newspapers outside his territories. Of late, the New York World, Herald, and Times have taken to farming out their best news stories. They have long syndicated their features. By picking and choosing among these syndicates, the news editor may create, in stiff mosaic, a picture of his times a little different from that presented by his rival across the street. So it goes with features. Once city newspapers outside of the metropolis had their own exclusive humorists and comic artists. The Denver Tribune and the Chicago News cherished Eugene Field as their property. Except for the cartoonists who exercise a political function and cannot be passed around with apparent sincerity, the feature man appears nowadays only to be swallowed up by a syndicate which sends out his work to 20, 50, 100 newspapers. Such was the early fate of Finley Peter Dunne, Mr. Dooley. Walt Mason appeared but 2 or 3 years since on the Emporia Gazette. Already he is in a syndicate. The fine flavor of locality is gone from most city newspapers. One must look far down the scale of populations before he finds something which stands out. A distinct personality, like William Allen White's Emporia Gazette or Chester Rowell's Fresno Republican. This but follows the modern industrial law. Machine production and easy transportation tend to erode all local customs and peculiarities. This movement of the times makes against good newspaper writing. It concentrates a few high-priced stars on the press bureaus, where art is limited through the necessary limitation of the point of view, or on such great metropolitan newspapers as farm out their matter syndicate fashion, and it tends to make the rank and file in the smaller cities mere news machines. The effect of the syndicates. However, another and opposing tendency is at work. As we grow great in wealth, as having finished the all-absorbing task of breaking industrial ground, we begin to take our industrial leisure. A taste for art and all other fine things inevitably follows. Behold Chicago. 20 years ago, when she was still plowing new industrial fields, her hideous rawness, her insensibility to the finer life, were a standard American joke. But Chicago established herself, pushed business development to a point near to diminishing returns. Culture followed. At first, culture by main force, with the teeth clenched. Then a dawning appreciation of the gracious and beautiful. And now Chicago is both producing and appreciating her craftsmen and artists. It is no accident, getting back to our own ground, that the Chicago newspapers are technically the best in the United States, and that their local reports are, by and large, the best written. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. All the news that's fit to print. The present article deals with the ethics of news and news writing. It points out the danger of too great delicacy in telling the scandalous truth and the equal danger of too little delicacy. It discusses the question of private right as opposed to public curiosity and suggests the formula, quote, "A newspaper, like the man who owns it, should be a gentleman," unquote. Finally, the author shows that there is an ethical code which governs all good reporters. The St. Cecilia Society, oldest social organization in the United States, comes near to governing Charleston, South Carolina, citadel of venerable Southern manners. It does absolutely govern, quote, polite society, unquote, in Charleston. He or she who belongs to the St. Cecilia is in. All others are out. Wealth, power, and social position all group together, even in Charleston, which professes to set blood above all other social qualifications. It follows that the class of people who create most of the best news, as modern journalism defines news, belong to this circle. Charleston gentility has in its unwritten code an article concerning newspapers. It crystallizes that sentiment of Southern chivalry which Henry Watterson expressed when, in his criticism of American journalism, he made transgression of private right the main indictment against our press. Journalism must keep its hands off a gentleman. When he gets into public affairs, as when his bank changes management, he will tolerate brief and pleasant mention, but the reporter must not move a step beyond the borders of his home. The newspaper must not mention his wife, his daughter, or his guest. The St. Cecilia publishes, at the beginning of each season, a 1-inch advertising notice of its assemblies. Further, this, the most important institution in Charleston, must not be mentioned in type. No social disturbance is so violent as to drag the name of a St. Cecilia woman into print. What would happen, I once asked a Charlestonian, if a young woman of the St. Cecilia set should elope with her father's coachman? In the first place, he answered, it would not happen, sir. In the second, it would not be printed, not if the editor valued his standing in the community. The Pinckney murder strained these ethics to the breaking point. Thomas Pinckney, Jr. was secretary of the St. Cecilia. He had called on a young woman and started home. The next thing seen of him was when a neighbor heard a pistol shot and found him sitting on the pavement, wounded unto death. He died without telling who did it, and the case remains a mystery. How Charleston handled the case. No such news had broken in Charleston since the war. The press bureau sent columns of fact and conjecture to the remote corners of the country. The city talked of nothing else. In face of that, the local papers could not quite keep silence. They published, British fashion, just what came out in the coroner's inquest, no more. Of late, one Charlestonian newspaper has kept up a society column, differing from similar departments in northern newspapers in the fact that real society, as viewed by Charleston, does not appear therein. In fact, reporters and editors keep lists on their desks of the St. Cecilia members and their families, lest they transgress the unwritten law. Cut off from most of the local matter which feeds northern journals, the News and Courier and Post have let their power flow into the editorial page, precisely as did the old newspapers in the period before Bennett discovered news. In no small city is there a pair of more able editorial writers than Major J.C. Hemphill, just now after 20 years in Charleston, transferred to Richmond, and Thomas Waring. Further, the journalist occupies a position of personal power and high esteem. To take on full dignity, a public meeting must have an editor on the platform. This system protects a class and not the mass. That is the first and most obvious criticism. Mr. Biddle of the St. Cecilia keeps his daughter's suicide, his son's wild escapade, out of the newspapers. Little Giuseppe Bacigalupi cannot claim like immunity. But suppose the system were universally applied to Mr. Bacigalupi as well as Mr. Biddle. Suppose we carried it to other cities, larger than Charleston, and without the private system of social regulation which she has brought over from the antebellum period. Would it be best for society as a whole were this to become a universal rule? Before we try to answer that, let us take another example and put another question. The New York Evening Post has stood for half a century as an exemplar and model to a certain kind of American journalist. Godkin, whose soul goes marching on in its pages, has the highest professional ideals. He believed in journalism as a mission and a trust. His idea of journalistic technique was modified British. He kept out of his pages scandals and most events which disgraced the individual. In one period, the Post never mentioned murders at all. Now it usually keeps them down to paragraphs. By little more space than a bare paragraph, it reported even the Thaw murder, which filled pages next morning in all the other New York dailies. In its treatment of polite society, it approximates the Charlestonian standard. Only it draws no line between the Biddles and the Bacigalupis. What of such an attitude toward the news? Could this also, with best result for the Commonwealth, become a universal rule? Yes, if legislation were the only regulator of society, if man were made for the laws and not the laws for man. But law is only the last resort in creating and preserving social order. Without, it has stood against public opinion, the legislator, judge, and jury, and gossip the executioner, furnishing an extrajudicial regulation of offenses which the slow formal law cannot reach. Gossip, it is true, was a cruel and capricious executioner, striking down the innocent with the guilty, blasting and slaying often at the caprice of a wicked tongue. The newspaper, which has absorbed and made systematic many things which went by rule of thumb in cruder stages of society, has generally taken over this legislative power of public opinion. this executive power of gossip. We are good not only through love of God and fear of the law, not only because it pays to be good, but also because we are afraid of publicity. The power of gossip. It will be in all the papers, is the first baleful afterthought of his family when the criminal is arrested. In assuming this higher function of gossip, journalism has made it not only systematic, but also somewhat responsible. The printed word remains. The written law provides remedy for both slander, which is false detraction by word of mouth, and libel, which is false detraction by word of print. But libel is much more easily proved than slander. So while this public gossip gets a larger audience than the fireside gossip, it is forced to be much more accurate, much nearer the truth. I state a platitude when I say that government by the people is the essence of democracy. In theory, the people watch and know. When in the process of social and industrial evolution, they see a new evil becoming important, they found institutions to regulate it or laws to repress it. They cannot watch without light, know without teachers. The newspaper, or some force like it, must daily inform them of things which are shocking and unpleasant, in order that democracy, in its slow, wobbling motion upward, may perceive and correct. It is good for us to know that John Smith, made crazy by drink, came home and killed his wife. Startled and shocked, but interested, we may follow the case of John Smith, see that justice in his case is not delayed by his pull with Tammany. Perhaps when there are enough cases of John Smith, we shall look into the first causes and restrain the groggeries that made him momentarily mad, or the industrial oppression that made him permanently an undernourished, overnerved defective. It is good to know that John Jones, a clerk, forged a check and went to jail. For not only shall we watch justice in his case, but some day we shall watch also the fraudulent racetrack gambling that tempted him to theft. If every day we read of those crimes which grow from the misery of New York's East Side and Chicago's levee, some day democracy may get at the ultimate causes for overwork, underfeeding, tenement crowding. No other method is so forcible with the public as driving home the instance which points the moral. General description of bad conditions fails somehow to impress the average mind. One might have shouted to Shreveport day after day that low dives make dangerous Negroes, and created no sentiment against saloons. But when a Negro, drunk on bad gin, which he got at such a dive, assaulted and killed Margaret Lear, a schoolgirl, Shreveport voted out the saloon. The regulator of society. So far I have mentioned only instances which come within the formal law. Over those offenses which violate the spirit of social order and yet break no statute, the newspaper, in its news function, is even more powerful. Divorce, for example. Though views on the basic morality of divorce differ widely, the better part of our public believes that the application of the law, if not the law itself, is too lax, and certain divorces obtained within the law are shameful from any point of view. He or she who sets about to get such a divorce knows that the fact itself, and, most likely, the underlying causes, will get into the newspapers. In all circles is the man or woman restrained from divorce, not by religion, nor kindness, nor respect for the ultimate ends of social order, but just by fear of public opinion, a public opinion informed and guided through the newspapers. This power which helps keep the submerged tenth from picking and stealing also keeps the exalted hundredth from excessive vices, vanities, and follies. And it cannot do this if it follow the Charlestonian rule of journalism, nor yet the Evening Post rule. The question which I asked in the beginning answers itself. It would not be best for democracy were these to become universal rules. In the case of the Evening Post, one may argue that it is a class organ, not a popular one, that it looks for its limited circulation to people of education and culture, capable of abstract thinking, and that general statement of civic and social evils is enough to keep them vigilant. On the contrary, few even of this exalted class are so much moved by abstract theory as by concrete example, and these people, furthest removed from the scenes of disorder, are most in need of information. A blind, careless, upper class, with a prettified view of the world, may be a pleasant thing to artistic contemplation. It is not a good symptom for democracy. The New York woman who boasts that she has never been south of 14th Street nor east of 4th Avenue in her life is nearly as dangerous to our ultimate aims as the very criminal. One must write from a point of view. From my point of view, this very over-refinement of the Evening Post, this stretching of decency, is the great flaw in a newspaper which is otherwise almost a model of ethics. Yet, after all these concessions, the fact remains that Watterson was right on his side. Ever since Bennett entered the field, our newspapers, an uncontrolled power, have continually trampled on the right of privacy. Even when they have served the ends of higher justice, they have generally done it not with those ends in view, but with the sole object of ministering to curiosity. This indictment holds, of course, chiefly against the sensational and yellow newspapers. They have published, for the purpose of gratifying unhealthy curiosity, the very things which we consider scandal and unfair gossip when uttered by word of mouth. Through those means of extracting information which are part of a news-gatherer's craft, they have worried intimate private details from reluctant witnesses. While the suicide lay newly dead in the chamber, the reporters have bullied and browbeaten the family in the hall. Going further toward the depths, certain yellow newspapers have habitually approached actual crime in news-gathering methods. Stealing from waste-baskets, prying open desks, taking photographs from the wall when left alone in the reception room, impersonating coroner's deputies, all this stands against the account of yellow journalism. Within the law, but without all rules of good taste and seemly conduct, are other habitual yellow methods. I have known the whole family of a star criminal, nay, the very criminal himself, to draw a salary from a newspaper from the day he was arrested to the day of his execution. The salary was earned by giving up exclusive information and an intimate view of family affairs. I have known a police reporter to apply third-degree methods to a woman until he drove her into hysterics. I am acquainted with a man who owed his position on a newspaper solely to his skill in obtaining photographs by stealth. These methods, it is true, are all employed by detectives, and the law yields to detectives the right to use them. But the supplementary law which the newspaper enforces is not so well recognized that we yield the same right to reporters and editors. Further, the addition of intimate details imagined by reporter or rewrite man was a regular method of yellow journalism in its wildest days. These imaginations almost always hurt. Usually they made the subject of the story seem ridiculous and cheap. Knowing how far to go was one of the tricks. Harmless libel laws. Libel is a curious law in its practical application. Few others fail so signally in accomplishing their object. For the most sensitive, and therefore the most deeply injured, are the last people to bring suit. They fear not only the appearance in court, but also the raking over of their private affairs, the resurrection of their family skeletons, by which the yellow journal often replies to a libel suit. In fact, those who demand and recover libel damages are usually those least damaged. I have known an all-round criminal to get a $10,000 award because a newspaper called him an ex-convict, whereas he had simply served in the house of detention. Few of our editors have ever been convicted for criminal libel, yet one who nearly went to jail and did pay a fine merely committed the error of slipping an unproved crime into the record of a crooked saloon-keeper whose dive was a center for municipal corruption and gang rule, a man whom the editor was fighting from the high motive of reforming city politics. Laws will hardly serve to correct this abuse. Now there must be a line somewhere between refusing to cast light on dark places and walking over human rights. Neither you nor I, nor yet any editor who ever lived, can draw that line exactly. The fact is that it comes down to a matter of personal conduct. The newspaper, like the man who makes it, should be a gentleman. No one is able exactly to say what a gentleman is, though everyone thinks that he knows a gentleman when he sees one, for manners are an art, not a code. The golden rule of journalism. I have compared a newspaper to a highly organized, highly specialized gossip. A gentleman setting out to investigate the affairs of his village and relate them to his neighbors would know what is fair and decent to repeat and what to keep secret as of no real importance, what questions he should ask in getting his information, and what he should not ask. No other rule guides those newspapers which approximate the motto of the New York Times, all the news that's fit to print. And no other rule guides the best reporters, such men as the corps of Washington correspondents, who are bringing their craft from low esteem to something like professional standing. In character as in efficiency, the man who works the street has improved greatly during this generation, that in spite of the yellow flood. Journalists do not blink the fact that this department sprang from bad beginnings. The typical reporter of Bennett's generation, who hammered the news cog into the world machine, was not an exalted human being. O. Henry's Jeff Peters describes the older type, quote, "Reporters always pull out a pencil and tablet on you and tell you a story you've heard and strike you for the drinks," unquote. Atterbury, Jeff's accomplice, adds, quote, "A man about half shabby with an eye like a gimlet, smoking cut plug with dandruff on his coat collar, and knowing more than Shakespeare and J.P. Morgan put together," unquote. Typically, he was shabby within and without, a disrespecter of all persons, a grafter of small privileges, such as theater tickets and railroad passes, frequently dissipated, almost always bohemian. Indeed, an ancient trade superstition taught that the most brilliant man was he who drank most. Only recently have executives insisted on temperance as a practical virtue in reporters. Following the most romantic and adventurous craft which modern industry knows, he looked on public privilege and private rights as most adventurers do. Perhaps it was the university man who changed all this. Greeley used to announce profanely that he would not have a college graduate in the basement, not if he knew it. Most of his colleagues held with him. But in the 70s, the bachelors of arts began to invade newspaper offices. In the 80s, they arrived in numbers, and in the 90s, they took the profession unto themselves. Guessing roughly, I should say that half of the reporters on our metropolitan newspapers and 3/4 of the editors are now college or university men. Is it intellectual snobbery to say that the university man in bulk brings to his work not only a better equipped mind, but a finer sense of personal conduct? Then, too, with the organization of news as a force in society, appeared a conviction that writing for a daily paper is a worthy career. The older generation held differently, still under the belief that the power of the press must reside in editorial opinion. The great editors regarded news gathering as a necessary nuisance. They looked down on their reporting staffs and picked their men accordingly. The Code of Ethics. Now, strangely, these men at the bottom of the profession, if we measure standing by salary and public esteem, have come nearest of all American journalists to forming a professional spirit and formulating an ethical code. Not all reporters hold that code, of course, but the best, the directing journalists of tomorrow, do. These are its main articles. First, never without special permission print information which you learn at your friend's house or in your club. In short, draw a strict line between your social and professional life. The journalist must keep such a line if he is to be anything but a pariah. The layman generally does not understand this. The remark thrown at him across a dinner table, "Of course this is not for publication," offends the very young reporter. Later, iteration breeds indifference. Second, except in the case of criminals, publish nothing without full permission of your informant. The caution, quote, "but this is not for publication," unquote, stands between every experienced reporter and a world of live, sensational matter. As a rule, reporters and their directing editors abide by this article of the code to the last item. It is a question not so much of morals as of convenience. In news gathering, acquaintance is half the battle. A man once betrayed goes forever off your calling list. Continue the process and you lose all acquaintance. Politicians, popular clergymen, police officials, and others who have daily contact with reporters understand this working agreement. The Washington Corps has called Theodore Roosevelt, quote, "the greatest journalist of us all," unquote. He showed this in his confidences to the newspapermen. Again and again, he told the reporters at his daily interviews the whole secret of a blind event. Quote, "This is for your own information. Don't print it until I tell you," unquote, he would say, and woe to the white who did it. Seldom was Roosevelt betrayed, and then only on minor points. Not only convenience holds good reporters to this article of faith, but also real sense of morals. I know a reporter who was ostracized for years by his fellows because he published matter after the admonition of secrecy from his informants. The breaking point came when 7 men from as many newspapers went to interview a politician under fire. He gave them the formal news, and later the story of his private relation to the event. Quote, "But you won't print that, of course," he added. "Oh, no," responded all the reporters, except this one. He published it. The story was a fine beat. "You didn't notice that I didn't say no," he said in extenuation. This read him out of the craft. Keyhole reporting taboo. Third, never sail under false colors. State who you are, what newspaper you represent, and whether or no your informant is talking for publication. If there is keyhole work to be done, leave that to the detectives, who work inside the law. Fourth, and to Henry Watterson, the cardinal article in the code, keep this side of the home boundary. Remember that when the suicide lies dead in the chamber, there are wretched hearts in the hall. That when the son is newly in jail, intrusion is torment to the mother. Nearly all reporters who expect to remain in the business respect Articles 1 and 2. Articles 3 and 4 most of them would like to respect. They cannot do so, however, without permission of their directing editors and of the publisher, a court of last resort. Half the reporting staffs are forced to do distasteful things because the publisher needs the news and does not care how the mere agent gets it. Yet with the passing of yellow journalism and the contemporaneous passing of the craze for beats, publishers begin to see that enlightened self-interest may demand observance of even these articles. The reporter is, to the plain citizen, the visible representative of his newspaper. A violated home becomes a hostile home, and certain journals owe their special facilities for news-getting to the decency and acceptability of their reporters. There are city editors as scrupulous about the methods of their men as any reporter could wish. On the New York Sun and Post, the Kansas City Star, the Chicago Post, the Boston Transcript, and the Washington Star, the reporter who presented information plucked from a wastebasket or bullied from a woman at the back door would be presenting an application for discharge. Most of these newspapers have their shortcomings. In some, the vices may be more harmful to the body politic and social than any lapse in manners, but they do insist on decent relations between the reporter and his public. The limits of gentility. The newspaper should be a gentleman. Such is the whole formula. However, some arbiter of manners has said, quote, "It is never gentlemanly to knock a man down, but sometimes a gentleman must do it nevertheless." Unquote. When the law is not the regulator of society, but its disturber, not the protector of the weak, but the bulwark of the brutal strong, then the newspaper, chief expression of public opinion, becomes agent of a justice higher than formal law. Justice is grim business. Its processes from arrest to execution are not pretty. And in such a fight as that with the Key Gang in Philadelphia or Tammany in New York, a few breaches of mere manners count for little beside the ultimate object. When Watterson made his criticism of our press, several American editors expressed themselves in approval or opposition. Ernest S. Simpson, editor of the San Francisco Call, stated the other side. Quote, "It is a well-recognized function of American journalism," he said, "to play the part of an electric light in a dark alley. The light exposes ugliness, and until it is exposed, ugliness will not be cleaned up. The people who most fear publicity talk most of sensational journalism. Let Colonel Watterson take care that he is not charged hereafter with trying to turn off the electric light in the dark alley." Unquote. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Morell. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. Part 9. The Advertising Influence. In this article begins a discussion of the influences which hamper free journalism in the United States. It describes a system of publication through which the advertiser not the reader, pays for the newspaper. By the example of Boston, a city of fairly high journalistic ideals, it proves that the constant demands of these advertisers for special favors may weaken the use and influence the press. The next article will discuss the advertiser side of the question. From these last 10 years of so-called muckraking, we have evolved a phrase, the system. Like most new phrases, it has behind it meaning and history. In the complex organization of modern society grow large and rooted injustices, often the fault of no one man, at worst the fault of only a few. The agents of these systems may be above the ordinary in private virtue. They are but operatives, each tending, oiling, and repairing one little wheel in a great machine. Or, if they work directly and personally for evil, as does the ward boss in a political system, they may do it without any searing of the inner soul. They found the system at their birth into affairs. They absorbed it with their business education. They have never seen it through virginal eyes. The modern specialization of industry beats souls into tortured forms, as it does minds and bodies. The main handicap on American journalism in its search for truth, in its presentation of that truth to its times, is precisely such a system. And curiously, this one, unlike the Wall Street system, the Standard Oil system, or the system of ward politics, did not owe its inception to moral turpitude on the part of the founders. No Rockefeller or Gould, Quay or Croker built it up. On the contrary, it grew from the editorial and business policy not only of the ruthless Bennett and Hearst, but of the conscientious Greeley and Meadow. It arose with the growth of the times, but it is no less a perplexity and a danger. The advertiser pays. The system in the American newspaper proceeds from the fact that the subscriber who buys the newspaper that it may teach him about his times and fight his battles against privilege is not paying for that newspaper. The advertisers are paying. About 1% of the population, and often the very 1% united, in the present condition of the American society with the powers most dangerous to the common weal. That, however, is not quite the taproot of the trouble. The American newspaper has become a great commercial enterprise. $1 million, yardstick of big business, seems like a pauper's purse beside the fictitious or actual value of many metropolitan journals. The possibilities of profit and loss vary between the Chicago News net earnings of $800,000 per annum and the $400,000 dropped in 1 year to establish a new kind of journalism in Boston. Men and companies controlling such funds look at business in the business way. It has followed inevitably that the controlling head of most newspapers, the so-called publisher, is not an editor with the professional point of view, but a businessman. When the American Newspaper Publishers Association meets in national convention, it does not discuss methods of news gathering nor editorial problems. The addresses treat of the price of white paper, of new machinery, of organization for extending circulation, of the advertising rate. The only sixpenny newspaper which flourished before the time of Bennett took advertisements, though it did not really need them. Its editorial running expenses were low. It could make profits on its sales alone. From the moment when the New York Sun and Herald, now it happens 2 and 3 cent papers, entered the field at a price of 1 cent, advertising became a vital necessity. Hudson, the old newspaper historian, stops for a moment his consideration of evaporated issues to record that Bennett systemized advertising, put it on a cash basis, and established a regular corps of solicitors. He had to do it in order to live. So did the old editors of high purpose who followed him. For after Day and Bennett cheapened the price on the street, the 6-cent metropolitan newspaper departed this life. Only New Orleans and the Pacific Coast held to a price even as high as 5 cents. New Orleans because it proceeds in everything by ways of its own, the Pacific Coast because it would not recognize a coin smaller than a nickel. The Cincinnati Enquirer is the one sub-exception to this rule. 1 or 2 cent became the law, and when the drift was towards a smaller price. Within 6 months, all the Chicago newspapers have dropped to 1 cent. True, A few publications with special clienteles hold out to this day for a higher price. The New York Herald, for example, circulates mainly among the wealthy, easy-spending class of the lavish metropolitans. So it is able to charge 3 cents. Yet many experts believe that the greater circulation and advertising receipts, and in the end greater profits, would follow a lower sales rate. Reduction from 2 cents to 1 was the beginning of its present prosperity for the New York Times. The New York Evening Post and the Boston Transcript, 3-cent newspapers, have their confessedly limited circulation among readers who do not weigh pennies. The Springfield Republican has been able to keep the 3-cent rate because of its excellence and its place in the affection of Western Massachusetts. Nevertheless, its 1-cent rival across the street makes claim to nearly double its circulation. A change of base. The newspaper whose subscribers paid for it died with the birth of the news. In the period between 1850 and 1880, if the advertiser's money did not do the paying, a baser influence did. For we have lost along the way one excrescence of journalism. Time was when many newspapers took their graft from politics and accepted regular subsidies from candidates or central committees. Generally, though not wholly, that passed. The business became systemized. The advertiser paid. Following the law of commerce, the newspapers organized their salesmen of advertising and sent them forth to cajole businesses away from their rivals. The department store arrived with its enormous contracts, sometimes $50,000 a year to one publication, and its news advertising, liked by housewives and therefore a builder of circulation. He who got most advertising was the most successful business manager. The rush for this kind of revenue became a craze. Many merely commercial publishers seemed to forget circulation, the product which they were selling to advertisers in the rush for customers, as though a weaver should neglect his factory and his wool supply and look only to his sales agency. In the 80s we're all issuing such proclamations as this: circulation 73,000, 20% above that of our nearest morning rival. By the early years of this century, newspapers were bawling. We published 554,000 inches of advertising in this period against 448,000 by our nearest rival. Slowly at first, then with increasing momentum, advertisers learned their power. Indeed, in certain quarters the advertising solicitors helped to teach them. For the less conscientious and solidly run newspapers began offering comforts and immunities as a bonus to attract customers. Advertisers got into the way of asking for these special privileges, often in communities where the newspapers were timid and mushy, for every privilege, even dictating policies. This extent of their demand varied with the local custom of their communities. But finally, in cities like Philadelphia and Boston, an impossible state of affairs confronted even that publisher who cared more to be an editor than a moneymaker. The system had grown so set that he must make concession or fail, for if he did not, his rival would get the business, and without the business he could not pay the high editorial salaries, the press bureau fees, the telegraph tolls, the heavy wages to mechanics, which first-class journalism demands. So must he cheapen product, lose circulation, and fade away. Hardly can one blame the advertiser. His is the business view. Modern businesses demand mutual favors. With whom do department stores spend more of their earnings than with the publishers? Have they not, as businessmen, a right to ask not only slight favors but also policies favorable to their interests? And indeed, we cannot blame the publisher if we concede that he is merely manufacturing a commodity, that a newspaper is just a commercial institution. In the strictest business ethics, the manufacturer holds to nothing beyond making the product which will honestly please and satisfy his purchasers. And the chief purchaser of newspaper wares is, after all, not the reader, but the advertiser. This consideration, if no other, reduces to an absurdity the business attitude towards journalism. I am manufacturing a commodity. I am responsible for turning out a sound article, no more. The proportion of ad revenue. How much the advertiser pays, how little the subscriber, is shown by one unit of measurement employed in the business offices. The publishers of 1-cent newspapers try to make the revenue derived from subscriptions and street sales pay for the white paper on which they print. If they achieve that result, they consider that they are doing exceptionally well. If, in addition, they pay for the cost of circulation, paper wagons, and carriers, they call themselves marvels. All other expenses, as rent, the upkeep of a great mechanical plant, salaries and wages to 1, 2, or 300 employees, ink, power, and incidentals, the advertiser pays. More pertinently, he pays interest and profits. Estimating from what exact knowledge we have, I should say that the advertiser turns about $3.50 to $4 into the average metropolitan newspaper to $1 paid by subscription and street sales. The proportion varies greatly. Practically, it is always on the side of the advertiser. One New York newspaper confesses that the proportion is 9 to 1. The Scripps League has an important member which makes a profit at 2 to 1. But Scripps is a genius at newspaper economics. In New Orleans alone is the balance on the other scale. Until recently, the Times Democrat got nearly $2 from sales to 1 from advertisers. But New Orleans is a 5-cent town, and the Times Democrat charges $9 a year to its regular subscribers, where a 1-cent northern newspaper with a 5-cent Sunday edition charges $6 or less. Besides, New Orleans, as I have said, is a law unto herself, and the item, which has entered the city with the new methods, more nearly approaches the northern ratio. News suppression. What does the advertiser ask as bonus in return for his business favor? Sometimes a whole change of editorial policy, as when the Pittsburgh newspapers were forced to support a candidate for the bench chosen by the department stores. More often the insertion of personal matter, of no news value in itself. Most often the suppression of news harmful to himself, his family, or his business associates. Taking one small general example, I have never seen a story about a shoplifting case in which the name of the store was mentioned. It has occurred, I believe, in certain favored corners of the country, but not in my horizon. Usually the item reads, "In an uptown department store, in a 14th Street emporium, the department store exists for and by women. They like respectability and safety. News that criminals are at large among its customers may frighten them away." So reasons the store manager, and doubtless he is right. 'Tis but a small favor to a customer, the denaturing of such news. Publishers who show considerable backbone concerning advertising control of larger policies generally grant this favor to the department stores. Carried further, the advertiser asks, and often gets, suppression of scandals and disgraces affecting his family or disasters injurious to his business. Here the harm begins, for if the justification for newspaper publication of scandal and disaster is the extrajudicial justice which it evokes, this is class discrimination and special privilege. For example, and a type example at that, an elevator in Henry Siegel's Boston store came down to the first floor behaving curiously. The operator investigated. He found the mangled and dead body of a woman, Jean Goulet of Marlborough, Massachusetts. How it happened no one exactly knew. It is only certain that Miss Goulet's death was an accident, not a crime. There was good sensation. The Boston newspapers ignored the event just as they had ignored an escalator accident in the same store a few years before. It is true that the Goulet case happened at the same time of the Chelsea fire, when the newspapers were cutting everything to the bone. But on that same day, several of them carried a story about a little boy killed by a dog at Dexter, Maine. In fact, if one looks for a large general example, he can do no better than consider the present state of the Boston press. Like anyone who is about to say something detrimental, I begin by stating the virtues of Boston journalism. For decency in drawing the line between silence and invasion of privacy, it is quite satisfactory. Much of it has a kind of intellectual cast which squares with Boston's best old ideals. The Globe satisfies the New England liking for small and pleasant personal gossip, and it does it smoothly and sanely. The Post has taken the Globe's policy and supplemented it with a large view, if a somewhat sensational one, on the larger world. It has achieved the miracle of appealing to both the Back Bay and the Gashouse district. The Transcript justly regards itself as a beacon light of journalism. Not even the New York Evening Post gives more real education on the higher life, publishes such a mass of well-written advices concerning social and intellectual movements. The American is least yellow, and probably most truthful of all Hearst evening organs. Yet Boston has all but universally fallen into an attitude of subserviency towards the advertiser. From his first cub assignment, the typical Boston journalist has been taught that the price of journalistic silence is a 2-inch advertisement. Here and there throughout the country are newspapers just as respectful to their source of revenue, but in no other city is this system so frankly accepted as a necessary part of the business. Let us see how it works in practice. The beer cases. Hearst had entered Boston in 1905, was struggling, Hearst fashion, for circulation, and he began with the best device of yellow journalism, the war on special privilege. Later he used that sword more sparingly. At about this time, Dr. Charles Harrington, an admirable health officer, turned his attention to the Massachusetts breweries. He found by analysis that much of the beer and ale sold in his state was adulterated, contrary to law, with salicylic or fluoric acid. In the course of 6 weeks, the grand jury indicted a dozen brewery companies and many bottling houses for this offense. It was important news, as any newspaper man knows. Hearst used it for one of his loud campaigns. But did the Transcript or the Globe or the Post publish the fact? They did not. Red Fox Ale, made by the Massachusetts breweries, was on the list of indictments. Red Fox Ale had a small advertisement in the Transcript. When the grand jury returned its finding in that case, the Transcript published a list of the day's indictments, but omitted this highly important one. The grind of justice reached Harvard Beer, a heavy advertiser on billboards and in newspapers. Most of the other brands changed their names after the expose. Harvard Beer decided to give up adulteration and to go on with its name and advertising. What the Transcript published. The Harvard Brewing Company was indicted on Saturday, April 8th. Most of the evening papers, including the Transcript, ignored this important piece of news. The Transcript published in its issue of April 8th the fact that a workman had fallen from a tree, that an aged pauper had been found dead in bed, and that the Harvard Shooting Club was about to hold a meet, but not the fact that Harvard Beer, known to every consumer of malt liquors in Massachusetts, was in peril of the law for adulteration. Neither was the fact noted on Monday, April 10th, but on Tuesday, April 11th, Harvard Beer 1000 Pure appeared in the pages of the Transcript as a half-page advertisement. This advertisement shrunk in the issue of April 13th to 3 columns, in which form it continued through 10 issues. But for the American and the Traveler, the adulteration of Harvard Beer would have escaped the Boston public. If any other newspaper noted the fact, it concealed it in a far corner of an obscure page. I regret that this special and glaring instance, so useful in proving the rule of Boston journalism, hits the Transcript so hard. For in a great many instances, it has been the one Boston newspaper which has shown its disposition to sacrifice advertising for news. It fell in this case, however, and this is not the only case. The Transcript's independence. The Transcript, indeed, has just given striking proof of its general independence. The Jordan Marsh department store is perhaps the heaviest single advertiser in Boston. In the spring of 1910, they built an annex across Avon Street from their main building, and they wanted permission for an overhead bridge connecting the two structures. By the law of Massachusetts, a municipal permit was not enough in this case. It was necessary to get a bill through the legislature. This was not in itself a harmful measure. The bridge would have been a real convenience to the public, but the precedent was rather dangerous. Jordan Marsh apparently feared opposition, and they requested the newspapers to keep silence. The bill came up for hearing before the regular committee. The Transcript noticed this hearing, thereby making itself offensive to Jordan Marsh. The committee passed the bill over to the Attorney General for an opinion on its constitutionality. He reported on March 31st that it was undoubtedly unconstitutional. Now that decision was news, first because it denied to Boston a public convenience, and second because it was a precedent for other firms which wished special favors in the use of the streets. As a matter of fact, it was the most important piece of the State House news on that day. The Transcript printed it at its news value, 3/4 of a column. One or two of the others guarded themselves by brief mention. Silence from the rest. I do not know what contracts or arrangements the transcript has with the Jordan Marsh Company, but I do notice that Jordan Marsh has not advertised in the transcript since early April. Apparently, the Boston Bible is paying for impious presumption. Boston went through several fights with the gas company before it got a fair rate. The company, realizing on what side its bread is buttered, is an advertiser, and it is allied with other advertisers. And the reformers, in successive battles, had to fight not only against the company and its allied interests, but against the thick, heavy silence of the newspapers, though Hearst, it is true, took their side in the last battle. $1 a line. It was in one of the early skirmishes that the attorneys for the people and the company introduced their arguments on the same day. Next morning, most of the newspapers printed the company's argument in full and the argument of Louis Brandeis, attorney at large for the people, in a brief synopsis. That night, a reformer, himself an advertiser and therefore a privileged person, approached a Boston publisher. "Why don't you give us a fair shake?" he asked. "Here's 7 columns of gas argument and only half a column of Brandeis's reply." "Well, sir," replied the publisher, "I'd really like to accommodate you, but we're publishing a newspaper, and we can't make it all gas fight. The company paid $1 a line in good money for that speech, so we just had to publish it in full, and we were forced to cut down on Mr. Brandeis." The instances are too many for mention in detail. The following, rightly understood, are just funny. A. Schumann, clothing dealer and philanthropist, is a liberal advertiser. He is also director of the city hospital. The Boston City Hospital is rather better than most, but in the best of such institutions arise from time to time cases of carelessness in diagnosis or treatment. When the station man reports such a case to a Boston newspaper, it goes into the wastebasket automatically. I cannot find that Mr. Schumann ever asks this favor. The trained mind of the Boston copy reader says, "City Hospital, Schumann, advertiser, out with this." There was a divorce in a department store family. The proceedings occurred in open court. All the reporters had access to the records, and the family did not ask to have the facts suppressed. Perhaps they reasoned, as many do in like cases, that if a marriage be made public, so should its dissolution. Nevertheless, the Traveler alone published the fact. That month, the other newspapers had dozens of divorce stories, each affecting persons of lower social position and therefore of smaller news value than those. Again, the process was automatic, instinctive in the mind of the Boston journalist. 2 excellent examples came out in 1910. Mrs. Minnie M. Akers entered the Houghton & Dutton's department store in the Christmas rush of 1907. She was in a delicate condition. A store detective mistook her for a shoplifter, had her detained, and searched. He made a great mistake. Not only did he discover no evidence, but he gave her such a shock that she all but died. She and her husband brought a suit which came to trial on May 16, 1910, and obtained a verdict of $8,400. New note. There were 7 jury sessions going on at this time. This was in the 4th session. It was the most important case tried in all 7 sessions on that date. The Herald and the Advertiser run a court column for the benefit of lawyers, a brief synopsis of all the cases. The Advertiser gave a 3-line, colorless record of the verdict. The Herald dropped the case out of its record. It reported sessions 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, but not session 4, while that case was on. When the next day a small personal damage case came up in 4, the Herald resumed its full report. The Herald was dead near bankruptcy and was inclined to eat out of every hand that dipped into gold. At this period, indeed, it put forth for the benefit of its editors a keep-out book listing those persons and firms who must be extended every courtesy. But the other papers were just as subservient. For this unusual case, this heavy verdict, was fair news smaller in the general columns, outside of the legal department. Had the defendant been a saloon keeper, for example, it would have been good for an item anywhere. Publicity in the department store. The Boston Traveler changed management last year after the episode of Fahey versus the National Shawmut Bank to be mentioned later. Cleveland Capital bought it. Cleveland newspapermen took the management. And the Cleveland newspapers in general are fairly free from advertising control. The new editor started apparently with the same square deal to all rule, which Hearst followed when he invaded Boston. An ammonia tank blew up in the basement of Henry Siegel's department store about 4 o'clock one afternoon last July. The Traveler and the American are the only Boston evening newspapers which publish a late baseball extra. All the others had sent their last edition to press by 4 o'clock. The Hearst American ignored it. The Traveler sent a reporter. He found that the condition of affairs picturesque, though not dangerous. The fumes had rolled up into the store, driving the shoppers and store girls before them. A few of the girls had gone back for their hats. Fumes had overcome them. When the Traveler reporter arrived, men employees were assisting them out. The Traveler published this story on the front page. The morning newspapers passed it over without a line. The Associated Press sent it out. The New York newspapers proved their appreciation of its absolute value by giving it space, many on the front page. The Boston Transcript next afternoon showed better backbone than it did in the Harvard beer case by printing the Associated Press story. And that was all the publicity which this live news matter got in Boston. In the same summer, a hot bolt dropped into a barrel of tar at the Charlestown Navy Yard. The barrel blazed, and the workmen heaved it overboard, whereupon the episode was closed. But that made space in all the Boston newspapers. The American gave it a 5-column display on the front page. The Navy does not advertise. Another influence. Another and more subtle influence spreads from the advertiser to asphyxiate free journalism in Boston. Before I attack that point, I must digress to lay before the newspaper reader a distinction which every newspaper maker understands. If your journal is to preserve even the appearance of frankness, it must make some physical distinction between voluntary statement of the truth and paid matter. Generally, the distinction is set by the character and face of the type. The reader should know it at a glance, usually does know, whether this or that item is paid matter or genuine news written untrammeled from the point of view of the reporter. The advertiser pays his tribute to the power of the press by his eagerness to get a type display identical with that of the news columns. So appears the so-called reading notice, whose price is from 2 to 10 times that of the corresponding space in advertising type. Fair newspapers generally accept such matter, but state its purpose by printing at the end advert or the 3 stars, which have come, in the perception of most readers, to mean the same thing. Between those 3 stars and blank space lies the difference between truth and falsehood. When he makes a reader appear like news, the editor adulterates his product. It may be quite harmless adulteration, as when he gives news of a millinery opening in a department store. It may be poisonous adulteration, as when newspapers here and there throughout the country publish dollar-a-line Smith's paid dispatches lying about the situation in the corrupt insurance companies. It is always, in greater or smaller degree, a violation of the newspaper's tacit contract with its readers. Reading notices as a bonus. Now, reading notices, published without star or distinguishing mark, have been a constant source of revenue to most Boston newspapers. Boston has recently improved a little in this respect. A new law is at the bottom of the Reformation. By common consent, however, the department stores still expect reading notices as a bonus. "How many readers will you give us?" asks the store advertising manager of the solicitor. Unless he desires something contrary to obvious public morals or to the newspaper's policy, anyone, until recently, could insert nearly anything in most Boston newspapers at $1 a line. The Boston Elevated, for example, wishes to make an example of conductors convicted of knocking down fares. These cases are merely petty larceny. The amount of the theft is seldom more than $10 or $15. They are hardly worth the attention of a metropolitan newspaper. But until recently, the Elevated Company has paid certain newspapers $1 a line to publish these items as news. Go back and compare these $10 larcenies published in full with the $8,400 Houghton and Dutton verdict, absolutely suppressed. If the conductors also were advertisers, doubtless their crimes would not be published, not though they stole the whole railroad. Much mere stuff crowding out more valuable matter gets into the Boston newspapers through this cringing attitude. If the management asks favors, so may the chiefs of departments. The sister-in-law of a head buyer belongs to the little busy bees of the 10th Unitarian Church, which is about to give a lawn party. The head buyer is likely to ask, and the newspaper to grant, extended advance notice of this mildly thrilling event. So, in the preferred position of occupying 3 columns with pictures, we find the lawn party notice not as news, but merely as something about to happen. How much padding and fluff has appeared concerning the Boston Opera House, only the Boston News editors know. For the department story family of Jordan is heavily interested in this philanthropic enterprise, and much of this matter comes from the press agency, not of the Opera House, but of the Jordan Marsh Company. The process is harmless adulteration, not poison, only a little water, but when it becomes too common, it distorts the picture of this world which the newspaper presents its readers. The effect of Boston journalism. Decent of speech, cowardly of heart. A prophet when the cause does not touch its own pocket, a dumb thing when it does. By such journalism is Boston served. Has its half-hearted policy affected the public intelligence of its city? I believe that it has, for the social and intellectual cast of Boston is curious. The ancient New England spirit of stern virtue remains. The second generation from the fiery abolitionists have kept their idealism, if not their fire. Boston orders its saloons closed on Sundays, and sees that they remain closed. It enforces strict decency of public conduct. It is the last American word on good taste in municipal architecture. And notice this parallel. On conventional personal morals, on merely physical municipal improvements, its newspapers are strong. In no other American city is so great a proportion of people who want to do the right thing. But they wobble ineffectually, while the gang and allied interests go straight to what they want. For in few other American cities do the people so dimly understand what is the right thing socially and politically, that the moral face of the world has changed in this generation, that the great issues are no longer political but economic, that new conditions have brought new sins. Boston as an entity knows not these things. And I for one believe that Boston is not so because she is Boston, but because her newspapers have withheld the light that never was in university or college, the light of a sane, broad, truthful point of view on the daily flow of the times. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. The Unhealthy Alliance. This article shows that many newspapers slant or tint their editorial columns of their own accord in order to attract or to stimulate advertising, and it reveals the system once prevalent in the New York Journal, whereby $1,000 would buy indirectly an editorial by Arthur Brisbane. It shows further that sound business policy, as well as public weal, demands a general cleanup in the advertising columns of the American newspapers. The next article, which will appear June 17th, will deal with the control of newspapers by big business through the advertiser. The business of newspaper making is at present in the involved and disorganized condition which always follows a period of expansion. None of its perplexities is greater than this one of advertising, and the relation of advertising to editorial and news policies. So far as one can draw generalizations regarding anything so involved, this rule holds. The relations between newspapers and their advertisers tend naturally to become unhealthy, and publishers of a certain commercial get-rich-quick class are primarily to blame. The craze for advertisements. The ultimate profits of journalism, so it would appear to the shallow-minded, have lain in advertising revenue. In the decade which followed the establishment of yellow journalism, the rush for advertisements became a madness. The shrewdest practical economist in the business of newspaper making once spread out for me on his study table a newspaper which, although of large circulation and good advertising patronage, was nevertheless in financial trouble. By pure arithmetic, he showed how this and that plethoric advertisement was published at apparent profit but actual loss, owing to the overhead cost of getting the business. Enough advertising, you see, and the sheet would go into bankruptcy, he said. And if business sense so easily goes by the board for the pride and prestige of announcing, we published 100,000 more inches than our nearest rival, how much more easily may journalistic ethics? Anything to get advertising is the tacit motto among publishers of this wildest variety. For this they publish dangerous and obscene medical display, containing words and ideas which the editors would not permit, nor the public countenance in the news columns. For this they exploit enterprises which every man in the office, from the solicitor who takes the advertisement to the circulation manager who sends it forth, knows to be fraudulent. For this, finally, they barter the honor of their editorial staffs. And once such a publisher begins to set the pace for a city, his weaker competitors, however much they dislike it, are often forced to imitate his methods, or fail. Where combination fails. We have already considered the influence of the advertiser in suppressing news. I took Boston for an example. Boston is over-newspapered. Business managers in that city must calculate closely, and they must be cautious about changes which may affect their revenue in the slightest degree. Yet, even in Boston, organization among the publishers would cure the suppression habit, would cure it with ultimate financial gain and little immediate loss. The bona fide advertiser needs the newspaper as much as the newspaper needs him. In no other manner could department stores, theaters, and clothing houses reach their patrons so cheaply and so efficiently. But the business manager, real head of many modern journals, will not put the shoe on the other foot. For if he should throw away the advertising club over the news columns, he would be throwing away a weapon of competition. The newspapers can be brought together for common causes. They unite to suppress news of one another's libel suits, to bring down the price of white paper, to resist labor unions, to facilitate the means of circulation. On the policy of resistance, so necessary to free journalism, publishers have seldom united. First, because each dislikes to give up a means of beating the other, and second, because many of them see no good reason for trying to be independent. No, if we had the whole truth, we should understand that the custom of suppressing news, of slanting news policies at the request or command of the advertiser, originated not so much with the advertiser himself as with the solicitor of the newspaper. It is easy, in the rush and competition for advertising, to fall into the habit of getting business by hinting that the bazoo takes care of its friends. It is almost as easy for the business office, guardian of the proprietor's revenue, to cajole or drive the editors into suppressing this piece of news, abandoning that policy. Again, I say, blame not the advertiser. He sees his business attacked. Perhaps he sees his family on the edge of disgrace. Being human, he is not likely to consider the remote consequences to the public of this or that specific act in defense of his own. The newspapers, if not the one in immediate question, then others in the past, have given the idea that advertising brings special favors. He puts down the screws with sincere conviction of his rights in the matter. To show who is usually party of the first part in this unhealthy alliance, let us take an aspect of the relations between the newspapers and the theaters in New York. From certain instances, the public has gained the impression that the dailies of the metropolis are forced to trim their dramatic criticism to suit advertisers. That is not generally true of New York, although it is in the case of some smaller American cities. Daily dramatic criticism in New York is shallow, but so generally is all American criticism, whether of the drama, the literature, or art. That branch is the last to sprout on the tree of culture. It has hardly budded in America. But New York criticism is usually free from business control. Most managers understand that their theatrical advertising will not buy favorable notices. Yet, on the other hand, Hearst's Evening Journal has of late been offering the influence of its editorial page as a bonus to theatrical advertisers, so illustrating, as in cross-section, where the primary responsibility frequently lies. In fairness to Hearst. Before I proceed, we must set ourselves right toward William Randolph Hearst. There is a kind of muckraking, much in vogue of late, which consists in massing all the invidious facts about a man or an institution, and by ignoring the sense of proportion, proving what appears a black case. Such work is accurate, but not truthful. Nothing were easier than to muckrake Hearst in this fashion. He is a strange, complex creature, touched by genius, if not wholly of the genius type. His acts and his influence have been as curiously mixed as his character. If he has tended to lower the tone of American news reporting, to make it more sensational and less accurate, he has also helped, more than any other man, to revive the newspaper's tribunate of the people. If in his fighting years he trampled brutally, often unjustly, upon private feelings, he also carried the standard of public rights, carried it for a time with little support. If he lowered popular taste, he also spread the great, necessary ideas among those who would never have grasped knowledge in any form other than the one he offered. He was a kind of plowman for culture. And if he was unethical, even unmoral in many of his methods, he was also an inspirer of the larger public morals. I write this parenthetical paragraph not because Collier fears his rather ridiculous threat of arrest for criminal libel, but just that we may keep our sense of proportion. For the instance which I am about to cite to illustrate my point is one of his little tricks which can be defended only by reviewing his larger career. Until the year 1907, the journal was considered a poor medium for the theaters. In spite of its immense circulation, it did not reach the managers felt, the easy-spending class of people who constitute Broadway audiences. Its theatrical advertising was, therefore, inconsiderable. On the editorial end, it had never printed any regular theatrical criticism. Late in 1907, the journal determined on a new policy. Hearst transferred Ashton Stevens, a clever writer of light dramatic criticism, from the San Francisco Examiner and sent him to work doing reviews and interviews for the journal. He founded a dramatic department in that newspaper, but apparently he was never a party to the remarkable harmonizing of news and advertising which followed during the next 3 years. Enter constructive criticism. In the holiday season of 1907 to 1908, the New York Journal made 2 interesting departures. It published a brace of editorials on Arthur Brisbane's page, announcing a new policy regarding the theaters, and started C.F. Zittle's vaudeville racing chart. The first editorial appeared on December 13, 1907. How to Criticize Men, Actors, Children, All Workers was the head. The journal declared this editorial and had determined to adopt a new policy, constructive criticism. It would not tear down merely to show its own cleverness, it would build up. It is the intention of this newspaper, said Brisbane, in criticizing books or plays, to tell the public about those that are good and worth seeing, and leave the others to their natural fate without kicking an unhappy failing, man or woman. We want our readers to know that if they read extended criticism of a play in this newspaper, it is because it is a good play, and one that, for reasons stated, would amuse them or instruct them. Why do we not imitate the sun that warms, develops, and bring out what is good? On January 8, 1908, Mr. Brisbane reiterated, saying among other things, "The criticism that encourages and stimulates good work is good criticism. We want and we propose to print only constructive criticism." On January 18th, 10 days later, appeared in the journal the first number of Zitt's Vaudeville Racing Chart. Incidentally, we behold therein this piece of constructive criticism. Mademoiselle Auguste and Company give one the cramps. Of all the kosher cheese acts ever offered in vaudeville, some parts of this one should be sent to the Board of Health. Zittle had been a press agent. His chart is simply an original method of reviewing vaudeville performances. It consists in a kind of burlesque of the regular form sheets of charts of horse racing, which appear in the sporting pages. The theaters are the tracks, the performers are the horses, and every Saturday Zitt arranges the numbers at each house into winners of first, second, and third places, and also rands. A sample of this method is shown with the inventor's portrait on the preceding page. This was a bid for vaudeville advertising, and it succeeded. Within a month, the racing chart page was filled out with cards and announcements of vaudeville headliners. On November 6, 1908, Arthur Brisbane began to play his part in constructive criticism. The leading editorial that day was headed, "A Great Play, 2 Powerful Men Collaborate." The play was Gillette's Samson, at present at the Criterion Theatre, to quote Mr. Brisbane. "Go to see it," he advised. "It will make you think. It contains a lesson for husbands, wives, and others." On November 7th, the next day, the journal carried a full-page advertisement of Samson, and still more. The next Brisbane editorial regarding a theatre appeared on December 30th, 1908. "The Battle, ingenious play, ingeniously advertised," ran the headlines. That no one might make a mistake about what play was meant, the editorial began. "At the Savoy Theatre in New York, Wilton Lackey, a powerful actor." Mr. Brisbane concluded The Battle as a play that made people think. It is an interesting, startling, highly dramatic performance, drawing great crowds. High-browed, prosperous dilettantes are buying boxes, and lower brows, perhaps a little more thoughtful, cheer from the galleries. 3 days later, on January 2nd, 1909, a full-page advertisement of The Battle appeared in the journal. An editorial headed, "A Gentleman from Mississippi. This is one of the plays that has a purpose. May its success breed imitators," led off the editorial page on January 29th. It advised all readers interested in American government and fond of a good, exciting play to see A Gentleman from Mississippi, now running at the Bijou Theater on Broadway between 30th and 31st Streets. To borrow the language of the journal, "An amusing play, makes you think, a play that will last for years. deserves to succeed, and its success is great. I quote at random. The next day, page 7 of the journal was filled with an advertisement of the gentleman from Mississippi. The one exception. The journal carried on February 6, 1909, a full-page advertisement of The Girl from Rector's, a comedy with music which almost holds the American record for salaciousness. On February 8th, Ned Brinkley, on the feature page, had a 7-column illustration and story headed, Mighty Scrumptious Frocks in The Girl from Rector's. This is notable as the only full-page theatrical advertisement appearing in the journal between November 1908 and October 1909, which was not recognized by an editorial. However, on February 14th, the editorial page resumed constructive criticism. The Dawn of a Tomorrow was the head, and it was also the name of the play, which is at the Lyceum Theater on 45th Street near Broadway, said the editorial. It is a good play for all people to see. If you want an immediate, pleasant, and touching Dawn of a Tomorrow, go up to the Lyceum Theater and see Eleanor Robson act and shed tears, if that is your way of expressing emotion. The full-page advertisement of The Dawn of a Tomorrow appeared on February 20th, 1909, on page 7. Fighting to Keep a Husband was the headline on the leading editorial of February 26th. It related to Thompson Buchanan's A Woman's Way, in which Grace George was starring. For 3 reasons, we invite our readers who like light comedy and excellent dramatic work by an excellent actress to see Grace George in her new play at the Hackett Theater in 42nd Street, said the journal. The full-page advertisement for A Woman's Way appeared on page 7 of the next issue. Don't fail to see The Fortune Hunter, announced Mr. Brisbane in the headline of his leading editorial on September 22, 1909. This play, now running at the Gaiety Theater on the corner of Broadway and 46th Street, to quote again, was packing the house. Go to see The Fortune Hunter now. In a few weeks, you will probably find it impossible to get seats unless you take them a month ahead. If you can't get seats in the orchestra, get them in the gallery. The Gaiety Theater is admirably ventilated, and the gallery seats are exactly as good as the orchestra seats for sensible people. We predict for this excellent moral play a success so overwhelming as to prove that a good play is the thing that good citizens want, and that a majority of the citizens are good. The full-page advertisement for The Fortune Hunter appeared on September 25th, page 4. Direct evidence. Finally, reversing the former order, on October 9th, 1909, appeared an advertisement for On the Eve with Hedwig Riker, and 2 days later came the editorial, a play for thoughtful men and women. Then, for a time, Mr. Brisbane ceased to write editorials about plays which had bought full-page advertisements. To recapitulate, in the period between November 1908 and October 1909, 8 new plays advertised in this manner. 7 of these were specially commended by Mr. Brisbane in 2-column editorials. 3 other plays, which bought no special advertising, were treated on the editorial page in that period. What Every Woman Knows, An Englishman's Home, and Israel. The first of these was written by J.M. Barrie and performed by Maude Adams. It was important enough, therefore, to deserve attention from any editorial page. An Englishman's Home was a play of special political interest, dealing as it did with national defense. Most American and English newspapers discussed it editorially. And Israel furnished a text for a discourse on Jew-baiting, always a favorite theme with Brisbane. He advised his readers, especially the young girls among them, not to see Israel, because it was improper. All 3 were Frohman productions. This evidence is so far merely circumstantial. As a matter of fact, there is plenty of direct evidence. The new advertising policy of the journal was public property in the theatrical district where gossip travels as in a little village. Every manager knew that the journal offered a page advertisement and a Brisbane editorial for $1,000. It was remarked that Brisbane would not boost, under this arrangement, any play which he did not like, but his tastes are Catholic. Just as well was it understood that for $500 the journal would give a half-page advertisement and a special with illustrations by Nell Brinkley, together with liberal news notices. The journal generally signed no contract for these transactions. It was just a gentleman's agreement between the solicitor and the manager. Of course, what the managers really wanted for their $1,000 was not the advertisement, but the editorial. The snapper. Mr. Brisbane himself furnished the true climactic touch, what writers of fiction call the snapper, to this story. Liebler and Company, who produced The Battle and The Dawn of a Tomorrow, mentioned above, produced also Joseph Medill Patterson's newspaper play, The Fourth Estate. Mr. Patterson hinged his drama on the control of newspaper policies by advertisers. To stimulate interest, the Liebler press agent wrote to editors all over the country, asking whether they believed that advertisers ever slanted or tainted the news columns. Afterward, he made public some of the replies. And Arthur Brisbane wrote, "I have never found that advertisers tried to control the policy of any newspaper with which I was connected. Therefore, I have never given such a possible situation the earnest thought which it doubtless merits." Brisbane is an employee. Whatever blame there is for this policy must rest on Hearst. And Hearst used others among his star special people. Owing to his eminence as an exponent of the new journalism, however, Brisbane's part has attracted more attention than that of Nell Brinkley, for example. The activities forced on that clever young woman by her employers have been far more predictive of revenue, to judge by the study of the half-page theatrical advertisements in the journal, than the activities assumed by Mr. Brisbane. She has a great vogue in New York, and her bizarre drawing, if not her writing, deserves it. Her following is largest in that very class which patronizes the lighter Broadway attractions. For example, The Follies of 1909 had a chorus of Nell Brinkley girls. Before the policy of constructive criticism came into the journal, she was doing a theatrical illustration and story at least once a week. The first suspicion that she was used in an advertising campaign appeared on April 18, 1908, 3 months after Zittel began his racing chart, in a 5-column illustration and story entitled Eva Tanguay, the Human Firefly. Now, Eva Tanguay had taken more advertising space on Zit's page than any 2 other performers, and she was always placed first in the racing chart. During the next year and a half, she had write-up after write-up in the feature pages of the journal, sometimes by Nell Brinkley, sometimes by other stars. In fact, no United States senator, no member of the cabinet, drew so much space in the journal during that period as Eva Tanguay. She made a graceful acknowledgement in the 1909 Christmas vaudeville number of the journal. She bought a half-page advertisement which read, "I take this opportunity to tell the public I owe what success I have achieved in the position I hold in the theatrical field to C.F. Zittel. A Merry Christmas to you, Mr. Zit." Nell Brinkley's job. By the beginning of 1909, Miss Brinkley's employers apparently held her as close to the half-page advertisement as they held Brisbane to the full page. Let us follow the coincidence a little way. In the issue of January 7, 1909, Annette Kellerman had a half-page advertisement, the first of many. In the issue of January 16th, Nell Brinkley had a 5-column illustration and story, headed, "Annette Kellerman is a sweet and very pretty girl." Then, on February 2nd, came a story with illustration by Nell Brinkley about Vesta Victoria, who had taken no half-page, but had advertised liberally in small doses. On February 15th appeared a Nell Brinkley drawing of Eleanor Robson as Glad in The Dawn of Tomorrow. That play had already received a 1-page advertisement and a Brisbane editorial. On February 13th, Edna Ogg in a half-page advertisement. On February 23rd, 3 columns of Nell Brinkley on Edna Ogg. February 27th, a half-page advertisement for Stella Mayhew. On March 3rd, 3 columns of Nell Brinkley. Stella Mayhew, a jolly bunch of fun. March 13th, a half-page advertisement for Montgomery and Moore. March 19th, Montgomery and Moore, so clever they make each other laugh. A 2-column drawing and story, this time by Tad. March 20th, a half-page advertisement for Mackenzie and Shannon. March 26th, Mackenzie and Shannon are it in At the Waldorf, 5 columns, by Nell Brinkley. April 3rd, a half-page advertisement for The Exposition 4. June 1st, Nell Brinkley with illustration and story on The Exposition 4. April 10th, and again April 24th, half-page advertisements for Pauline the Hypnotist. April 26th, Pauline is making a hit with the Betty Girl, says Nell Brinkley, illustration and story. April 17th and May 4th, half-page advertisements for J.E. Dodson in The House Next Door. April 24th, The Art of Making Up defined by J.E. Dodson, its master, an anonymous article, 2 columns with photographs. May 3rd, J.E. Dodson in The House Next Door is a Wonder, by Nell Brinkley. May 22nd, a half-page advertisement for Lind, a female impersonator. May 28th, a 6-column illustration with story by Nell Brinkley on Lind. Perhaps these are instances enough. How Zittel made Morris. To summarize, in 1909, Miss Brinkley used pen and pencil on theatrical or vaudeville attractions about 40 times. Not more than 6 or 7 of these stories and illustrations went unaccompanied by a half-page advertisement. On the side of the advertiser, not one half-page advertisement went unrewarded by a special. Now and then, the journal varied Nell Brinkley by Merle Johnson, Beatrice Fairfax, or Tad, all-star special people. After Brisbane stopped writing editorials to accompany full-page advertisements, Nell Brinkley was assigned to that part of the work. This remarkable correspondence between advertising revenue and artistic inspiration continued until the autumn of 1910, when the journal temporarily dropped the whole policy. However, two of the coincidences call for special mention. On July 3, 1909, appeared a half-page advertisement for the Mammoth Steel Palace steamer, City of Worcester. In the issue of July 10th, Nell Brinkley had a 5-column illustration and story headed, "On the City of Worcester, Down the Sound, a Worthwhile Trip." In the autumn of 1909, William Morris started the Plaza Music Hall at 59th Street and Madison Avenue, a long way from the regular theatrical district. He took a half-page advertisement on November 1st, 1909. Also, he kept a large standing notice at the head of the dramatic advertising columns. He was recognized on November 20th in a 5-column illustration by Nell Brinkley entitled, "The Plaza Music Hall, the Show House Delightful." By this time, the journal, lest any reader make a mistake, was putting the name of the theater at which the attraction appeared in the headlines over Miss Brinkley's articles. And the name of the plaza came out in these lines again and again that winter. Finally, the feature page capped the dramatic season of 1909-10 by a write-up of Ziddle and his racing chart. It told of the headliners from Ava Tangway down, all advertisers, by the way, whom Ziddle had made, and it touched on the Plaza Music Hall. When that theater opened, said the eulogy, the crowds would not come. But Zitt saw that it was a good theatrical project and began to praise it. Now the audiences overflowed at the theater. As a matter of cold fact, Mr. Morris gave up Plaza Music Hall as a bad venture at the close of that first season. A frost for the circus. This incident may illustrate the system. A great circus came to Madison Square Garden. A circus, advertising or no advertising, is always good, legitimate news matter in New York, as in Pumpkin Center. People like to read about it. The press agent of the one took his sheaf of complimentary tickets and visited the newspaper offices to see what they were going to do. At the Journal, they informed him that the dramatic department in the business office would attend to the matter. The representative of the dramatic department proceeded to business at once. For a page advertisement at $1,000, you'll get a Brisbane editorial and liberal feature stuff. For $500, Nell Brinkley and news mention. And if I take no special advertising? Nothing. The press agent refused emphatically to order more than the regular condensed picture. The circus remained in New York a month, drawing column on column from the other newspapers. The Journal gave it just one story. This was a small item noting that the circus had opened and that a trapeze performer had broken his wrist. All this represents the third and lowest degree of newspaper business ethics. To the publisher of this degree, the news and editorial pages are his to use for getting business whenever they may help. The only break upon his activities in this direction is the fear that he will lose public confidence, and so reduce that circulation which he is selling to advertisers. One degree higher are those publishers who believe in drawing the line between the advertising and editorial departments. Our advertising columns, they say, are a bulletin board whereupon anyone, for a stated price, may post any notice he wishes. We pay no attention to the bulletin board when we are making our own part of the newspaper. Hold us to the strictest accountability for what we publish as news and editorial, but we cannot answer for the advertisements. So the poison of patent medicine, the obscenity of quack doctors, the lures of loan sharks, the swindling promises of mining advertisers, are all fair publication matter for a newspaper which assumes lofty attitudes on its editorial page. During the early period of the advertising craze, newspapers edited their advertising by this rule alone. Some of the best went so far as to publish freely the personals, whose intention was so plain and obscene that it cannot be mentioned here. The question of a child. Public sense of decency forced many from this absurd attitude. The question of a child, says one newspaper philosopher, has killed many and many a bad advertisement. For the announcements of patent medicines and of quack physicians included words which no editor would dare use in his own department. When people began stopping their newspapers because they would not leave such matter on their center tables, some publishers saw the light. The more reputable advertisers helped. They refused to appear on the same page with these indecencies. There are instances of refusal to appear at all in a newspaper so conducted. The better and more honorable publications put the knife to this class of matter. The personals, rather a small revenue getter at best, went first. I believe that no newspaper of any pretension to standing admits them now, although the San Francisco Chronicle and the Cincinnati Enquirer have given in only of late. More grudgingly, publishers cut out the steady and paying quack advertisements. More than half the metropolitan newspapers have finished with these. Still, as late as last autumn, John R. McLean published in his Cincinnati Enquirer a column of these advertisements, which verged on violation of the law against mailing obscene matter. Perhaps McLean relied for his immunity upon the fact that he also owns the Washington Post, the unofficial government organ. Still more grudgingly, publishers pruned their patent medicine advertising. Few, however, rejected this matter wholly. Forced by the public to a new policy, commercial publishers modified the rules governing the bulletin board. Let the public post anything, they said, so long as the matter does not injure public morals. So they began to refuse quackeries, obscenities, and assignations, but they continued to admit loan sharks, whom they knew to be swindlers, crooked mining stocks, racing tips, and clairvoyants. These, you see, do not injure public morals. The editorial page, the news column, might be attacking the faker, while the adjoining advertising section promotes his little game. In New York, the Journal was denouncing the racetracks, while taking money from touts and bookmakers to advertise tips on the races. The magazine standard. Of course, this rule of the commercial publisher is disingenuous. He cannot fairly assume to conduct a censor of abuse while accepting revenue from these very abuses. It is true that the distinction between fair and false advertising is sometimes very fine. But certain advertisers, certain whole classes of advertising, are known to be fraudulent, and unless it rejects them, the newspaper cannot be consistent. As a matter of fact, only a few are. The New York Evening Post has always been highly virtuous in this regard and in all others. Some of the excellent small city journals, like the Springfield Republican, draw the line honestly. Of late, the Kansas City Star, the Philadelphia North American, and the New York Times approach what advertising men call the magazine standard. The history of that magazine standard should be a lesson to the commercial publisher. Our first periodicals took advertisements of low class, even in the early 90s. Certain get-rich-quick real estate agents hooked their dupes through the magazines. Who saw the better way is a matter of dispute, but the late Albert E. Brady of McClure's, a genius in the business of publication, or Thomas Balmer of the Ladies' Home Journal, first put the new standard into effect. They refused all crooked, obscene, harmful advertising. They investigated all commodities which came near the line. They made their part of the magazine so clean, so desirable for a respectable company, that the great valuable national contracts poured into them. The best of the other magazines followed this policy. Today, not all the periodicals are free from fraud and obscenities, but the most successful are. And with the cleanup began the great expansion in magazine advertising. National advertisers. Where you pull up a weed, a rose will grow, says a national advertising expert. For every doubtful contract you throw out, you'll get in the long run a bigger, cleaner contract. Perhaps he is exaggerating, but there is reason to believe that the business manager, in maintaining his false bulletin board policy, is as short-sighted as when he stultifies and gags his writers because he will not face down his advertisers. Among the national manufacturers of commodities for the people, only 2% use the newspapers as a means of salesmanship. What of the other 98%? If they advertise at all, they generally use magazines, where they travel in respectable company. Were the newspapers clean media, these advertisers would use them. Whether they would advertise enough to replace the receipts from quacks, poisoners, thieves, and swindlers, none can say. Perhaps the experiment is worth trying. And that 98% will not enter the newspapers in bulk so long as they must associate with poisoners and thieves. Capital is timid, and the business office represents capital. Journalism should be brave. Let it be intellectual if you will, but first of all, the tribune of the people must have courage. This advertising quandary is another expression of the anomaly in modern American journalism, the imperfect mixture of two antagonistic elements, and the frequent prevalence of the less admirable. Upstairs, journalists willing to risk life itself that they may get the story, to hazard friendship and personal esteem that they may attack special privilege and vested injustice, for such is the spirit and custom of the craft. Downstairs, usually, a publisher frightened at the loss of $100 in advertising. Cowed by phantoms. At what phantoms, what sheets on sticks does he cower? When the public first demanded suppression of massage parlors and assignation advertisements, The business managers responded that newspapers could not exist without them, but the public and the editorial staff prevailed. The personals went, and no newspaper failed. The business office could not spare patent medicine advertisements. No, but after the expose of 1906, public feeling and new laws forced these salesmen of poisons out of newspapers by thousands of columns, and no one failed. On the contrary, general experience squared with the opinion of the national advertising expert. Where one weed came up, 2 roses grew. Finally, and most pertinent to all of the public, I have seldom known a case where newspaper resistance to advertising control, if the advertiser was not backed by larger interests, did not eventually profit the newspaper. Again and again, publishers, irritated by unconscionable demands on the part of some advertiser, have answered with a flat refusal. Always the advertiser withdrew, and almost always, after his blood cooled and his business judgment asserted itself, he came back, because he needed the newspaper in his business, with renewed faith in that particular journal as an advertising medium. When the department stores of Denver boycotted the newspapers, they simply emptied their own aisles and filled the shops of little competitors. These publishers walked up to the phantom and it vanished. They dared risk revenue, and their courage paid in cold cash. Nevertheless, the advertiser does not usually stand alone. And when he represents not only himself, but all the vested power there is in our modern world, he is not a phantom. He is a creature of flesh and blood, weapons and mail. He will not vanish before a brave front. That combination and its effects we shall consider in the next article. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Wiebe. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. Our Kind of People. The line where advertising influence becomes undeniably dangerous to the public interest, when advertisers slant or choke editorial policies. The process still more dangerous, where the advertiser is the club of big business over the newspaper. Examples from the history of the Standard Oil Company, the Sugar Trust, the Coca-Cola Company, and other interests point the moral of this article. The business manager of a lively little metropolitan newspaper sat one morning receiving reports from his staff. The publication was new. It had worked up a limited circulation by exposing a few ugly corners of the city to which its older and more conservative rivals remained blind. Though sales and subscriptions had arrived, advertising lagged. A solicitor entered. "Nothing doing with the Sound Coal Company's ad," he said. "You remember you told me to ask why they advertise with the News and the Globe at their rate, and not with us at ours?" "Yes." "Well, they said the ad in the Globe was a mistake anyhow. They didn't intend to keep it up. They're going to do all their advertising in the News hereafter. I asked for a reason. Of course I knew, but I wanted them to put themselves on the record. And they were fools enough to do it." "What did they say?" "We give our business to our kind of people." And Our Kind of People, the newspaper which I have called The News, was weaving a curious web of history. A fine established property, it had been offered for sale 2 years before. The price was probably about $1.5 million. A financial reporter, able but penniless, had bought it and becomes its visible head. Reformers and rivals suspected where the money came from, even found the bank upon which the reporter drew. They could never trace the real purchaser. From that time forth, the News went on, an excellent journal technically, free and wise on national issues, sharp in reporting unimportant local news, but blind to certain political and corporate abuses in its own city and state. So was it Our Kind of People, and so it prospered in the department of advertising. Here was an example of that stage in advertising control when the process grows dangerous to a free press and a free commonwealth. It would seem on the surface that the ordinary suppression of news, as when a department store keeps its own accidents and scandals from the public, matters very little in the aggregate. That is not true, as every honest newspaper man knows. Such things work with marvelous certitude to take the spirit and independence out of a newspaper staff. But let that pass. When, however, the advertiser presumes to dabble in editorial policies, the harm is patent and beyond argument. Still less is there room for argument when he slants or silences newspaper policies on behalf of what we call big business. For to a degree varying with the locality, big business is a complicated web of mutual interests, mutual concessions. The coal company, like this one which favors our kind of people, has borrowed from a bank and hypothecated its stock with the trust company. Its directors have intimate relations with directors of public utility corporations and trusts. And big business, thought often torn by internal dissensions, divided into hostile factions, presents a fairly undivided front to the outsider. So, from high finance to the small advertiser, comes an influence which affects the greater policies of newspapers. This is not yet a system, although certain pirates have tried to make it one. Nevertheless, it is a potent influence. As an example of the first stage of this process, the advertiser looking out for his own, take a late social phenomenon in Chicago. The newspapers of that city, detractors to the contrary notwithstanding, are fairly free from advertising control over the news. Some of them even give the name of the store in reporting a shoplifting case, a little thing, but significant. Nevertheless, there are ugly spots in Chicago, fair game for newspaper investigation, which have never seen the light because an advertiser has protected them. In 1909, after the investigation of the white slave traffic in New York, the Chicago newspapers got up some excitement by exposing a like condition in their slum district. One half of the story they never told. A feeder of the dive and brothel is the cheap department store, which pays wages at a scale below the lowest cost of living, and all but forces its girl employees to supplement their wages by other means. In this respect, Chicago is perhaps a little worse than the average. And although the reporters who investigated the white slave traffic itched to shout it out to the public, no Chicago newspaper whispered the fact that this business policy makes white slaves. The publishers have their defense, but it will not stand in court. They say that the white slave prosecutions came out in regular course of the news, that they would have to go out after the department store feeder. But the Chicago newspapers were all going out after things which did not touch their interests. Just then the Tribune, free again after a period of half-control, was departing from its news routine to attack Senator Lorimer's election. Even such an enlightened and independent newspaper, upstairs and down, as the New York World, showed its fear of department store advertising when it rejected the late O. Henry's unfinished story. The author was then under contract to deliver a story a week. He had scourged or ridiculed all Manhattan, society and slums, clergy and police alike. This story, however, treated of a store girl who was weighing her meager $7 a week against her virtue. Out it went, although, after a magazine published it, the unfinished story became O. Henry's most popular tale. I give the world absolution, however. When, last year, Gimbel Brothers entered New York with a new department store and tried to change the name of Greeley Square to Gimbel Square, the world risked its advertising to resist them. Now let us carry the matter one stage further back. If big business be well enough organized, the advertiser may ask extension of the favor, claim the privilege for other companies and corporations in which he holds shares, or with which he is allied by interest and sympathy. Philadelphia has poor transportation facilities. Not only do the Philadelphia department stores press hard on newspaper policies which touch their immediate interests, as when they tried to suppress news of the late general strike, but they stand guard between the newspaper and the transportation companies. Though better transit would have the time between suburb and shopping district, thereby bringing more customers to the stores, the alliance between street railways and banks and department stores, holds advertisers to a policy against their own ultimate interests. Denver saw the system come clean to the surface. Colorado was engaged in the desperate war between the Mine Owners Association and the Western Federation of Miners, vested in justice against mob violence. The factions cleft the state. Business sided with the mine owners, labor with the Federation. T.M. Patterson's News and Times, alone among Denver newspapers, supported the miners. If Patterson was pleading partly for his private interests, so were the others. If he had only half the right on his side, so had the others. When the fight reached its climax, the advertisers in formal meeting withdrew their support from these important newspapers. The department stores left in a body. But for an accident, Patterson must have thrown his whole fortune into the doubtful balance, or failed. He found that $40,000 worth of stock in one department store was on the market. He purchased this share for spot cash. As a member of the company, he forced the advertising back into the news, and the other department stores, by the law of competition, had to abandon principle and follow. Standard Oil tested this peculiarity of journalism in the 90s and found it good for the purposes of Standard Oil. The company was in the desperate pipeline war. It had bought a string of newspapers from Oil City to Cleveland, but it could get no other support. All Ohio journalism was snapping at its heels. Dan O'Day, the clever old Standard Oil fixer, visited Toledo to see what could be done. "I've got it. Mica axle grease," he said one day. Mica axle grease was a new byproduct of Standard Oil. One small factory was manufacturing it as an experiment. With every Ohio newspaper worth considering, O'Day placed an advertisement for Mica axle grease. He drew the contracts to run 18 months, cash payment monthly. Nearly all accepted. Some, seeing the purport of this advertisement, asked 4 or 5 times the regular rate. O'Day held them to their cards. He said not one word about policy. He merely sent out the contracts and the monthly checks and waited. By 2 months, the tone of the Ohio press had changed. By 6 months, some of the stiff-necked, relying on the certainty of Standard Oil payment, had begun to discount the monthly check at the bank in advance of its arrival, whereupon they, too, shut up. By a year, the knocking of Standard Oil ceased in Ohio. It pays to advertise. This campaign had one unexpected result. Before the 18 months expired, Mica axle grease had put up 6 new factory buildings to meet the demand. From an unconsidered byproduct, it became a most valuable profit maker. This story, therefore, illustrates in 2 ways the value of advertising. Respect for the advertiser and his backer held part of the Southern press in line for the old regime during the Prohibition wave. The Anti-Saloon League, the power behind the movement, nominated no candidate of its own. Instead, it threw its power always to that candidate of the old parties least committed to the liquor interests and most friendly to Prohibition. So, when once it got over the ridge, it rolled downhill like a snowball, gathering in politicians. Men who drank their pint of straight whiskey a day took the stump successively for local option, for county option, for statewide prohibition. Had they looked more to subscribers than to advertisers, nearly all the newspapers would have made the same bid for popularity. But brewers and manufacturers of bottled goods advertise heavily, and especially in prohibition districts, where the consumer must order by mail. The brewers and distillers issued a few warnings by ceasing to advertise in newspapers which went dry. The lesson stuck. Certain struggling journals, just above the margin of profits, looked affectionately on their 3 or 4 columns of liquor advertisement. Without one word of warning from politicians or liquor firms, they opposed prohibition, or, in districts where the sentiment was too strong, held their peace. The brewers bribed newspapers, it is true. In Missouri, they subsidized, and may still be subsidizing, many country editors. The country newspaper is either the angel or the devil of journalism. But this fear for revenue was, after all, their best card. The tacit offer of friendship. The American Tobacco Company has availed itself of this weakness in the press, and more recently, the Sugar Trust. The late sugar expose in which Secretary of War Stimson won his spurs came in 2 episodes, a little tempest, prematurely lulled, and then the storm. During the lull, the trust inserted in the newspaper, trade journals, advertisements, and reading notices, proclaiming a $100,000 advertising campaign in the newspapers, and communicated with publishers to the same effect. They never asked any favors. Doubtless, like O'Day, they were too wise to take that risk. They must have known that the sight of such a large, profitable advertisement in his pages would influence a weak brother here and there, make him tone down his editorial attacks or withhold his hand altogether. A national advertising expert who has done such work sums it up as follows. Advertising is practical psychology. I know that the advertisement is a kind of tacit offer of friendship. It won't silence all the press, nor even most of it, but I calculate that it will take at least 25% of the force out of a general newspaper attack. We have just witnessed, however, a case where the work must have been done not with the rapier, but with a bludgeon. The Coca-Cola Company of Atlanta, maker of a popular soda fountain beverage, has been through another phase of its litigation with the government's pure food experts. Dr. Harvey W. Wiley charged that the addition of free caffeine to the mixture was in violation of law. The case was tried in Chattanooga, and the company won. Now Coca-Cola is one of the greatest of national advertisers, and it uses the newspapers liberally in the dry South, where its wares are widely consumed as a non-alcoholic substitute for liquor. Many Southern newspapers demanded that the Associated Press carry news of the trial. The Associated Press, being servant to the whole body of its newspapers, very properly acquiesced. So the decision was freely reported, even as far north as New York, where a Hearst paper carried the story. Not only that, hard upon the decision, some Southern newspaper or other printed a leading editorial deploring the attack on a great Southern industry. This editorial was clipped in full all through the Southern press, even in districts far too remote from Atlanta to be affected in the least by the success or failure of the Coca-Cola Company. A clipping of the editorial used to arrive in the newspaper offices in the same mail with the advance advertising copy of Coca-Cola. A word to the wise which was usually sufficient. In the panic of 1907 and the curiously brief hard times which followed, the press of the United States generally published its idea of the exact truth about the situation in Wall Street far, far away, and kept still about the home situation, or lied. Certain managing editors present a vehement defense for this course. The end justifies the means. They say that the Depression was brief and harmless, as compared to the hard times of 1873 and 1893, just because the newspapers howled prosperity and hid the real conditions. This might stand as a defense, except for one fact. Newspapers which lied most brazenly were assuming to be tribunes of the common people, and on the common people this policy often weighed most cruelly. Pittsburgh was hard hit. 2 banks had failed, mills were closing every day. The Pittsburgh newspapers suddenly began printing news of a great industrial revival. So, thought the financial powers, people would spend their money instead of hoarding it, and business would go on. Well, it did go on, and Pittsburgh recovered. But 4,000 discharged mill hands from outside cities read these false reports and crowded into Pittsburgh to find further poverty and misery. Or again, the Chicago banks weathered the crisis well, yet many of them refused cash to depositors, issuing instead cashier's checks to pay running expenses. Why? They were getting from New York call loan rates on their money. This was oppression, taking advantage of distress to fill their pockets. The financial reporters all knew about this process. It was news, good news. Perhaps they turned the story into their offices. More likely, they saved themselves the trouble. At any rate, none printed it. In 1901, when bubonic plague first appeared in San Francisco, big business and the advertisers decided that the newspapers should be not only silent, but false, lest tourists, settlers, and customers shun the city. The publishers met in the famous Midnight Conference. All save the Hearst man pledged themselves to lie about the plague situation, and the Hearst man joined the majority before long. The government experts found that the plague had arrived. The newspapers reviled them, hampered their work, rendered their quarantines ineffective. The plague lingered. San Francisco is only just finished with fighting it. Had the newspapers told the truth in 1901, they would have saved the city some lives and millions of dollars. In this case, no one directly threatened withdrawal of advertising. The fact that the financial powers, including the great department stores, were strongly on one side was enough for publishers and managing editors trained in the modern commercial school. Writing in fetters. Now, this process, going on in every corner of the country, has subtly but importantly changed the whole character of the editorial executive. For, generally speaking, by his financial success alone, is the managing editor or editor-in-chief known to the owner or the syndicate of owners. He who is slashed recklessly, regardless of business office receipts, has characteristically been identified with failing or languishing newspapers. Though he have ability, integrity, news sense, and energy, he is not transferred up from Oshkosh to Peoria and from Peoria to Chicago. When the executive vacancy occurs in Chicago, the owners, of course, study the records of candidates. Brown is able, yes, but see how much money his rival made last year, how little his own newspaper. There is Green. His Peoria newspaper has made money, and Green gets the job, not because he is a great editor, but because he has known how to placate advertisers and big business. Green may have all kind of messages for the people. He will attack, defend, or expose as freely as anyone else when the pocket of his newspaper is untouched. But on such local issues as affect the backers of his advertisers, he will make compromises. He goes to the top, and Brown stands still. Still, that most managing editors are cravens before big business interests is not quite true. Unlike the publishers, they characteristically struggle against the system, try to evade and to elude it. They reach through the bars which imprison them, striking a blow here, whacking a head there. Often they yield sullenly, and by their sullenness make ineffective a policy which owners or advertisers have imposed upon them. I know one great newspaper in the Middle West whose directors forced the editorial staff to support a highly corrupt politician. The underlings who did the work wrote half-heartedly, and by tiny insinuations in the news columns they hurt the cause as much as they helped. Local inconsistencies. Bond slaves to convenience, and to a system which was none of their making, directing editors pick and choose, now avoiding a dark place because a watchdog of advertising sits on guard before it, now using all persuasiveness to convince the publisher that publication of this or that derogatory study will not harm his business in the long run, now confessing absolute and renewing the battle on another line. Henny was struggling in San Francisco to convict Patrick Calhoun of the United Railways, and going further to curb the Southern Pacific machine. But 2 San Francisco newspapers, and in the end only one, fought with him. Joseph W. Folk came lecturing, and all the San Francisco newspapers praised Folk. In St. Louis, the organs which ridiculed Folk when he was trying to convict Butler praised Henny in news and editorial. The Philadelphia press supported Quay, or held its peace, but it denounced Tammany. Now, some of this arises from the bandages which prejudice and acquaintance draw over all eyes when it is a question of local issues, but more from forced reverence for the sources of income. The managing editor is become a diplomat, standing between his newspaper's integrity, its inherent mission of truth-telling, and 100 influences at work on the proprietor to get the story in or keep the story out. Daily he compromises, and compromises not only with the advertiser and the powers behind him, but with certain influences from within which hamper free presentation of the news and of his opinion thereon. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The American Newspaper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. The Foe from Within. How the social and financial struggles of the proprietor affect the freedom and truth of metropolitan newspapers, the social lobby at Washington and its effect on the press, the whole illustrated by a romantic episode in the history of the Omaha World Herald, a melodramatic crisis in the history of the Pittsburgh Leader, and a series of inner diplomacies in the history of the Chicago Tribune, the final perplexity of American journalism. Big business is a complex web, binding this near department store to that remote trust company, this near insurance corporation to that far bank. Since the metropolitan newspaper also is a large commercial venture, involving millions in capital, hundreds of thousands in annual profit or loss, it follows the rule: its capital is a thread in the same fabric. If the visible owner bought it full-fledged, he made the purchase with money acquired or inherited from big business. He serves on boards of directors with railroad presidents and trust company managers. His fortune outside of the newspaper investment may lie in interests connected with the public service corporations which serve his city. If, on the other hand, he be a self-made publisher, if he came up from the reporter's beat, the editorial chair, or the business office, he has been obliged to borrow money somewhere along the upward march, and he knows that he may have to borrow again. His loan office is a bank, master thread in big business. As wealth accumulates, he makes outside investments. So he comes to sit at the same director's table with those powers which are the perplexity of American finance and politics. More pertinently, he sits often at the same dinner table. The financial break on free journalism is twisted and intertwisted with the social break. Scarcely can we consider them apart. As polite society goes in this democracy, money is the sine qua non. Except in the more conservative southern cities, one can scarcely succeed without it. And that very publisher who battered up from the ranks is just as amenable to social influence as he who entered journalism with $10 million, often more so, for this parvenu is a social struggler. In journalism, as in Washington's statecraft, many a man, unpurchasable with money, has sold his birthright for an invitation. The meeting point. For if you have a few millions of newly made dollars, $1 million in a newspaper, the rest in railroads, public service corporations, and local industries, if you have climbed into the approved clubs, brought out your daughter under patronage of the local Chesterfield, if you take your week-end case at the country club, then, unless you have an uncommon character, you are not, you cannot be, a free journalist. You must protect your crowd, see that your business associate of today, your host of tomorrow, be not attacked in pocket or pride. Else he may refuse you this or that loan, else he may cut you at his club. More, his wife may strike the name of yours from her visiting list. Further, you are an exceptional human being if you keep long your unclouded vision. You tend towards the views of our crowd. Your managing editor, if he be a sycophant, respects all your corporation affiliations, your social connections, and behold, imperceptibly yours has become a fettered newspaper. I asked an able editor-in-chief how his boss had managed to hold the newspaper to its function of public service. For though that boss is a very wealthy man, he practices free journalism. Well, said the editor, he keeps his outside funds in government bonds and railroad stocks. The government doesn't put the screws on bondholders. And when it comes to railroad news or editorial, he leaves it absolutely to the staff. We've definite orders never to talk railroad with him. I asked almost the same question of a Western publisher. He began as a penniless reporter. He has succeeded through entering cities where the light of the press was screened, and illuminating the ugly places. He is rich now and powerful. "I begin in my own home," he said. "My wife, thank heavens, has no social ambitions." The home line drawn by Henry Watterson binds me also. It prevents me from citing large, obvious examples of the social influence, since wives and daughters enter into the account. I may speak, however, in general terms. The editors of one American newspaper receive from the publisher, upon taking their positions, List A and List B. List A is long. It includes all who have assisted the owner and publisher in his social struggle. The people on that list are to be treated kindly, mentioned pleasantly. In the absence of the owner, any and all news must be suppressed at their demand. It is different with List B, which is shorter. These people have offended the boss. Their names must not be mentioned at all, unless they do something disgraceful. Then, as the editors express it, soak 'em. And List A and List B, formulated or unformulated, written or unwritten, rest in the bottom drawer of many and many an editorial desk, symbol of an exploited profession. One instance of social influence is fair for publication, because it does not involve the women folks. That J. Pierpont Morgan had some hand in the New York Sun during the Roosevelt Corporation War, the world believes. With the clever, adroit bitterness which is the dross in its inheritance from Dana, the Sun ridiculed, flouted, hammered Roosevelt so excessively as to defeat its own purpose. The opposition charged that Morgan owned Sun stock, or had lent to the late William M. Lufan, its publisher, the money by which he bought his controlling interest. To the best of my belief, this is not true. Here, again, to the best of my belief, are the facts about Lufan's control. When Charles Anderson Dana died, he left his stock mainly to his son, Paul. The compositors of the Sun struck over a matter of monotype machines versus hand labor. This fight extended to a great general boycott of Sun advertising by labor unions. Sick of this interminable brawl, Paul Dana decided to sell. Lufan, then the business manager, secured an option, but he had not the ready money to complete the purchase. At the last moment, a financier, hardly more than an acquaintance, advanced the loan. This backer was not J. Pierpont Morgan, nor yet one of his close associates. A case of rabies. But Mr. Lufan and Mr. Morgan were friends. Each was a collector. In certain lines, such as porcelains, these two were the supreme court of taste in America. Lufan in his smaller way, and Morgan in his larger, bought from the same agents, interchanged specimens, visited back and forth between their collections. Doubtless Lufan's outside investments were in the Morgan interests. So he became one of the Morgan crowd, its journalistic member. And so, when Roosevelt hit at the foundation of the Morgan power, Lufan saw only as his crowd saw. Here was a madman, a demagogue, an offender against social order. Nothing else, except Lufan's own fighting nature, is necessary to explain the Sun's attack of rabies concerning Roosevelt. This social influence affects not only the heads of our newspapers, but also the rank and file. If for a paragraph I leave the publisher to discuss the reporter, the digression is only to illustrate how snobbery and desire for social esteem may influence all journalists, great and small. The social lobby at Washington is a great theme unwritten. More by society than by money do the powers influence our legislation in this period of the Republic. The representative from Oshkosh enters Washington burning for glory. In his first session he acquires an appetite for distinction in the capital. He looks no longer so much for the esteem of his home folk as for that of Washington. He is an atom among 400 representatives. The process of advancement through the mere business of legislation is slow, unless he be a very genius of personality and ability. He can scarcely show above the crowd in his first term, nor yet in his second. There is, however, another ladder, society. By his dinner cards and his invitations is he known to his fellows, and the dispensers of valued cards and invitations represent big business, our kind of people. To those who favor them, our kind of people are warm; to the others, cold. Now reporting goes largely by acquaintance, and valuable acquaintance in Washington involves surrender to the Washington point of view. The most useful correspondent is he who has the best news sources. Such a man must respect our kind of people and the Washington idea, even though he tells only half-truths. So Washington correspondence, viewed in bulk, tends always toward the side of the powerful. Says an insurgent representative, "I've seen a correspondent sail into Washington, shooting guns to port and starboard, and turning all his searchlights on the shame of the Solons. I've seen him 6 months later eating out of every official hand between the White House and the Capitol." Hearst himself could never keep his Washington correspondence militant. The Washington reporter surrenders to the very influence which may be binding his employer at home. The financial drag on newspapers is fair game for illustrative example. Here the law of libel hampers me, as it hampers the free contemporaries of certain slavish newspapers. It is not enough to tell the truth, one must be able to prove it. That one newspaper exists to fight the battles of a railroad, that a second stopped attacking a great and corrupt corporation at the price of a loan from a bank, that a third fell into the same silence concerning the same corporation because its publisher made a profitable investment in the corporation's lands, that a fourth keeps hands off the local political gang because it borrows from the trust company which finances the public service corporation, which uses the gang. All these things I know with the private certainty which is just short of public proof. The names and cities are in my mind as I write. But the process comes now and then to the surface, sometimes years after the fact. We know now, as we suspected then, that Senator Clark secretly owned a string of newspapers, and that Marcus Daly subsidized another string during the copper feud in Montana. The world has long believed that James J. Hill exerted an undue influence over certain newspapers of the Northwest. We know now that the Great Northern Railroad owns $170,000 worth of bonds in that excellent newspaper, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. An interesting illustration of the way of a bank with a newspaper came out of Omaha in 1892. That is a long time ago. Moreover, the controlling influence sought not to affect policies, but to suppress an important piece of news. Still further, the publisher thus gagged has been an exemplar of militant journalism and honest politics. This example shows only how one must sometimes jettison cargo to save the ship. but the story is worth telling for its own sake. On one side of the street was Edward Rosewater's established Evening Bee, a newspaper not disposed to do anything to hurt anyone who had a great deal of money. On the other, Gilbert M. Hitchcock's lively but struggling morning and evening World Herald. One spring morning a country correspondent telegraphed that ex-Judge Joseph Clarkson had been drowned in Honey Creek Lake. Scarcely any sudden death would have made more sensation in Omaha. Everyone knew him and most liked him. He was a figure. The World Herald sent out all its available forces to Honey Creek Lake. They found half the lawyers in Omaha wading across its shallow bottom. The case seemed perfectly plain. Clarkson had gone alone to the lake fishing. At nightfall he told the lodge keeper that he wanted a swim. He launched a boat and rowed away. He did not return, and next morning the keeper found the boat, empty except for Clarkson's clothes, at the mouth of a far creek. But persistent dredging failed to discover the body, a fact which, as the event proved, had nothing to do with the case, stirred up suspicion in the World Herald office. Clarkson had $25,000 insurance. The World Herald mentioned this fact, and Clarkson's partners protested at the insinuation. The managing editor let his intuition play on the case, and he assigned E.A. Grimm and Thomas Hunt reporters to confirm his suspicions. Tommy Hunt, now a Chicago newspaper man, then a cub reporter just promoted from office boy, walked on to the first clue. On the bank by the abandoned boat he saw the tracks of a brand-new shoe. Inch by inch he went over the ground. The tracks led straight away from the boat. In the bushes he found some bits of cloth. They were tags such as makers sew into ready-made clothes, and new. He interviewed the keeper again. Yes, Clarkson had brought a bundle to the lake. In fact, it seemed like he had taken it with him in the boat. Ready-made clothing tags bear the chest, waist, and leg measure. Hunt noted these figures on the tags, compared them with the measurements of Clarkson's abandoned clothes. They corresponded. Proceeding on the theory that Clarkson had taken a full set of ready-made clothing into the boat, had changed before landing, and had disappeared deliberately, Hunt and Grimm worked in secret for 2 months. They discovered the clerk who sold the clothing. His memory of his customer matched their description of Clarkson. They followed all the roads which their suspect might have taken. In the shed of a schoolhouse they found some torn bits of paper. Pieced together, these formed a notice of insurance assessment which Clarkson had received the day before he disappeared. Through infinite trouble, they got a photograph of their man. A barber who kept his shop a mile or so beyond the schoolhouse remembered having shaved that face on the day after Clarkson disappeared. Finally came a little psychological touch. A few days before he disappeared, Clarkson had held a conversation with a tramp concerning the life of the road. Everything was ready. Stage by stage, Grimm and Hunt had worked out a perfect piece of circumstantial evidence. The managing editor assigned 3 star writers to prepare 7 columns of sensation. Hitchcock, the publisher, saw and approved. He even wrote the headlines. Next morning the World Herald roused in Omaha that gee-whiz emotion which Arthur McEwen said should be in the front page of every newspaper. The Bee came out that afternoon with a story which pleased the World Herald staff a great deal. It showed that they had stirred things up. The World Herald was a ghoul, said the Bee. It was making sensation out of grief. But while the World Herald staff chuckled at their desks, Hitchcock received a telephone call. The bank wanted to see him, the bank from which he had borrowed some of his working capital. And in the directorate of that bank sat a relative of Clarkson. Hitchcock came back pale. He wrote and signed 2 columns of apology, which he published next morning on the front page. The World Herald was a liar. The editors, the Star special writers, and the reporters were liars. On behalf of the newspaper, he apologized to Omaha. As for Judge Clarkson, his honored bones rested at the bottom of Honey Creek Lake. One reporter wanted to thrash the boss, and the other cried. The managing editor consoled them with philosophy. The Bee could rave, and the World Herald apologize, he said, but every man, woman, child, and banker who read their story knew that Judge Clarkson was not in Honey Creek Lake. Just wait, boys, he added. And the boss used to slip a cog once in a while, says an incumbent of the World Herald. He'd be sitting with the managing editor nights, and he'd shift feet and say, "I wonder where Clarkson is." And the managing editor would say, dead serious, "Why, at the bottom of Honey Creek Lake." And then they'd both smoke a while and think their own thoughts. Spring and summer passed, and with the first frosty day of autumn, the staff reported at the office to find the publisher getting out an extra. Clarkson had come back. He visited the office that afternoon to congratulate the staff on their acumen. Even the agricultural editor, who didn't know he'd left town, says my informant. In the last analysis, Clarkson had no reason for his performance except a mania for disappearing. Since that time, in fact, he has done it again. There is the leader of Pittsburgh. Journalism in the Steel City is not exactly militant, and I cannot give the leader a wholly clean bill of health. It has been a voice in a great silence, but a husky and blatant voice, and it has had its own silences. Nevertheless, it has sometimes been the one true reporter of bad conditions in Pittsburgh, and the leader had been advocating social reforms inimical to the banks, from one of which Mr. Moore, the owner, had borrowed money. This was a straight loan. He was paying interest, and paying it on the notch. Nevertheless, the bank sent for Moore. He found himself in a meeting of 25 bankers. The chairman went straight to the point. "Stop it," he said. "If you don't, none of us will take care of you." That is, the bank would foreclose, and no other bank would issue Moore a loan. He had the alternative of failure or of silence. "You may break me," answered Moore. "It is in your power. You can't keep me from writing. Gentlemen, my signature to an article is worth some attention, and if you force me out, I shall have just enough money left to print and distribute a handbill. I'll drop it in every doorway. I'll paste it on every fence, and it will be the most interesting reading ever offered the city of Pittsburgh." He left the meeting. He continued his policy, and he heard nothing further from the bankers. How many a newspaper must have lived through such a drama, only with a different climax. For when the publisher lies down, swallows his dose, and keeps the friendship of the powers, we do not hear about it. Alone, the experienced journalist, compendium not only of publishable news, but of unpublishable information, sees the change in policy, remembers where the newspaper got its money, and by putting 2 and 2 together, knows what he cannot prove. The syndicate influence. When one man heads a newspaper, he at least is responsible for its shortcomings and compromises. Though he be rich, He may remain more journalist than businessman, as are Pulitzer in New York and Nelson in Kansas City. But when the newspaper is owned by a stock company, when its directors meet but to shave this year's expenses and increase next year's dividends, commercialism usually binds it. The height of its policy is then enlightened selfishness. If it approximate free journalism, it usually does so only because freedom may pay in the long run. The remarkable history of the Chicago Tribune, not a stock proposition, but a paper of several joint owners, nevertheless illustrates this point. It illustrates also how the social poison mixes by chemical affinity with the financial poison. Joseph Medill founded the Tribune. He was of the Greeley school, a fighting wartime editor with a blasting pen. He made it the great journal of the Middle West. Before he died in the late 90s, journalism had become transformed. He saw the new era as Greeley might not have done, and he made news efficiency march with editorial efficiency. In this, his son-in-law, the late Robert W. Patterson, was a most able assistant. He was a remarkable news editor. Medill owned most of the Tribune stock. His will left his holding in a 25-year trust with 3 trustees of equal power. One was his son-in-law, Robert W. Patterson; a second, his other son-in-law, Robert S. McCormick, later ambassador to Hungary, to Russia, and to France; and the third, his old associate and personal attorney, William G. Beale. Under this management, the publication went ahead wonderfully. Probably no American newspaper has ever employed so many men of ability verging on genius as the Tribune in the last decade. James Keeley is supreme in the United States as a news editor. No one else perceives so clearly and subtly what news value is. No one else can make such drama out of the day's events. William Hart, Joseph Medill Patterson, Tiffany Blake nearly revived the lost arts of the essay in their editorials. Medill McCormick was a good publisher not only upstairs but downstairs, not only in furthering the intellectual ends of a newspaper but its business needs. Clifford Raymond was one of the great American reporters. John T. McCutcheon originated a new form of cartoon, and these are only a few out of many. On makeup or purely mechanical appearance, on taste in news writing, on criticism, it came to lead the country. The dictator of the Tribune. With all this modern cast, it continued to hold most of Joseph Medill's old power as an editorial advocate. Its circulation is moderate as compared to the myriad Hearst readers, but it reaches the brains of Chicago and the Middle West. It remains one of the few American newspapers of which one can say with certainty that it will help any cause that it advocates on the editorial page. But Beale served on the Board of Trustees and voted 1/3 of the Medill stock. And Beale is not a journalist, he is a corporation attorney. He has the corporation point of view. He believes, probably, that the people prosper only as superior beings take care of them. Doubtless he believes that there are 2 kinds of morality, home and business. We cannot quarrel with his opinions and motives. He is what nature and environment made him. And nature gave him great diplomatic ability, as environment this point of view. Had the Patterson and McCormick interests voted their 2/3 of the trusteeship as a unit, Beale, with his 1/3, were an unconsidered factor. But social and political ambitions divided them. McCormick's ambition made him ambassador. and Beale, carefully widening the division, voted now with the McCormicks against the Pattersons, and now with the Pattersons against the McCormicks. So again and again was he able to impose on editors, reporters, and editorial writers a policy which made them grind their teeth. For 5 or 6 years thereafter, the course of the Tribune became spotted, a streak of white followed by a small streak of dirty gray. Freeing a newspaper. By all its old policies, the Tribune should have opposed Senator Lorimer's original election. Keeley, who finally exposed Lorimer, must have suspected then, as well as he knows now, what forces backed him. One imagines Blake with his keen, proportionate wisdom, McCutcheon with his incisive pencil, and Raymond with his gentle but effective sarcasm, panting for a chance at this representative of corruption. But Beale prevailed. The Tribune held its peace on Lorimer. The so-called drainage canal plan involved using that stream to make electricity for the municipal supply. But that would have hurt the Edison Company. Beale got the reins again, and again the Tribune favored the corporation's side. Finally, but for Beale, we might have needed no insurgent fight on Joseph Cannon. The Tribune has real power, even in Danville. Had it started one of its strong, intelligent campaigns against Cannon's re-election in 1908, it might have turned the balance. But Beale tightened the reins, and Cannon was elected. In the course of these office disturbances, Meadow McCormick virtually resigned as publisher. Then, when the Tribune seemed sentenced to silence and blackness, the situation shifted again. The McCormicks and Pattersons were brought together. Beale was squelched. McCormick returned to his desk. Keeley became general manager with full power. The paper emerged into a spot of white. Immediately the Tribune expiated an old sin. Keeley accepted an opening to let in the light on Lorimer, found just what influence elected him, and published an exposé which, for technical efficiency, was a journalistic masterpiece. The leader episode, the World Herald episode, the history of the Chicago Tribune, these are glimpses beneath the surface, and only glimpses. They express a whole situation, in the last analysis, the perplexity of free journalism. The direct control of the advertiser may pass with more enlightened business methods, but so long as our American capitalism retains its insolence and its ruthlessness of method, commercial publishers of million-dollar newspapers must recognize this influence whether they like it or no. And many of them do like it. The opposing pulls. Let us, in closing, look one thing squarely in the face. Though we view society as radicals, not as Tories, we must concede to the other side the right to an organ. That a man takes the side of property is no crime. Society proceeds by checks and balances. There must be radicals, or we shall have rule by barons. There must be conservatives, or the faggots will blaze behind street barricades. A newspaper which stood openly for class and corporation rule, wrote its editorials and colored its news to that end, would be a worthy, dignified, and honest institution. By no such method do our barons proceed, and our quarrel is with the method. Publicly, the controlled newspaper assumes to exercise its ancient office of tribune of the people. Privately, it serves wealth. Publicly, that it may keep subscribers, it pretends to favor progress. Privately, that it may guard its owner's sources of revenue and social position, It suppresses and denatures news which would assist that progress. The system is dishonest to its marrow. Let us clear our eyes again and face another fact. Circulation and advertising, the people and the interests, exercise opposing pulls on newspapers. Advocate popular causes cleverly enough, and you gain circulation. If you do not believe in these causes, and howl them out only to increase subscription lists, then are you a dishonest publisher. Newspapers have built on this policy, and built only to betray when they got themselves established. But the ratio of this kind of dishonesty to the other and deeper kind is the ratio between circulation receipts and advertising receipts, or about 1:4. End of section 12.
The American Newspaper, A Study of Journalism in Its Relation to the Public, by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The American Newspaper, Section 13. The New Era. Of all the petty theories by which mankind sugars unpleasant fact, none so poorly stands the proof of experience as the belief that it always pays to be good, that truth and honesty, in the end, get the champagne and truffles, lying and dishonesty the lees and crusts. For when the journalist, with his learning in the written and unwritten gossip of his times, reviews our world of fact, he discovers that the material rewards go very largely to the wisely and discreetly dishonest. Too often Croesus owns his country estate, cruises in his steam yacht, because he has taken rebates or kept rotten, germ-eaten tenements. Too often Solon sits in the Senate because he has compounded, secretly and cleverly, with the weasels and rats of the city tenderloin, the vultures and wolves of the state lobby. If their sin finds them out, it discovers them in their closets, not their counting rooms. The temporal punishment strikes their characters, not their pockets. Yet journalism, among all human institutions, seems most to vindicate popular belief regarding the reward of virtue and vice. Reviewing the whole field of publication, following from beginning to end the history of newspaper after newspaper, one finds that those which have gone on to great and stable profits are those which have most clearly expressed on the surface what exists beneath. In the business of journalism, it seems that virtue does get its final material reward. To understand this peculiarity of journalism, it is necessary to dismiss morals and view it as a business proposition. The advertiser pays most of the revenue, but he is paying for circulation. The greater the circulation, the greater the advertising rate, and the more eagerly advertisers will buy. This is a kind of double product, a double sale. You must have circulation first, last, and all the time, though circulation pay you no profit, except as you turn it into advertising. As a stock feeder gets his profit not from his hay and corn, but from his fattened steers. Truth as a commodity. What, in the last analysis, is the editor selling to his subscribers? Truth. For that, they take his newspaper, to get at the truth about their times, as the imperfect human editor sees truth. The great, the damning indictment against a corrupt newspaper is the accusation of lying. Ask any stranger in smoking compartment or hotel lobby what he thinks of his home newspapers, what adverse criticism he has to bring against them. Typically, bromidigally, he answers, "You can't believe half you see in them." Intuition lies deeper than reason, and mankind perceives before it formulates. Your chance acquaintance has perceived that the commodity of a newspaper is truth. Now the gentlemen of the Croesus type, who prosper by lies and legalized theft, have usually been moral in one thing. Their ultimate economic product has been good, or the public would not long have bought it. John D. Rockefeller stands as type of this evil-born prosperity, but Standard Oil was good oil. The picking, stealing, and chicanery came in somewhere along the line of distribution. It did not consist in poor refining nor adulteration, if adulteration of petroleum be possible. The railroad closure strangles competition by bribing legislators, or he grows fat with rebates. But his railroads run on schedule. They handle the business. If he grows too careless about safety devices, too economical about passenger accommodations, he invites boycott and competition. He also dare not adulterate the product. Now, when an editor habitually states what he knows to be untruth or half-truth, when, to favor his crowd, his advertisers, or his financial source of supplies, he taints or suppresses good news, he is watering the milk. He is manufacturing an adulterated product and violating a law of commercial success. The merely commercial and conscienceless newspaper proprietor sees, or thinks he sees, a way to beat this law. Whiten your sepulchres, rouge your sores. Cleverly and adroitly color the news at demand of your advertisers and the powers behind them. Sell your policy for money. Do the work of the unclean element of your political faction, and conceal it all by cleverness. Like a conjurer, attract attention to one hand while working the trick with the other. Advocate with sincerity a good cause which touches no interest, that you may remain silent about a good cause which touches all the interests. If a reformer raise the cry of rotten tenements, speak him fair, give him perhaps perfunctory space, and start next day a public fresh air fund subscription with the richest tenement holder at the top of the list. So you may fool your reader into giving you circulation to sell to the real profit maker, the advertiser. Yet men who have staked their fortunes on it are borrowing quarters on Newspaper Row and wondering what happened. For it had just one concealed flaw which they might have discovered by consulting any advanced treatise on English composition. The hidden intention, the back thought, has a way of shining through the written word. Sincerity is a foundation of all sound work in letters, and insincerity in print cannot be made convincing. Because he was false, Oscar Wilde stands merely a study in a phase of style, instead of a supreme figure. Because, after life had beaten his cynic humor all to pieces, he became momentarily sincere, he left The Ballad of Reading Gaol for his monument. By one of those subtle, hidden powers of mind, which the science of psychology cannot weigh, the world in general perceives sincerity, and none who ever wrote was great enough to defy his own perception of truth. The conscienceless publisher who sells his influence sees his plot fall because the public finds him out in the end and gradually withdraws its support. That is, to play it wholly like an adventurer and a pirate. Enjoy your first flush of hectic prosperity. When you feel the end coming, sell the sucked lemon to some dupe and move away to new fields. This is like the Japanese treatment of leased orchards, at which the Western farmer girds and riots. Pick, don't prune. Wring all you can out of the trees in 3 or 4 seasons, then get out, and devil take the orchard. As for the gentlemen of high finance who buy a newspaper outright to boom his private enterprises, his finish comes with greater expedition and certainty. Eventually, he finds that the newspaper in itself does not pay. If it is worth his while to retain it for assistance in his larger commercial and social plans, that is another matter. His profit must come in some coin other than business office receipts. Letting down the bars. It is like the hotel business. Suppose you are an innkeeper with a fine, respectable establishment. To stimulate profits, you take down a few bars, begin to admit disreputable and unpleasant people. Your hotel enjoys great prosperity for 2 or 3 seasons, then suddenly falls toward bankruptcy. The hotel bore a reputation for respectability. The soiled characters wanted to enter it in order to conceal their real nature and intentions. The newspaper bore a reputation for sincerity. Prostitute causes wanted to enter it in order to get by association the color of truth. As time passed, more and more disreputable people came to the hotel so that it lost utterly its old reputation. As time passed, the newspaper had to lie more and more boldly, suppress more and more brutally, and the public began to perceive. Finally, even the disreputable abandoned the hotel because it no longer covered their intentions. Finally, the corrupt powers which fed the newspaper discovered that its word carried no more force, that it was unable to further their causes, and they abandoned it to failure. This is not exactly a rule of newspaper publication, but it is a strong tendency. Here and there, especially in cities which have no free journalism in opposition, exist newspapers which have grown rich, continue rich, settle into an appearance of stable respectability on the insincere process of tricking their circulation. But the main current runs in the other direction. The properties which have remained longest in the field, which have risen to the greatest and most stable profits, are those which have kept furthest from control. Ask any well-informed publisher what one edition American newspaper he would prefer to own. He would take into account, of course, not only the year's profits, but past records and future prospects, and on that calculation he would name, doubtless, the Chicago News, the New York Morning World, or the New York Herald. Bar New York, Philadelphia, and Chicago, and he would be likely to choose the Kansas City Star or the Los Angeles Times. It has seldom stood for a good cause. Usually, it has stood for no cause at all. It has been sensational under a veneer of bourgeoisie respectability. It has published advertisements atrociously immoral. But it has been so because Bennett the Younger wanted it so. He has not sold his birthright to trust nor magnate. He has not compounded with the other interests whose securities lie in his strongbox. The Herald has expressed Bennett. So it has kept a certain level of sincerity, shown truth, though through an off-color lens. The New York World, final expression of Joseph Pulitzer's extraordinary talent, compounds a little, but very little, with its advertisers. Nothing else binds Pulitzer. If he own outside properties, they probably influence him not one whit. He speaks as he sees, and so does the staff under him. It matters not that he often sees ugliness before beauty, evil before good. The thing expresses Pulitzer. It is sincere. So he rolls up his profits by the hundreds of thousands, invests them by millions. An honest newspaper. Beyond a few reciprocal favors to advertisers, the Chicago News is an honest newspaper, first, last, and all the time. It is perhaps a tint and not a color. It would satisfy our ideal of journalism better if it fought harder. But therein it expresses only the opinions and character of its head. The News is not borrowing money from banks, and it does not need support from trust or corporation. It presents Chicago and the world as Victor Lawson, its publisher, and an editorial force which he chooses, see the world. In some respects, it goes far beyond any contemporary in allegiance to truth. When the News calls a dispatch foreign correspondence, it is just that. It is not matter rewritten in the office from foreign newspapers. Its specials on last night's news are its own. They are not rewritten from this morning's newspapers. And the News, according to general report among publishers, who have their own means of knowing, makes $800,000 to $900,000 a year. Even should it change hands, should a get-rich-quick policy destroy its character, the News would go on, paying for a generation by power of its old honesty. The unapproachable star. Just so with the Kansas City Star, but here is a color, not a tint. Not only has Colonel William R. Nelson held his organ to truth, but he has gone forth from his battlements and fought to make his city a better place for honest men and women. He has investments outside of his newspaper. I believe that he has never let these investments color his policies. In the periodical campaigns which the Star directs against the gang and the unfair public utility corporations, his opponents have charged underhand connection with the interests. These charges, at worst, are not proved. Probably they are the invention of desperation. And Nelson has succeeded to the height of any publisher's imagination. His business is so fortified, so stable, that it almost defies competition. They need make no concessions to advertisers. They come to him. If they would reach the people of Kansas City, they must have the Star and the Times. Where others appeal, he dictates. He has even been able to maintain a competition-strangling policy of circulation, morning, evening, and Sunday paper at 10 cents a week, which has generally failed elsewhere just because nowhere else is there so strong and healthy a business. General Harrison Gray Otis, with the Los Angeles Times, illustrates both sides. In his career, we see sincerity making dividends and insincerity shaving them. He is a forceful, knobby character, and for a long time he was himself. He represented the spirit of his community. It is a business spirit, the hustler, transplanted from the Middle West, made and maintained Los Angeles. Fairly, freely, he told the truth as he saw it. He fought for Los Angeles. He defeated the Southern Pacific, the great master of corporations in California, on the Harbor Project. When, in his unfair campaign against labor unions, he daily colored the fact, he expressed after all only his own knobby temper, as he did in his war on the Los Angeles school bond issue, begun because the superintendent of schools offended him. Footnote: let no one deduce from this that we are defending by inference those, whether union men or not, who blew up the Times building. Truth compels the statement that the Otis war on the unions has been grievously, almost absurdly unfair. End footnote. But the corporation attitude crept into Otis's policy. Perhaps it was his mutual investment with the Southern Pacific in lands. Perhaps it was only the weight of his millions. And now, though the Times is still a great moneymaker, the Hearst Examiner on one side, the measurably free Express on the other, are cutting into circulation and advertising. Once almost as much a dictator in Los Angeles as Nelson in Kansas City, Otis dictates no more. His intention has pierced the written word. The case of Milwaukee. Take Milwaukee. There, journalism is at rather low ebb financially. In no other American city, probably, are newspaper profits so small in proportion to the population. The free press is the boughten press of Senator Isaac Stevenson. He uses it to keep himself in the Senate, to protect the fortunes which send him there, and when there is a deficit, he pays it patiently. The Sentinel is Pickett of Milwaukee's Black Horse Cavalry, whose commander is Colonel Pfister. The Wisconsin is weakly conservative. The most profitable newspaper in Milwaukee, by all odds the best property, is the Journal. And the Journal is precisely that English newspaper which has the least traffic with corporations. Nearest of all, it approaches truth. Most of all, it dares speak out to its public. Precisely so it goes with those publishers who have built up newspapers not by units, but by groups. First among these in circulation is Hearst. In number of newspapers, the Scripps-McRae League. Except for difference of method, Scripps might appear as large to the public eye as Hearst. But the latter enters a city preceded by a calliope and a brass band, while the former steals in on gumshoes. We want every man, woman, and child to know that Hearst is here, says a Hearst executive. We want each of our subscribers to think he is the only subscriber, says the Scripps executive. Now, year in and year out, through all his queer, tacking course in journalism, Hearst has steered for one beacon. He has never forgotten the subscriber and his interests. Neither, or at least not until recently, has he permitted any outside interest to get a hold on his policies. It is true that in the 90s, Collis P. Huntington of the Southern Pacific bought the silence of the San Francisco Examiner, then Hearst's only newspaper, with an advertisement. The contract called for $1,000 a month to run 30 months. The Hearst men say that a resident manager made this deal during the proprietor's absence. Hearst was in Europe on his first long vacation. Before the 30 months was out, the great railroad strike came. The Southern Pacific was at war with the very class to which Hearst looked for circulation support. Hearst repudiated the contract, and Huntington made the transaction public. Ever since, Hearst's rivals have thrown in his teeth that dishonest contract. But in his own curious way, Hearst did stand by the subscriber and against the corporation. Perhaps that was the crossroads in his career. Perhaps had he turned the other way, respected not only the written word, but also feared the blackmail which Huntington held over him, he would have descended, not risen. And he must have learned the lesson. For 10 years, during which he faced the batteries of abuse, none charged control against him. He was looking always toward the subscriber. It is profit-taking time with Hearst. For the last 2 or 3 years, he has shown a disposition to trick the subscriber on behalf of his own larger interests. In Boston he is very quiet now, and in the city of his beginnings he is silent about the Southern Pacific. Nay, during the Haney prosecution of Calhoun, he fought its battles. Last year he took up the cudgels for Diaz of Mexico against magazine attack. His only visible reason for going without our borders to make a campaign against liberalism is his holding in Chihuahua lands, a bounty from Diaz to him and his father. Commercialized sincerity. As for Scripps McRae, who conduct 22 metropolitan and small city newspapers under one central organization, the subscriber and the subscriber's interests are the foundation stone of their policy. Scripps finances his own newspapers. His individual publisher, set down in a city with a small share in the property, does not have to borrow from a bank. The Scripps men are trained to keep an eye always on the subscriber, to serve his interests first. And the typical Scripps subscriber is a working man. If, here and there, a Scripps executive, in his haste to make returns, lies down before the advertiser, it is only here and there. The wholly commercial ideal of these newspapers is the presentation of all the truth from a popular point of view, in order to keep pure and plentiful the blood of their business. Dollar for dollar of investment, unit for unit of subscription, they make even Hearst journalism seem profitless. Further, the older ones are fine, established properties worth dollars, where certain wildcat newspapers of equal circulation are worth dimes. E.W. Scripps, after all kinds of experience with all kinds of newspapers, has learned that nothing profits a newspaper like truth. He has commercialized sincerity. Purposely independent. The negotiations for the sale of a newspaper came recently under my notice. An editor, just then out of a position and in possession of some funds, wanted an organ of his own. He consulted a newspaper broker who had led him to the chief owner of a small city journal in New England. This vendor had decided to try other fields, he told the buyer, but the graft was great. "Just look," he said, "we've got a gubernatorial campaign coming in the fall. Smith and Jones, I disguised the names, are safe to be the nominees. There's a fine chance to collect off either. I've purposefully kept the paper independent. You'd better go for Jones, I guess. We've already got a lot out of Smith, and Jones will have a bigger sack." Then the vendor went into details of stock and ownership. "I wish," said the proposed buyer afterward, "that I could have kept the list. It was so typical of a certain kind of newspaper. The gas company, so many shares. The banks, so many shares. The railroad, so many shares. But the remark which closed the negotiations was most typical of all. He said, "I'll tell you what I'd do if I were you. I'd just wipe all these shares off my books and make them come through again. They've already had their money's worth out of me." Now the point and moral of this story is in the beginning. The newspaper was for sale. There was no more juice in it for banks, or for gas company, or for the nominal owner. The owner had sucked the lemon, and he was handing over the skin. Why newspapers fail. A young newspaper may fail through any of the causes which wreck new business houses. When an old, established one fails, the type reason is bartered influence or corporation control. The Alta California was the pioneer newspaper of San Francisco. During the 70s, it stood supreme in its field. But the get-rich-quick policy drew its blood. It trafficked with corporations. It fought and suppressed for the Southern Pacific and its allied interests. The Alta California languished. Finally, circulation fell away until it became useless even to the corporations, and one day it simply stopped. Trace the history of any established newspaper which has died like this. The corporation germ is usually the cause of the disease. Within 2 years after John R. Walsh bought the Chicago Chronicle and began to use it in support of his tangled, crooked financial transactions, it had ceased to pay. When the great downfall came, when Walsh went to prison, its estimated valuation was only that of its Associated Press franchise and its down-at-the-heel printing plant. Indeed, this instance gives another angle on the newspaper as a business proposition and freedom as an asset. As every businessman knows, goodwill is a tangible if somewhat mercurial asset of all commercial institutions, a thing to be bought, sold, traded with. Goodwill is by far the greatest property of a publication, whether magazine or newspaper. The Chicago Tribune, exclusive of its building, is worth, I believe, about $8 million. Its visible assets, as plant and circulation apparatus, can hardly be worth more than $2.5 million. What is the other $5.5 million? Goodwill. Business prestige, reputation as an advertising medium, long contracts, enter into the account. But the main item, after all, is its hold with the public. What does the public buy, or expect to buy, from the Tribune or from any other popular newspaper? Mainly truth. What, in the end, alienates public support? A reputation for lies, either of expression or of silence. And, since the intention eventually shines through the written word, concealing, slanting, denying truth, is by way of cutting into capital, breaking into cargo. New times, new methods. I have divided the history of American journalism into 3 eras. In the first, the editorial advocate, the tribune of the people, was lord and mentor. The second was the riotous era of news. The third brought yellow journalism and commercial journalism, which allied themselves for curious results. It may be that we are entering a new era. Perhaps even those publishers who recognize neither conscience nor ethics are learning that free publication pays best, that the controlled game is the short game. After the period of wildcat banks, bankers settled down to stable finance, not so much because they disapproved of wildcat methods, as because the times would no longer tolerate them, and wildcat banking no longer paid. So, after a period of wildcat publication, we may enter an era of greater stability and honesty. The Times runs in that direction. It is a hopeful sign for a free press. The publisher alone, however, will never wholly reform the greater abuses of journalism. The impetus must come from the actual journalist, writing upstairs while the proprietor sells his wares downstairs, and from us, the public, not from the middleman, but from the producer and consumer. End of The American Newspaper, Section 13.
Section 14 of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elsie Selwyn. The American Newspaper by Will Irwin. Chapter 14. The Press of Two Cities. The danger of a controlled press as illustrated by present conditions in Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. How Boss Cox and his gang have strangled criticism of machine methods in Cincinnati. The Post's reformation and its influence in breaking the Cox power. The real cause of the graft indictments in Pittsburgh. The long newspaper opposition to the Pittsburgh plan of municipal government. Its causes and its methods. The curious case of the leader. The last 5 articles of this series have been running on the tack of the adverse, stating the darker side of American journalism. It would be called muckraking, I suppose. But keep in mind that the daily newspaper, for all its power and value, is still absurdly young. Remember that journalism of any kind has yet to celebrate its 300th anniversary, and that journalism as we know it now is hardly a century old. Remember also that men yet alive took wet from the press the first copy of Bennett's Herald, parent to every modern American newspaper. Except Darwin's scientific method, no plant of thought ever grew so great in so short a period. By human necessity, it has grown in size and strength at the expense of perfection, developed flaws which it must correct by process of years, and wisdom and excesses which society at large must curb and regulate. Also, it has served well in bulk. We have expected more of our journalism than any other modern people, and it has given more. The marvel is not so much that it has developed tyrannies and dishonesties, as that it has rendered this service. Yet before I am finished with muckraking, let me accept the term, I must clinch my points by some general examples. Reverence for the sources of advertising income, reverence for the sources of social and political approval, reverence for the sources of necessary capital. To what end may they lead journalism? The answer is the present condition of the press and politics in Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, cities now struggling to free themselves from the tyrants of democracy. The rule of Boss Cox. Cincinnati, as the world knows, has been ruled by George B. Cox, a graduate saloon owner, a survival in the newer age of that dynasty which thimble-rigged American municipal politics in the blind and lawless era of our democracy. He has held his power by all the familiar tricks, from persuading outcasts at election time to favor bankers with city funds. He has maintained the old alliance between the rat and the wolf, the dissolute little people of the vice district, and the respectable big people of the public service corporations. On behalf of his small group of insiders, he has formed an organization so strong that every road to public preferment in Cincinnati has run through the office of George B. Cox. His favorites have gone up through certain definite stages of promotion to the bench, to the city council, to Congress, and the speed of their promotion has depended upon their usefulness to the machine. To do this gang justice, it was not distinguished by pickings and stealings along the line. The honest graft went to the heads of the organization. The rewards of the faithful were promotion and personal advancement. The federal census has just demonstrated mathematically the effect of this hard and fast control by a select body of insiders. During the last decade, the average American city of Cincinnati's class increased in population 39%, and the average Ohio city of more than 25,000 population 36.2%. Cincinnati grew in the same period only 11.5%. Analyzed to the last factor, gang control is the answer to this problem in social arithmetic. A modern city grows largely by suburban trolley lines, and the gang, working with the transportation companies, made free development of suburban trolleys an impossibility. A city of Cincinnati's character grows largely by new manufactures. What encouragement had a manufacturer to enter a city where the insiders would hold him up for every privilege, from sidetracks to sites? When the automobile came, Cincinnati had perhaps the best carriage works in the United States. Nothing easier than to turn the expert carriage makers of this city into automobile workers. But there stood the gang, asking its bit of all industry, and the automobile business went to the nearby cities of Detroit, Toledo, Dayton, and Cleveland. So much for the background. Now, the Cox machine is nominally Republican, and Cincinnati has 4 English newspapers, 2 Republican, 1 Democratic, and 1 independent with a labor bias. Until recently, not one of these newspapers has lifted a voice of protest against Cox and his gang. John R. McLean, publisher also of the Washington Post, owns the Cincinnati Enquirer, a morning independent Democratic newspaper which stands alone in its class. Year in and year out, it has been one of the cleverest of our journals, one of the sharpest in newspaper technique. Also, it has been one of the most salacious. Wherever the news offered an excuse, it has skirted the law against sending obscene matter through the mails. Not even the London Pink-Un or the boulevard sheets of Paris publish a feature more openly and subtly salacious than Durandal's New York Letter, which appears weekly in the Enquirer. It clung until the last hope to the outworn massage form of assignation advertisement. There is much cleverness and little decency in the Enquirer. From such a newspaper one could hardly expect the fulfillment of public duty. It has lived up to expectation. In the stormy old period which culminated in the Cincinnati riots of 1884, McLean himself was a kind of boss, for at that date Cox ruled only a small district from his saloon. The riots broke McLean's power. When the city settled down under the rule of the Republican Cox, the Democratic McLean chose the way which led to safe profits and easy standing in Cincinnati. For all of him, the gang might have sold the windows out of the city hall. Nominally Democratic, he supported the Democratic gang and its little flurries with the Republican gang. But this service was merely negative, since these twain are one for all practical purposes. He gave Cox the best service that corrupt politician or corporation fixer can ask of a newspaper, the service of silence. So much for the leading Democratic newspaper. The President's Brother's Newspaper. Charles P. Taft, brother of the President, owns the Times-Star, independent Republican, a good newspaper technically. President Taft is a mild radical sprung from the midst of fattened conservatives. Charles P. Taft, insofar as we can judge him from his public acts, represents that extreme American Tory who makes the English Tory appear like a socialist. To such a man, capital appears sacred, business a god, reform of the outworn institutions which served us in our period of ground-breaking, a blasphemous irritation or a bitter joke. He was not so in the beginning. He started as a free newspaper publisher of moderate means, and in the early 90s he was fighting Cox. Then, through marriage and inheritance, money came his way, much money, until today he is the richest man in Cincinnati. He owns the largest and best hotel. His hand is in all the public utilities. One cannot visit Cincinnati for a day without paying tribute in some form or other to Charles P. Taft. As his millions grew, he began to let gang politics alone. He accepted a congressional nomination from the machine. He himself became Cox's man, his newspaper Cox's organ. Not but that the yoke chafed now and then. There is none too much of strong heart in Cox. Twice, after minor reform victories, he has announced his retirement, only to slip back into the saddle. Upon each of these retirements, the Times-Star has advised in guarded language the need for new leaders. Not the destruction of the machine, notice, nor yet the reform of machine methods, but new leaders. Perhaps Mike Mullen of the 8th Ward, whose poetically named Silver Moon Lodging House harbors the riffraff of the rivers on the night before election. Mike Mullen it is who gave a picnic to the poor of Cincinnati on one day, and on the next whipped through council a bill to hand over the city waterfront to a railroad. President Taft's Akron speech denouncing Cox and his rule in southern Ohio is a high spot in his record. His brother's newspaper, the Times-Star, denatured that speech by cutting out every reference to Cox and the gang. So the Times-Star also pays tribute of silence to the boss. Commission to the Sheriff. The Commercial Tribune, independent Republican, has been gathered from the wreck of several older journals, conspicuously the Tribune, which was founded as a reform newspaper and died for lack of capital before the century was born. As the Time-Star plays its Republican game, so does the Commercial Tribune, only perhaps it prospers less. One of its office secrets came out in 1906. The reformers, by a partial victory, had sent a legislative delegation to Columbus. They forced an investigation of Cincinnati affairs, which was going merrily until the gang stopped it by a technicality of law. And the business manager of the Commercial Tribune testified before this body that both his newspaper and the Time-Star were paying 33 1/3% commission to the sheriff's office for county advertising. He had talked this matter over with Mr. Taft once, he said, and Mr. Taft had declared that 33 1/3% was entirely too much. It should be 20%. For this and correlated reasons, and for the main reason that it serves the complacent individual to placate the gang, the Commercial Tribune, independent Republican, pays its own tribute of silence to Boss Cox. There is one more newspaper in Cincinnati, the Independent Post, owned by the Scripps McRae League. This, like the other units in that organization, is an economically conducted newspaper, published avowedly for working people. Through a decade of Cox's control, the Post also played the game of convenience and held its peace. Cincinnati owns a railroad, the Cincinnati Southern, built after the Civil War to bring the resources of the South to that gateway of the North. In the darkest days of Cox's rule, the gang conceived the idea of selling that road for a ridiculous price. And through the agitation and the subsequent election, the Post took no stand. It threw open its columns to both sides. In short, it printed their arguments as advertising matter at advertising rates. An unconsidered factor in Cincinnati politics averted this calamity. That is another story, and a good one. But no newspaper now existing in Cincinnati had anything to do with this victory for the people. The Post takes a hand. The Tribune died and deposited its bones on the Commercial Tribune. For 5 or 6 years, the people, as against the gang, had no voice in Cincinnati. During that period, Cox, with his allies among the rich and his lieutenants among the poor, sewed up nearly everything in Cincinnati not already double-stitched. They all but succeeded in rendering useless the improvement of the Ohio River by handing over a waterfront elevated franchise to the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. Then, in 1904, the reformers reached Scripps, who was just in the stage of his development as a publisher when he was beginning to support reform issues everywhere. The Post declared itself against the gang, and it never faltered. Its process of opposition was simple. It published the news. By virtue of this support, the reformers began to win partial victories. First, they got a legislative delegation in 1906. From that proceeded the legislative committees of 1906 and 1908 mentioned before. These bodies, before the machine stopped them by injunction, gathered enough information to accuse Cox of perjury. The reformers were in no position to get an indictment until 1908, when, led by the Post, they elected District Attorney Henry Hunt and Judge Frank M. Gorman. They could not bring affairs to a head until 1910, after the re-election of Hunt and Gorman. Then came the indictment and a series of legal moves. The prosecution, as all expected, was beaten from court. I say no more of this lest I be libelous. However, the very fact of the indictment was a hard political blow to Boss Cox. Even this meager result would have been impossible without the assistance of a free newspaper. Alas, poor Pittsburgh! The social and political condition of Pittsburgh is so complex, such a veritable Pittsburgh smelting pot of large human forces, that I have no room to relate it even in summary. It is necessary to remember that a body of reformers, including some of the most powerful men in Pittsburgh, have been fighting toward a new social consciousness, and that they have encountered not only a municipal machine and a loosely allied state machine, but remnants of several older machines. The Voters' League, expressing all that is best in Pittsburgh, has secured in the last 2 years 149 graft indictments involving 111 individuals against councilmen, politicians, and bankers. On these indictments, they sent several men to the penitentiary. This scandal brought the state of affairs vividly to the attention of the country. Not even Pittsburgh realizes, however, that these small politicians, these bank officials, only half guilty since they but plied the old trade as their craft masters taught it, were sacrificed to a silent press. The reformers were not fighting men so much as systems and conditions. They recognized that the best tool of the bosses and grafters was the council-maniac system. There were 2 houses elected from small districts. In one period, Pittsburgh had 155 councilmen. Such a government tends inevitably towards graft. To replace this antiquated municipal legislature with a small councilmanic body elected at large, the system which crystallized in the Pittsburgh Plan, was their main object. First of all, they, the large, enlightened people who understood conditions, must inform the little bewildered people of shop and mill, the voters. For this they needed a newspaper which would find the news and tell it. When they began this open fight against the system 2 years ago, they looked over the 7 daily English newspapers in Pittsburgh and beheld this state of affairs. The Gazette-Times morning and the Chronicle-Telegraph evening are the property and personal organs of United States Senator George T. Oliver. He is a machine politician of the old trading Pennsylvania school. His son, George S. Oliver, an excellent newspaper man, conducts these journals for him. Report has it that the younger Oliver is considerably more advanced in social outlook than his father, that he might, if left alone, make these newspapers champions of popular right. However, he must consider always his father's political interests, which lie generally parallel with the interests of the dominant machine in Pennsylvania. Further, the Frick Mellon banks are, or have been, their creditor, and in Pittsburgh, as elsewhere, the weaving and interweaving of interests allies banks and political gangs. These are, take them all in all, the best written, most modern newspapers in Pittsburgh, but there was no certain hope for the reformers in them. The Bar newspapers? No more hope there. Bar owned the Post, morning, and the Sun, evening. They are now in the hands of a receiver who has changed their policies. I speak of them here as they were during the graft fight. What Barr might have done of his own volition no man but knows. He was already in financial difficulties. The Post had paid. Then he started the Sun and found no room for another evening newspaper in Pittsburgh. He borrowed heavily from the Farmers National Bank, a city depository involved in the graft cases. This, if nothing else, ensured silence on the part of the Post and the Sun. 5 of a kind. The press was the old working-class organ of Pittsburgh, resembling in cast, though not character, the Scripps McRae newspapers of more modern days. Its founders established its circulation and advertising by intelligent response to the news needs of humble readers. Then a company controlled by Oliver P. Hirschman bought it. Hirschman's friends were Chris McGee and William Flynn, the old bosses of Pittsburgh politics. Although new bosses rule, the remnant of the old gang is still powerful. Paradoxically, Hirschman, who came into his business through the machine, leans more toward freedom than the average Pittsburgh publisher. But by policy, the press takes no strong political stand. After they break, it reports with measurable fairness and freedom such matters as the late graft indictments, but it never starts anything. Gang established, gang favored, unwilling in any event to take the first step, the press was of no use to the enlightened purposes of reform. These 5 newspapers, insofar as they concerned the general good, presented one type. All were tied up, in some manner or other, to the financial and political powers. All took their positions on local affairs with a view to the immediate financial, social, and political interests of the owners. There remain 2 newspapers of different type. The Dispatch and the Leader. The Dispatch is one of those settled, conservative journals which grow fixed in the affections and habits of settled and conservative people. These are perhaps the soundest properties as a class in the newspaper business. The Dispatch is in a position to be independent, for C. A. Rook, who manages it, boasts that he has never passed a dividend. But Rook apparently looks at the newspaper business as a means of profit and personal aggrandizement, and nothing more. He plays the gang game of silence when it best serves the kind of advancement which he covets for himself and the other owners. From the dispatch, most was to be expected, owing to its position, and was least to be hoped, owing to its policy and traditions. The other exception is a newspaper hard to classify, a very sulfite of journalism, the Leader. Once, Colonel John I. Nevin owned it, and in his day it served well its public. Nevin belonged in mental attitude to the elder school of Greeley, Godkin, and Raymond. His was the truculence, the likable eccentricity, the zeal for the common good, the joy in journalism for its own sake, which marked that breed. Pause, by the way, to hear this story. Nevin always read every word in the Leader with the critical eye of the expert editor. He discovered once the name of a prominent citizen in capital letters. The next morning he called the staff together for one of his office orations. In future, he said, the Leader will print only 2 names in capitals, God Almighty and John I. Nevin. This may not be true. Like Lincoln, he was the kind of man who gathers stories unto his fame. But it represents him. All his life, Nevin fought for a better Pittsburgh. His work bore spring fruit in his times, and autumn fruit in these. The reformers of the Voters' League and kindred bodies, who are slowly changing and redeeming Pittsburgh, build every day on the foundations which he laid. He died in the maturity of his powers, leaving his traditions and his stock in the Leader to his descendants and relatives. They carried on the colonel's policies, but the time came when cash from the sale of the Leader seemed best to serve the interests of the Nevin family. William Flynn, the old joint boss with Chris McGee, a contractor grown rich on city jobs, backed Alexander P. Moore in its purchase. Flynn, it is said, has complained at times that he can't control the darn thing. The Pittsburgh Millionaire. Moore rose from the press. He had always been affiliated with the gang. He proceeded at once to make the Leader a yellow newspaper, and as a Pittsburgh attorney puts it, he adopted the proposition that the best news is the dirtiest news. Politically, he followed roughly the old Leader tradition of righteous independence. However, not only the Flynn loan, but his indefensible news policy made him a poor prop for reforms. I give him credit for more true militant spirit than do some in Pittsburgh, who may have confused honest differences of opinion with bad intention, but I agree that this yellow newspaper, owing backstairs allegiance to a time-expired boss, measuring the worth of a story by the scandal which it involved, could serve a reform cause but imperfectly. This rapid summary of the circumstances and motives which govern individual Pittsburgh newspapers ignores some characteristics common to most of them. They grant the franchise of suppression to the advertisers and the banks as frankly and freely as the word. Kaufman's department store, for example, has killed story after story. Indeed, so many powerful Pittsburghers have this privilege that 2 or 3 freelance correspondents flourish by selling to other cities the personal news matters suppressed in Pittsburgh. From this state of affairs has come one curious effect. The term Pittsburgh millionaire has become an American joke, a synonym for wild, crude expenditure and gaudy scandal. These irresponsible correspondents have put this tag to Pittsburgh by labeling any news-beset businessman with a living income millionaire or society leader. A little on the side. The Oliver newspapers, most modern in their caste and methods, pay measurably good salaries to their editorial employees. The others literally pay less on the average to the men who write their news reports and editorials than to the linotype operators. $25 a week is a star salary to a writer. Frankly, the publishers do not expect that this shall be the whole pay of their men. They wink at the collection of half-tainted money on the outside, because it enables them to get efficient men at a starvation wage. In short, they barter the independence of their writers for the small coin of politicians, theatrical managers, commercial adventurers. The press agent of Pittsburgh works more commonly from inside the newspaper offices than from the outside. The political reporter of the Dispatch is head of the Civil Service Commission, a bounty of the city machine, at a salary of $2,400 a year. The political reporter of the Press is a member of that same commission at a salary of $2,000 a year. The political editor of the Gazette-Times serves on the Registration Commission, a gift of the state machine, at $2,400 a year. Why pay big salaries when the going is so good? Direct venality is not common among newspapers and newspaper men. Least of all is it common among reporters. He of that adventurous temperament which makes a good news-getter and news-writer is not inclined to look toward money as a main reward. He prefers the story. Nevertheless, a suppressed chapter of Confessions and the Pittsburgh graft cases shows that when the gang cut the melon on a big job, they often gave a share to the reporters. The tips on one list ran from $250 down to $50. Perhaps these men were discharged afterward. I do not know, and I am not greatly blaming them. I blame whoever invented and promoted the system of paying journalists. Forcing news into print. Such was the condition of the press when the new civic spirit ran through Pittsburgh. Someone must get the state of affairs and civil government to the common people. In short, someone must tell the news. Since the daily newspapers could not be depended upon to do this voluntarily, the reformers adopted an intensely modern method. They found out themselves the exact extent of graft in the city departments. They employed Wilson, the praying detective, to trap councilmen. They persuaded the federal government to trap bankers. They sprang their arrests and indictments suddenly and dramatically, and so they forced the newspapers to take notice. Suppression has its limits. Here was news so big and astonishing that the newspaper which ignored it would have stamped itself a fool or a knave. Yes, the 7 newspapers of Pittsburgh published the news, but they withheld still their editorial support. Bar the leader, and one could print in 2 pages of Collier's all their editorials on the graft, indictments, arrests, and convictions, a process which lasted nearly 2 years. Further, most of these editorials took the mild tone, "If it is true, it is really a pity," when in the later stages of the fight the details grew less glaringly sensational. They held back in their news columns. In that period, indeed, the information of most vital interest to corporate Pittsburgh often came to light solely in the bulletins of the Voters' League. The newspapers held back while the Charter Committee carried the Pittsburgh plan up to the legislature, held back until A. Leo Wheel charged before the state legislature that a vice machine had been constructed under the city administration. Only when commercial body after commercial body, leading citizen after leading citizen, had endorsed the new charter movement, only when the very local improvement clubs met but to discuss plans for reform, did the newspapers give even half-hearted assent to the Pittsburgh plan. Indeed, only 3 of them wholly endorsed it. Tribunes of the people, heralds of the powers. These leading cases of Cincinnati and Pittsburgh are extreme examples. Form no picture of our American press as a whole from such models as these. They illustrate only the dangers of a controlled press, and by contrast the uses of a free press in bolstering the weaknesses of democracy. End of section 14. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 15 of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper, a study of journalism in its relation to the public, by Will Irwin. 15. The Voice of a Generation. Being the final article in this series, the remedies proposed for the abuses of our press and their general futility, the danger in stricter legislation, the limitations of an endowed press, the impracticability of the adless newspaper, the older generation, and the means by which it keeps young talent from the control of newspapers, the right of protest in the Associated Press as a bar to newcomers in the publishing field. In the profession itself lies our hope. Logically, I should close this series with a view of the present state of American journalism. It is impossible, however, to do that with fairness and certitude. No one can state his own period in terms of time and eternity. His eyes are too near the object. Then, too, there is a special difficulty. This is a transition period. In American journalism, as in American statecraft, we are sloughing off dead skin, and the new is not yet hardened to use. Spite of the evils and excesses in our journalism, the curve of progress appears to run upward. In all matters of technique, even in the writing of editorials, we have improved vastly. We may have no Julian Ralph or Murat Halstead reporting news, no Horace Greeley or Arthur McEwen writing editorials, but we have a vast body of university-trained reporters, skilled to perceive truth closely and record it accurately, a great body of university-trained editorial writers, informed in the sound principles of economics and sociology. The art of editing has advanced. It shows greater discrimination, a broader point of view. 20 years ago, certain stock stories were always good, and certain other classes of news which the public likes, and should like, were ignored. At that time, any murder was news, and any hanging, no matter how remote or uninteresting, called for space on the front page. Our broadening horizon. Foreign news was scanty, and, except in the greatest newspapers, generally trivial to a ridiculous degree. The yellows, it is true, brought in the personal note, which is 3/4 low curiosity, and from the time that the yellow flood overflowed, great public measures have generally occupied scantier space. Yet the handling of such news is more intelligent. To print the debates on reciprocity in full, as the old-age newspaper would have done, avails less with a busy people than to print the general drift of the speeches, the general sentiment of Congress, together with the high points in the debate, as when one congressman makes a telling point or drops a felicitous phrase. All technique has advanced. Our newspapers are sharper, quicker, more moderate, nearer to the truth and to sound principles of sociology than the newspaper of 20 or 30 years ago. We may have less genius, but we have more trained and specialized talent. If you doubt this, ask not the veteran newspaperman, who must look at his sturdy years, as all men do, through rose mists. Just consult the files. In the invasion of private right, which means the publication of stories and details in stories which wound sensitive individual feelings, there has been, it would seem, little change in bulk. The yellow influence, on the one hand, lowered standards in this respect, while on the other, the advent of writers and editors better educated, better trained, improved it. If our newspapers, following the yellow custom, are more likely to dig up and print the intimate details of such events as divorces, separations, bank failures, and crimes, they are less abusive to their antagonists. No politician, whatever the cause of irritation, would draw nowadays such volleys of Billingsgate as the Republican newspapers fired at Grover Cleveland. The swollen size of our newspapers is a problem which concerns the craft, after all, more than the public. The reduction of spruce and hemlock forests, from which we get our wood pulp, must in the end reduce the number of pages. At present, the editor, especially in his Sunday edition, may shoot wide at broad targets. He may print a great deal of matter which interests only a class of people here and there. In the day of the inevitable reduction, he must try to make every story tell, to select nothing which will not interest nearly everyone. Indeed, the era of reduction is already at hand, and it would have arrived long ago but for the advertisements. Even that consideration will not halt the shrinkage long. The advertiser buys display, and display is relative, not absolute. It does not matter whether the chief advertiser buys half a page or a full page, so long as he gets twice as much space as his largest competitor. The 9th article of this series carried a facsimile of Eric's 3/4 column advertisement in the 70s and Gimbel's page advertisement in 1911. Each was the largest single ad of the issue. Now it is probable that Eric got about as much advertising value to the unit of circulation as Gimbel. We shall probably see smaller newspapers, and correspondingly more tersely written ones. Concerning the ultimate honesty of journalism and its higher function, to guard popular rights, one may speak with little certainty. Undoubtedly, the direct sale of columns is now somewhat uncommon where once it was flagrant. Undoubtedly, the custom of taking subsidies from politicians has been cast off by most great city dailies, although it is still a curse of the country press. Undoubtedly, the yellow influence made our newspapers better disposed, whether sincerely or no, to expose the evils of the body politic, to let in that light which Emerson called the best policeman. On the other hand, the dishonesty, conscious or unconscious, arising from necessarily close relations with capital and the owners of capital, has grown. I have written 5 articles in vain if I have not made clear how its own finances are a menace to the freedom of the press. That is the point of perplexity. That is the disease which the public must help the free journalist to cure. By what means, then, may we direct this new force into its proper relation towards progressive civilization? How shall we curb its audacities, check its unfair violation of private right, while leaving it free to fight the common enemy and to tell the necessary truth? No gag laws. The first and most obvious proposal, of course, is stricter legislation. Those who urge that the law should take the newspaper in hand are usually those who see nothing wrong about our newspapers except the violation of privacy. Let us amend our laws of libel and contempt of court, they say, broaden their scope, increase their penalties, stretch them somehow so as to make intimate and personal details exempt from newspaper publication. We have even reactionaries who would return to British common law and make it illegal to publish certain news harmful to the individual until the police or the courts have officially approved its truth. Any particular law may be meat for the English and poison for the Americans. Law is the last resort of society, the ultimate social corrective when all others have failed. For many evils which beset us, the English have their unofficial correctives of custom and habit. For example, most laws need be less strictly and minutely drawn with them than with us, since the orderly Englishman by habit obeys the letter and spirit of the law, while the American, with his tradition of Yankee independence and smartness, tries to take advantage of the letter to violate the spirit. Again, he of the stiff, steel-hearted mother race has, in his unyielding code concerning his tiny personal rights, a method of correction which is lacking in American society. The corresponding function with us has been generally assumed by our unhampered press. England has never been muckraked in the American sense. How much of what we call graft exists there, we do not exactly know. Certainly, they have a good deal of anointed and consecrated graft, accepted as the prerogative of the exalted hundredth by the flunky-hearted lower and middle classes. With equal certainty I may say that such wrongs as the railroad cinch in New England and California, the Standard Oil cinch the country over, could not have grown up in England, because the English would have never permitted the evasions of law by which they obtained their hold. But given that such evils should find root in England, there is little power in the English press to uproot them, for their villains and schemers are people in private life, and the smallest printed offense against an individual in private life may be a wrong under English law. By our deplorable attitude toward law have these evils grown up among us. By the freedom granted our press are they in process of correction. Ida M. Tarbell's History of Standard Oil started the fight on that monopoly. Never was a contemporaneous history so temperately and accurately written. Yet her mildest chapter contained a dozen statements which would have constituted a wrong under English law. Under that law, Miss Tarbell could have been sent to prison on successive convictions for the term of her natural life. Had we such laws as the British enforce and glorify, John D. Rockefeller might have brought action against nearly every newspaper in this country. What would happen to us? Collier's has, we flatter ourselves, performed some service to the Commonwealth by throwing light on certain rubbish heaps of the body social. Under English law, Mr. Adams's patent medicine exposés, which stopped the poisoning of a great part of our people, would have brought convictions enough to go around among the editors and leave a few over for the printers and pressmen. And never did we need this journalistic freedom so much as now. Never before would the break on journalism which English law enforces have worked so much harm. For we are in such a curious stage of our social evolution that the enemies of the people, the generals and chiefs of privilege, are not our elected and appointed representatives, but men in private life, so situated that they could entrench themselves behind any law drawn on the English plan. This is no time to prate to us of gag laws for our press. A few features of foreign libel laws we might copy without fettering any honest editor. Germany, for example, has a good statute concerning retractions. The individual who, either through carelessness or bad design of the editor, is the victim of a published untruth, may obtain an apology of equal space and prominence with the original statement. In this country, the rule, all but universal, is to play down the retraction. A newspaper will publish a false and damaging statement in 3 columns on the front page. Being forced to eat its words, either to avoid a libel suit or to mitigate damages, it will print the retraction in 6 lines at the bottom of a remote column. Every newspaper man knows that certain people with no reputation to lose rejoice over a newspaper libel against them as over a prize in a lottery. It is a chance for easy money. Every newspaper man knows also how reluctant are those of real pride and respectability to sue for libel. A retraction of prominence equal to the original story is what they want, and there is no reason in all justice why they should not have it. The endowed press was, 10 years ago, a favorite remedy with theorists. Let us have, they said, some national newspapers supported by private philanthropy, which can afford to publish not what the public wants, but what it should have. A few newspapers endowed on this system would probably do a certain amount of good. But one major difficulty, and 2 minor ones, present themselves. Who, in the first place, would give the endowment? Some Carnegie or Rockefeller, doubtless. The unavoidable sycophancy of mankind would connect the editors of such a publication to the donor's point of view. From no newspaper endowed by Andrew Carnegie could we expect fair treatment of another Homestead strike. And no newspaper endowed by Rockefeller would fail in respect to 26 Broadway and its allied interests. Our endowed universities are cowards in the presence of capital. Could we expect more of the endowed newspaper? Again, those who propose the endowed newspaper, like those who would strengthen our press laws, have proved that they recognize, after all, only one evil in the popular press: its publication of matter which hurts people's feelings and is inimical to good taste. Their ideal is something like the older New York Evening Post. I have already shown the flaw in that admirable kind of journalism, the danger to democracy in a review of the world which ignores the ugly. It is so easy in any organization of society to lift a part and to degrade the mass, so easy to create a state consisting of an aristocracy and a helot mob. It is much more difficult to lift the whole mass, yet that is the idea of democracy. The masses will not take such a newspaper any more than they will now take the Evening Post or the Boston Transcript. It must remain a class publication. And what we need is not more class publications, but more sane and honest popular newspapers, like the Kansas City Star, which tell the truth in the language of the people. Finally, the theorists have assumed that the newspaper occupies the same relation to society as the theater and the opera. Since an endowed theater in Europe has elevated, if not purified, the state of the continental drama, why should not an endowed newspaper elevate American journalism? These theorists forget that while the drama is purely a luxury, the newspaper is primarily a necessity. Although it serves to spread the taste and desire for culture through the masses, it is nevertheless concerned mainly with economic and political needs. It is not an ornament to the cornice of society, but a girder in the framework. It is part of the workaday world. It will serve best if it is free to fight its own way toward perfection, to maintain its own athletic relations to the other forces of society. The Adless Newspaper. The newspaper endowed by its subscribers, the stock held in blocks of 1 share, has been suggested, has even been tried in Europe, with doubtful results. When the public becomes sufficiently well educated concerning journalism, learns what its real failings are, such an experiment may succeed to a limited degree in this country. The newspaper without advertisements, the adless paper in office slang, has been proposed. Even that seems impracticable just at present. To compensate for the loss of advertising revenue, it must sell on the street at from 3 to 5 cents, and it must dispense with the high-priced features and specials which embellish the great popular newspapers and which are such a lure to the average reader. For its chief commodity would be unclouded truth, seen through the eyes of a free editor, and the public, in its present state of education concerning newspapers, is not quite ready to pay good coin for truth alone. Some genius in newspaper economics may devise a plan to make an adless paper pay at 1 or 2 cents. If he does, he will have a profound influence on his own city, for when one is telling the whole truth, the others must be chary of half-truths. But that also is a mighty parlous undertaking at present. We may assume, then, with all the certainty which ever attaches to prophecy, that we must go on for a time as we are going at present, with newspapers published to make money, their investment closely allied to big business, with real producers of journalism arranged in groups, each under the dominance of a capitalist. In the profession itself lies our greatest hope. In spite of all commercial tendencies, its personnel and intelligence are improving year by year. Visiting from newspaper shop to newspaper shop last year, I was struck with the general and noble dissatisfaction of the men over the present condition in their craft. It was not the whine of the half-baked old-time newspaper man, "This is a rotten business." They are coming to realize the importance of their profession, its usefulness, its potential standing. Their dissatisfaction is only disgust for a control which forces the reporter to drop a good story because it leads to the iniquity of some friend of the paper, which forces the editorial writer to write against all his opinions because the source of income is involved. The sentiment is young, but growing. It is not yet crystallized in results. In 10 years of journalism, I have not known 5 writers for the daily press who left their employment over a matter of opinion. The British Idea. They order those things better in Britain. The best English journalists will not take dictation from the sources of revenue, and will not write against their opinions. When a London newspaper changes editorial policy, switches from Whig to Tory, for example, the editorial writers resign as a matter of course. No such code in this country. Some of the most bigoted Republican protectionist editorials of these times proceed from the pens of socialists and single taxers. It is a great deal to expect, but there is some hope that we may get the higher code into American journalism. When that time arrives, the brains of the profession, and in no human activity is brain related so directly to profit, will refuse to suppress or color truth for greed of revenue. Then the system will cure itself. Let us take an analogy from medicine, that profession so admirable on its ethical side that it has lately, through its preventative work, set about to reduce its own source of revenue. Suppose a businessman of great wealth, cleverness, and enterprise were to arise and say, "These fellows don't get half the money out of it that they might. Look at all the cheap cases they take. I'll get them together. I'll start a medical institute in every city, offering the doctors better money than they're getting now. I'll have a corner on doctors. I'll advertise them, I'll exploit them, and I'll force the public to pay what it's worth to save life, and I'll make millions for myself." The plan is perfectly feasible, except for one thing. No physician of ability and reputation would give it a moment's countenance. That journalism will reach this height is improbable. The very haphazard nature of journalistic education makes against it. But with every notch it rises, corrupt commercialism in newspaper making will fall a corresponding notch. Indeed, were the abler among the younger generation of journalists free to go forth and start newspapers of their own, we might find at once a corrective for the gagged press. A single journal telling the truth to its community will cure the suppression habit. When the lottery fight was on in New Orleans, every newspaper of that city was so deeply influenced by its capital, its advertising revenue, and its social connections that none told the truth. The reformers started the New Delta, which they sold on the day after the lottery was buried. In it, they told the people of New Orleans what was going on, and this one clear voice of truth prevailed. The $1 Million Phantom. Unfortunately, young brain is no more generally associated with old accumulation of wealth in journalism than in any other form of industrial activity. Also, there is a general impression that it takes $1 million to start a city newspaper, and the stable old publishers who hold the business under their control have done nothing to remove that impression. The youth with a free message has no $1 million. If he manages to borrow it, He must go, usually, to the very institutions which pull the wires on his contemporaries. That $1 million valuation is a bugaboo, however. There is reason for believing that a city newspaper can begin small and grow large like any other commercial institution. E.W. Scripps, than whom no other man sees further into a newspaper business proposition, has said, "All 2 young men need to start a newspaper is a basement, a second-hand press, 4 linotype machines, and a message." And indeed, his experience proves his maxim. Mr. Scripps experimented for many years with many kinds of newspapers. In his middle age, he began his string. He picks a town which needs shaking up, and selects from his organization an editor and a business manager whom he thinks adequate to the task. He establishes them in humble quarters with the second-hand press and the linotype machines, gives them a small salary and a block of stock, and puts them to work. Now he controls 22 newspapers, all but 2 or 3 started on this plan. And here is the significant general fact among them. None of his successful papers has cost more than $30,000 to start. I have, from the Scripps organization, figures concerning the Dallas Dispatch. It is 4 years old. It claims a circulation of 12,000 in a city of 92,000 population, a circulation great enough to get any truth to the people. It cost $17,000 to establish the Dispatch. In its 4th year, the editor, who owns 20% of the stock, made more from his shares than from his salary. Any young newspaper man who is thoroughly sincere and intelligent, says Mr. Scripps, can, with $10,000 or $20,000, found a people's newspaper and outstrip in the race for popular favor any old established journal which depends only on the wealth of its owners and the favor of the so-called capitalist class. Of this there is one serious qualification. Behind the Scripps newspapers is Scripps' experience and the marvelous Scripps business method. The zealous young independent publisher must start without that. One institution which has been a jewel of American journalism stands now in the road of the ambitious young publisher, the Associated Press. Axiomatically, you cannot run a newspaper on local news alone, and in some cities which need fresh newspapers just now, the situation in the press bureau, which supply news of the outer world, forbids new journalism. The trouble with the AP. When Victor Lawson and others gathered up the wreckage of the old press bureaus in the late 90s and formed the new Associated Press, they needed funds. It was part of their policy to make an Associated Press franchise valuable. They issued bonds, and the newspapers which took these original bonds were given 41 votes in convention against 1 vote to the newspapers which came in later. These original purchasers nearly all represented that commercial brand of publisher which rose after the Civil War, and they have controlled the organization ever since. The radical publishers, first fruit of insurgency in the younger generation, have tilted at this control from time to time, but with no success. The conservative majority, strong in commercial wisdom, put into the Constitution the right of protest. This article, stripped of its complexities, means that the original members may unite to shut out any newcomer from their field. A suit at law made them modify this rule. Now, the applicant protested by his elder rivals may appeal to the annual meeting, and if he gets a 5/6 vote, his petition is granted. He never does get such a majority, of course. New York votes against the applicant from St. Louis, that St. Louis may vote against the next applicant from New York. Nothing except outright purchase of a newspaper could get today an Associated Press franchise in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco, St. Louis, or any other of the greater American cities. Melville B. Stone, a genius at consolation, took charge of the organization. He was a tremendous success. He made it, without doubt, the most efficient press bureau in the world. Even now, when respect for the mighty sources of news is slanting it toward the side of the powerful, it is, for freedom, as a yeoman to a slave beside most European press bureaus. For a time it had no competition worth considering, and the Associated Press franchise to a morning newspaper, from a mere piece of paper, has become a tangible asset, worth from $50,000 to $250,000 in most big cities. At these figures it can be bought, sold, or mortgaged like a piece of real estate. That consideration, if nothing else, kept the founders true to the right of protest, For if you make the Associated Press free to all comers, you wipe out this piece of property at one stroke. The Scripps newspapers, as they began to dot the West, gathered up from several old ventures a service of their own, now called the United Press, which they maintained as a general press bureau. They have only an evening wire, however. Still, within 3 years they have begun to disturb the Associated Press. They have already made an evening Associated Press franchise almost valueless. Most of those founders with 41 votes in convention owned morning papers, and they had put in the Constitution such rules about hours of delivery as seriously embarrassed evening Associated Press newspapers. For example, the wire closed for the evening service at 4 o'clock, and it was impossible to publish the late sporting news, such as baseball and football scores, except by purchasing it from the telegraph companies. The United, taking full advantage of this fact, kept cutting into the Western Territory. The United has hardly attempted as yet to cover the territory east of Ohio. In the West, however, it is growing fast, far faster than its rival. It is a private concern, run for immediate gain, while the Associated Press is cooperative. This handicaps the United Press. Although its point of view is far less influenced by power and place than that of the Associated Press, it is as yet, owing to its youth, less efficient. Mouthpiece of an older stock. In the morning field, and here grow the newspapers of most general service to public intelligence, there is still no rival of equal strength. The New York Sun Press Bureau, called also the Laugh-In Bureau, is a supplementary bureau, useful to enrich the other services because it gets illuminated sun writing into the news. The Hearst Bureau distributes Hearst news. That does very well for the avowedly yellow newspaper, but it does not satisfy general needs. Hearst is extending this bureau. He may in time modify its policy to make it available for all kinds of newspapers. It is too early as yet to tell. But until something happens to break the right of protest in the Associated Press, until there arises a general morning and evening press bureau from which any newspaper may draw by paying the tolls, the way to directing journalism will be barred, in many cities and states, for the young man of brains, enterprise, and purpose who cannot buy a newspaper outright. And, indeed, this quandary stands for a general criticism of the American press. Most of the faults which I have enumerated in showing the darker side of our wonderfully able, wonderfully efficient, and wonderfully powerful daily journalism might all be gathered under the cover of this one generic fault. Take it by and large, it does not speak to its generation. It is the mouthpiece of an older stock. It lags behind the thought of its times. For in the uninterrupted flow of the coming and going of men, time somehow arranges generations like the generations of a family. We had one such after the Civil War. The men of that day broke ground. They performed miraculous labors. They tamed a continent. In the dust and scuffle of their war with unharnessed nature, they took little time to analyze the nicer moral questions or to consider the ends to which their warfare led. They worshipped success and its rewards. The stories which made their hearts glow were stories of poor boys grown rich and great. They never inquired how. John D. Rockefeller was long, to his own generation, the pattern for youth that he is to himself. We of the 30s. Then, after that little Spanish War, so poor in action, so rich in consequences, a new earth held up its smoky hands to the same old heaven. We, in our 30s and 40s, who are now doing and directing the work of America, are not nearly so respectful toward immediate success. We found the continent broken and tamed. We are considering the new forces loosed by the work of the 19th century, and wondering how we may reduce them to the power of law before they overwhelm us. It may be a less able generation. It is surely a more moral one. And our chief concern with such a phenomenon as John D. Rockefeller is to see that no one ever repeats his kind of success. To us of this younger generation, our daily press is speaking, for the most part, with a dead voice, because the supreme power resides in men of that older generation. Could the working journalists of our own age tell us as frankly as they wished what they think and see and feel about the times, we should have only minor points to criticize in American journalism. End of section 15. Read by Tony Mezzanotte, San Diego, California, May 11, 2023. End of the American Newspaper by Will Irwin.